Deep within a cavern, shadowy figures with glowing eyes emerge from the oppressive darkness. As the rhythmic drip of water echoes through the vast, unseen space, revealing jagged, sharp formations that hint at the dangers lurking within. A hand reaches out, its owner asking, "You alright?" Swallow, huddled with a small group, tries to reassure them, "You just need to hold on for a bit longer." But before he can finish, a sudden attack elicits a pained cry from one of their number. Ah! Swallow is caught. Dangling helplessly, shadowy claws grab at him, a desperate "urgh" ripped from his throat as a voice cuts through the mayhem, asking, "You alright?" Meanwhile, Burn and his buddy are freaking out, watching their allies drop like flies, the healers totally overwhelmed by the sheer number of fallen. Someone asks if they're all just gonna die, but Burn, despite his own worry, shuts it down with a calm, "It's fine." Elsewhere, a total tank of a man, with a woman backing him up, shouts with pure determination, "We are the Empire's last hope." Burn and his ally are back, standing strong, eyes locked on the threat ahead. Burn is fully armored now, shining like a hero, ready to lead the charge. He rallies his shaken squad, his voice booming over the chaos, telling them to push through, and they roar back, ready to follow their hero. But even with their cheers, the heavy truth hits him, his team is breaking, and they've lost so many since they started with 10. The battlefield is a nightmare, littered with broken gear, blood, and wreckage, a total massacre. He surveys the desolate landscape, the weight of their loss is heavy on his mind, knowing that only 15 people remain with him. Yet, his grip tightens on his staff, a silent vow that they will not lose their resolve. Out of their initial numbers, only 43 people simply survived. The grim truth settles in, they were simply unable to protect their 5 fallen allies. The memory of the monstrous horde, their glowing eyes and sharp claws, still burns in his mind. Shadowy figures still seem to writhe in the periphery of his vision. He looks down, a somber expression on his face, acknowledging that everyone gave it their all, and that's simply the way it is. His gaze hardens, a grim determination settling upon him as he reminds himself that everyone should be prepared to die when they enter this place. He stands alone against the vast, ominous landscape, because this place is one of the 7 malevolent dungeons. Standing atop a treacherous, jagged peak, a lone figure stares down into the abyss, where a faint, eerie glow beckons from a gaping maw. Inside, gnarled, ancient roots coil like monstrous veins, protecting what they call the core of the ancient. Pushing deeper, a sudden, urgent cry rings out, snapping Burn's attention forward. Swallow gestures sharply, demanding he look over there. An imposing, intricately carved doorway looms ahead, its ancient runes pulsing with an otherworldly glow. Burn's eyes gleam with fierce determination as he announces, they've finally reached it, the very end of the dungeon, the core of the ancient. After an insane number of backflips and trials, the pulsating portal of the core blazes before them, their ultimate destination finally within reach. They'd found it. A chamber absolutely bursting with unimaginable riches, countless treasures just begging to be claimed. And if they were lucky, this place wasn't just gold, it could hold legendary artifacts, even virtuous masterpieces. But that wasn't all. This was the ultimate prize, the very core where the dragon's immense power pulsed. But just as they were soaking it all in, a sudden, jarring sound ripped through the air. Quang! A massive thud, and they knew they weren't alone. No time to think, Burn immediately roared, demanding everyone get into formation. Suddenly, shadowy figures poured out of a glowing rift, one of them sneering, humans, and those with demonic friends. Burn, already in a defensive stance, yelled for his magician to throw up a barrier, screaming about protecting their vision. The glowing object at the chamber's heart pulsed with a faint, electric energy, hinting at its immense power. The earth-shattering rumbling finally dies down, leaving an eerie, heavy silence. But Swallow isn't taking chances, raising a hand to conjure a brilliant orb of light, shouting for everyone to stay on guard. The orb shoots upwards, piercing the oppressive gloom. And what it reveals is absolutely mind-blowing, the colossal, scaled head of a sleeping dragon, its sheer size dwarfing Burn in the background. The intense light glints off Swallow's bandaged arm, a tiny detail against the ancient horror. Then, with a deafening crack, that massive golden eye slams open, reflecting the orb like a tiny star. Burn, ever the knight, stands his ground on the crumbling ruins, ready for whatever comes next. Swallow's eyes go wide, a raw, primal fear flashing across his face. And then, the dragon's terrifying maw splits open, revealing rows upon rows of deadly, crystalline fangs. The dragon's monstrous maw rips open, crystalline teeth glinting, and a primal scream of terror rips through the air. Just run away. Get out of here. The sheer, mind-bending impossibility of this moment crashes down, a chilling, undeniable truth. But then, a voice cuts through the chaos, trying to make sense of the madness. The dragon's ancient mind processes the truth. While it slumbered, humans swarmed its lair, taking everything they could. Its golden eye glares, a thunderous voice demanding confirmation, is it truly grasping the scale of this betrayal? Swallow, ever the blunt one, confirms it all, even dropping the bombshell that he'd faced two similar enemies himself, humans and his own brother. But then, a sudden shift. Swallow turns to the skeletal figure, calling out to Patrick. And Patrick, glowing with a serene blue aura, steps forward, trying to calm the furious beast. Burn holds Swallow tight, bracing for whatever comes next. The massive dragon's mind was reeling, utterly baffled by how anyone could just chill and nap with humans literally right in front of a boss monster. It was absolutely flabbergasted, like, how does that even make any logical sense? The dragon was getting seriously heated, ranting about the sheer nerve of yawning carelessly in front of enemies, screaming it was all about mindset. Swallow, completely unbothered, just gave a humph, and asked Burn for his take, who could only shrug with a to no. The dragon kept on internally raging, but had to admit, Swallow actually wiped out the humans with just a yawn. A subtle glow flickered in Swallow's eye, a quiet flex of his raw power. Elsewhere, Renee was totally fangirling, absolutely thrilled by the sheer power her lord was casually throwing around. Patrick, still trying to chill the furious dragon, stood there, radiating pure calm, with little hearts literally floating around them from his soothing vibes. His glowing blue eyes locked onto the beast, a soft, almost magical crackle accompanying his intense efforts to calm the ancient monster down. A heavily bandaged arm is raised, and a voice cuts through the tension, asking with genuine concern. "You alright?" Then, a different voice, taking in the complex, almost alien mechanics of the dungeon, drops a bombshell: this dungeon is totally screwed. But Burn, ever the calm one, looks up at his friend and tells him to chill out. "Seriously, Swallow, don't stress so much. It's bad for your bones. This isn't just any dungeon, it's one of the infamous malevolent dungeons, a place where even the idea of immunity was thought to be utterly impossible to achieve. And hidden deep within its ancient, sprawling forest, there's this colossal, hollowed-out tree, a natural wonder that holds a massive secret. Because nestled right inside its gnarled trunk is the actual core of the ancient. In a world where humans consistently conquer dungeon bosses, the monsters, despite their readiness for battle, are often underestimated and deemed inferior. This prevailing belief, that the monster-human dynamic is purely for human advantage, holds strong, but the monsters, ready to fight, are still not seen as equals. But this endless cycle of war only weakens the dungeons, and during an era of countless raids and new dungeon formations, there were extraordinary monsters that humans simply couldn't track down. When you really think about it, the answer was staring everyone in the face the whole time. These super evil forces were exactly what everyone called the ancient dungeons. And get this, the 7 dungeons were the ultimate strongholds that kept humanity going. And they were totally impossible to clear. But wait, there's more. Even inside these super dangerous and evil dungeons, deep in the ancient ones, lived the absolute strongest of them all. So many monsters are out there, just waiting to defend these dungeons. And then there are the dungeon's real guardians, known as the 3 different myths. Like, the red path on the left. Totally guarded by a Hydrika. The blade maid, Renee, is locked and loaded. And the death knight, Patrick, stands by her side, ready for anything. But the right path, crawling with undead, is still a total unknown, no intel to be found. Up ahead, an impenetrable wall looms. Ruled by the absolute boss of this fortress. Ancient murals scream tales of epic clashes. Hinting at a legendary monster, straight out of the Empire's oldest myths. Its countless eyes piercing the darkness. This is the territory of Swallow. A hand dramatically slams shut a massive, ancient tome, the final words echoing, or so it's written. But wait, Renee, the sharp-witted maid, is already deep in thought, mulling over the fact that even after dropping juicy rumors about the human-hating Lord Swallow, the number of dungeon invaders has only gone up. Burn lets out a frustrated sigh, turning to Swallow and hinting that there's an art to rumor-mongering, but Swallow, ever the strategist, fires back: "Just keep quiet, stay mysterious, and they'll all come flocking in." Around the strategy table, Renee, Patrick, and Burn are all ears as Renee drops a bombshell idea: they should feed the invaders just a little bit of intel, a taste to get them hooked. The plan is genius. Adventurers, convinced they've got the dungeon all figured out, will rush in like moths to a deadly flame, totally oblivious that half their intel is a complete setup. And just like that, the misleading intel goes up in smoke, the book itself erupting in a fiery blaze. Even Swallow, the mastermind himself, can't help but look a little stunned, confessing he never anticipated such an insane, overwhelming flood of challengers. The scene blurs, a rapid-fire transition as the sheer scale of the invasion hits. And just like that, the dungeon is swarming. Armored adventurers clash in a brutal, chaotic battle, one warrior already falling in the relentless onslaught. He can't believe it. 74 adventurers, all at once. Was that even possible? He's checking the stats, and yeah, their gear got melted down, reforged into junk, but honestly, the adventurers left aren't even worth mentioning. Elsewhere, Renee is thinking, seriously, if Burn, Patrick, and I had just handled this, we would have kept everything safe, no problem. Back to the boss, he just gives a long, drawn-out pause, then deadpans, yeah, whatever. Then, out of nowhere, dark, chaotic energy explodes around him. Swirling faster and faster, consuming everything. The raw power forms a terrifying vortex. And from its depths, his new, terrifying form rises, shrouded in pure darkness. His eyes, now burning with an intense, malevolent yellow, lock onto something unseen. The dark, swirling energy just keeps building, a raw, untamed power radiating from him. A hand reaches out, almost casually, into the raw magic, like he's just testing the waters of his new power. And a thought cuts through the air, I'm sure I alone could have handled it, Rina. Swallow, now fully transformed with those piercing yellow eyes, looms over a serene, white-haired woman, her face giving absolutely nothing away. A deep, satisfied chuckle rumbles from him, his glowing eyes locked onto something beyond our sight. But then, Patrick, the ever-sarcastic Death Knight, cuts through the tension, deadpanning, excuse me, are we here for a meeting or a playdate? His glowing blue eye practically glares, demanding to know why they're so hyped up. Patrick, with a fake apology, throws shade by bringing up an old promise, oh, my bad. Just reminded of that time you swore you'd be a lady. His skeletal face twists into pure exasperation, muttering that he's probably not the only one thinking this. He's already worried about his skull, a direct consequence of his wild new transformation. Meanwhile, Patrick, always on point, asks if anyone even noticed what Renee just did, throwing shade at the whole crew. Swallow just glares down, totally over it. Then he drops a casual bomb about having 6 fingers, just to make things even weirder. A hand, now sporting an extra digit, is shown, a bizarre new detail. Patrick, with his skull glowing blue, just brushes it off, saying his own spine cracking is way louder than any of this drama, his voice dripping with pure annoyance. Which just makes Swallow explode, yelling he can't deal with being a guardian anymore. He's officially done with the whole guardian thing. Renee, clutching some papers, declares she's racking up more points, looking totally serious and locked in. Meanwhile, Patrick, still a glowing skeleton, confirms Renee's totally sure, and oh yeah, Burns already in the loop. He's probably talking to someone we can't see. But here's the real kicker, 116 black tentacles, the ones guarding the path, are massively injured, and now they're in critical condition. The tension mounts over the critically injured black tentacles, but a voice tries to calm the situation, insisting there's no need to panic, as their regeneration is already in motion. But Swallow, absolutely fuming, shouts for answers. Patrick, ever the cool head, just says they can watch it for a bit and find another solution, though he admits it's not looking good. Patrick, with a hint of sass, dares to question his lord, asking why he doesn't just go check it out himself, reminding him he's a lord. Renee steps in, and the grim truth is laid bare, even with regeneration, humans are already hunting down the last remaining runt. Patrick, with his eerie blue gaze, drops a bombshell, another subjugation party could be forming right now. Renee, ever the pragmatist, confirms the worst, communication spells mean news of the open path is spreading like wildfire. With a resolute nod, Renee spins on her heel and strides off, ready to dive into the fray. Swallow, his demeanor now utterly serious, commands their attention, announcing a complete overhaul of their assignments. His command rings out through a system interface, declaring Renee his personal bodyguard, effective immediately. He lays down the new plan, declaring that someone needs to hit the infected path, and they need to do it now. The system flashes, confirming the path's opening. He quickly adds that the infected path is now open for subjugation, but he only needs one person to guard him, then turns to Renee, asking if she can protect him while he's away. Patrick's eyes widen in shock as he hears the red path has been opened, and his boss immediately tells him to handle it. He elaborates, revealing that humans know Renee is on the infected path, so they'll pivot and head straight for the red path instead. The new assignments are locked in. A flustered Renee questions if she's really supposed to guard him, but he just tells her to hold on, bossy. Burns' voice cuts through the air, demanding to know what he'll do if the humans take the other path, while Swallow maintains a stone-cold gaze. He simply replies that they'll have no other option, they'll just have to face him head-on. Then, with a chilling curiosity, he wonders what kind of runt the humans are even after, his voice dripping with menace. Renee is absolutely ecstatic, practically glowing as she declares her utter satisfaction to Lord Swallow. But Swallow? He's just over it, thinking the biggest headache is finally gone, leaving only one thing left, the sword. Renee, now with a laser focus, confirms they're talking about that sword. Swallow is totally blindsided, demanding to know what sword they're even talking about, with Burn just looming over him. He's fuming internally, realizing they mean the sword of subjugation, and he's not happy about humans thinking he's weak. Burn, standing like a boss on a mountain of defeated enemies, just repeats his earlier point about the sword. He then drops the bomb, reminding his boss that he's definitely heard of it before. Suddenly, Patrick's got it. He calls out, "It's over here." And then, his bony hand reaches out, seizing the legendary sword buried deep in the ground. Patrick clutches the legendary weapon, confirming its status as one of the 36 virtuous masterpieces, a name that sends shivers down human spines. The blade itself hums with raw power. And Byrne, eyes wide, declares that some of these weapons are so powerful, even a demon lord would break a sweat, recognizing this one as Tannabella. Swallow, finally connecting the dots, questions why they're even bothering with human weapons, but Patrick quickly shuts him down, reminding him this is no ordinary blade, it's a masterpiece. And get this, Renee's blade? Yeah, that's one of the 36 masterpieces too. A fact perfectly showcased by her poised grip on the weapon. Swallow, now holding the sword, can't help but acknowledge the human's impressive arsenal, then asks the million-dollar question, what do they even do with this thing? Patrick, ever the pragmatist, warns that handing it to a monster would just get them killed and cause a massive headache when the humans inevitably come looking for it. Byrne, shocked, then shoves the sword into Swallow's hands, declaring he's the one who should use it. But Swallow, ever the delegator, just turns to Patrick, asking why he can't just use it himself. The skeletal Death Knight, still clutching the massive blade, lets out a shocked, what? Then, with a close-up on his glowing eyes, he gives a simple, almost relieved, yeet, confirming he's out of the running. A burst of maniacal laughter erupts from him, as he gleefully exclaims his relief at not being the one who has to use it. This is it, the legendary core of the ancient. Guarded by a fearsome homunculus maid. And a Death Knight who practically radiates the aura of death. And it's also the place where a certain someone is currently residing. Ever since he got that sword, Swallow has been completely out cold, practically rotting away in his arcade. And through it all, Renee, his devoted sunflower, only has eyes for her Lord Swallow. Inside this chaotic dungeon, only Patrick, the Death Knight, has a shred of conscience, a true master at managing his boss, with the loyal homunculus maid Renee always at his side. And then, of course, there's Swallow, the ancient monster, literally the personification of pure, unadulterated laziness. Lord Swallow, ever the chill boss, kicks back and casually asks the big question, how are they gonna split all this cash? He shifts his focus, then drops the next bomb, what about the rest of the money? Looking deep in thought, he lays down the law, use what they can, and anything else. Toss it to the bastards. Renee, on top of it as always, snaps to attention, promising to handle the distribution like a pro. But her brow furrows slightly as she points out the snag, the monsters are basically useless, and they're already swimming in mana stones. Swallow, breaking the fourth wall with a direct stare, casually remarks that it's been ages since he's seen one of those. Renee drops a bombshell, asking if she should hit up the human village. That question hits different, and Patrick is absolutely shook, recoiling hard. Swallow clocks Patrick's over-the-top reaction, demanding to know why he's so surprised, but Patrick just tries to play it cool, suggesting they stay put instead. Swallow leans in, not letting it go, calling out Patrick for being such a klutz whenever humans are around. All Patrick can manage is a bewildered, what? Swallow lets out a dramatic sigh, finally giving in, but not without a strict order to bring back a ton of cool stuff. A hand extends. And with a determined stride, Patrick sets off on his mission. And hey, the weather's actually pretty sweet out there today. Patrick's out, but Renee's on the move. Cloaked and ready, she's blazing through the landscape, no time to waste. Eyes locked on her goal, she's out the door, reporting to Lord Swallow. Going, Lord Swallow. Before long, she hits up a massive building, clock tower piercing the clouds, this is where the real mission begins. She busts into the shop, hitting the counter and dropping a quick apology to the beefy shopkeeper. Sorry, but I'm swamped these days, she declares, no time for small talk. Her eyes are practically lasers, glowing green, pure focus, pure power. The shopkeeper, chilling on his counter, takes it all in, then grunts, let's see. Then, thud, a shimmering blue stone hits the counter, boom. B-rank mana stone, right here. An average commoner would need a decade to afford just one of these, the shopkeeper declares, and yet, all the stones she brought are B-grade, just like this one. He elaborates, stating that stones of this caliber. You're talking Imperial Palace magicians or high-rank magic towers. Or maybe, just maybe, a capital jeweler with Imperial family connections, or a magic tower wizard could pull it off. The grizzled shopkeeper holds up the glowing mana stone, his gaze intense. Renee's mind races, the capital feeling impossibly far. A determined glint in her emerald eyes, she concludes, so, a magic tower it is, then. The shopkeeper grins, but if it's for Lord Swallow. I'll be going, Renee announces, already heading out, as the shopkeeper calls after her, take care, kiddo. He then picks up the mana stone, a sudden HM. Of surprise escaping him. Standing before her master, she hears him casually tell the shopkeeper to keep an eye on his maid, a sly grin playing on his lips. Mission accepted, she spins around and heads out, a cloaked silhouette ready for anything. Back at the shopkeeper is totally baffled by the young master's weird demands, but Swallow just chills, watching him with a knowing smirk. She's on the move, blazing through a surreal, cloud-filled world, and one thought keeps hitting her: you're a human as well, you know. Then, bam! A colossal tower shoots into the sky, its epic design screaming, destination reached. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper's like, mana stones? Join the guild, but Swallow just drops the bomb: she's a homunculus, not human. Inside the epic magic tower, she's already climbing a massive staircase, heading straight for the tower master. She's going deeper into the tower, where humanity's magic towers are all about diving into dungeons. Then, a skeletal figure pops up, its glowing eyes pointing the path. Stepping into the hallowed halls of the magic tower, Renee is immediately confronted by the wing leader himself, Gralmitz, who extends a formal, yet imposing, welcome. She stands before him, a stark contrast to his imposing presence and the sheer scale of his throne. His eyes, piercing and analytical, cut through her, demanding to know just who she is. With her mana flaring, radiating an undeniable power, Renee finally begins to reveal her name. Aner, ever the pragmatist, confesses he would have written her off as a mere fool, if not for the sheer quality of the treasures she's brought. With a glowing orb in hand, he subtly flexes, reminding her of the magic tower's legendary, unyielding reputation. He then lays down the gauntlet, challenging her to prove her worth, demanding mana stones that meet his exacting standards. Without a moment's pause, Renee unleashes a torrent of brilliantly glowing mana stones, their raw power radiating as they clatter to the ground. The sheer, undeniable quality of her offering shocks the wing leader, leaving him utterly speechless. A dazzling array of glowing mana stones just dropped, and their power is absolutely insane. He instantly recognized them: these weren't just any stones, they were all top-tier, S-grade mana stones. Gralmitz jaw dropped: a kid shouldn't even have these kinds of power-ups. Seriously, who is this kid? He spun to face her, his voice suddenly intense, needing to know where she even found these things. Then, his eyes locked onto her unique platinum hair, and a wild theory started to click into place. A chilling rumor flashed through his mind: a Death Knight, serving some ridiculously powerful boss monster, had been spotted near the magic tower, making him wonder if this girl was connected to the one who took down all those monsters. His eyes flared with purple power as the puzzle pieces slammed into place: there was no other way a young girl could have these insane mana stones. He'd literally die trying to find just one, but she just dropped a whole stash. He, the guy always chasing power, never thought he'd see S-grade mana stones like this, realizing his whole squad would have to go on a wild hunt to get them all. Renee, cloaked and mysterious, faces a merchant who's trying to lowball her, offering a measly 50 ounces of gold per mana stone. She just stares, calculating, repeating 50 ounces of gold as if it's a joke. The merchant, sweating, tries to explain the value, claiming it takes an average company owner 10 years to make that much gold, with 50 ounces being a yearly haul. But Renee's eyes start to glow with a terrifying green, and she coldly points out that 50 years of that average income would only be 100 ounces. Her glowing stare pierces him, delivering a chilling warning: human, it'll be the death of you if you joke around. The merchant's jaw drops, a cold sweat breaking out as he realizes she's way smarter and more dangerous than he thought. Then, with a chilling honesty, Renee confesses: even with all my lord's money, we couldn't afford to buy them all. A single tear of pure terror rolls down the merchant's face as he practically begs her: then buy as many as you can. Renee just lets out a frustrated "yuk," her glowing eyes still locked on the prize. 2,000 ounces of pure gold. The merchant was practically drooling, but he had to ask, were Renee's items top tier, the absolute best for sale? He then threw his hands up, claiming this was his entire inventory, and tried to cut a deal: his best stuff for all her mana stones. With a subtle click, Renee popped open a fancy little box. And holding up a shimmering green mana stone, she coolly told him he wouldn't have to worry about a thing when it came to quality. Totally sold, the merchant practically skipped down the hall, hyped to show off his goods right away. They hit a massive, forbidden door, a place usually locked down tight, but the merchant, practically bowing, declared that for Lord Swallow, they'd make an exception. Inside, Renee was blown away by the tower's massive storage, a treasure trove of epic proportions. Amidst the insane collection of artifacts and magic gear, cloaks and ancient relics were just chilling on the shelves. Then, her eyes locked onto a dazzling tiara, rocking a giant diamond, and get this, it had tiny mana stones right in the middle, making it an absolute game-changer for mages. She's checking out this insane tiara, right? And it's got a living black pearl. Renee's already thinking about how much Gralmitz is gonna regret being anywhere near this power. Then, she spots this ring, and get this, the pearl on it is pure alchemy. A quiet gasp escapes her, the sheer alchemy of it all blowing her mind. She's totally baffled by these items, but Lord Swallow is just chilling, thinking about how good her taste is. She's still trying to figure out what alchemy even means, like, what are these things even supposed to be? Then, her eyes land on this crazy, heart-shaped gem, Dragon Love Stone, that's just glowing with pure allure. They say this gem has the power, the absolute power, to turn dreams into reality. Just imagine, a single jewel. That can actually make it happen. Renee's mind races as the Dragon Love Stone pulses with an ethereal glow, hinting at its incredible power to manifest love if mana is poured into it. Right in front of the person you desire. The heart-shaped gem practically screams with vibrant, ruby-red energy. Because legend says its spirit will then forge an unbreakable, eternal bond of love between two souls. Out of nowhere, Gralmitz Aner lunges, his hand a blur past a cloaked figure as he snatches something from the air. And he boldly proclaims, "Yes, I can swear on the name of the magic tower." Clutching the Dragon Love Stone, Gralmitz Aner challenges, "Does this suit your taste?" As the hooded figure gasps, It has to be that jewel." Gralmitz Aner lets out a triumphant hee, leaving his hooded companion completely stumped with a confused. Gralmitz Aner gazes at the jewel, declaring, "I'm not sure how to use it yet, but the sheer thrill of this gift is absolutely priceless." A deep, guttural groan of pure frustration rips from him, his face buried in the table, utterly defeated. But then, a sudden, fierce resolve sparks in his gaze, and he makes a game-changing decision. Meanwhile, Gralmitz Aner, brandishing the Dragon Love Stone like a trophy, taunts his onlookers with a provocative question. Renee's eyes practically pop out of her head, staring back in utter disbelief, completely floored that he actually has the artifact. It hits her like a truck. Not only does he have the Dragon Love Stone, but he's also got all those mana stones from before. The sheer weight of it all crushes her, as Renee clutches a glowing jewel, her face a mask of pure shock and distress. A sharp, undeniable command rings out, zeroing in on that dazzling jewel. The voice leaves no room for argument, demanding the jewel be surrendered immediately. A voice cuts through the air, sharply calling out, "Dugmaster." Gralmitz Aner, utterly flabbergasted, confronts him, You actually gave the crystal away." Byrne, ever nonchalant, just lets out a "heh," and retorts, "What about it?" The mage, practically vibrating with disbelief, presses on, "Don't you know what that item is? Seriously, if you had any idea, you never would have given it up. You're gonna die." Gralmitz Aner then brandishes a small, intricately designed box, revealing that some little noble lady personally exchanged it for a letter she desperately sought. Byrne's face twists with dawning realization and worry, as he starts to object, still, but Gralmitz swiftly interrupts, coolly stating, "Hey, don't worry, there won't be any." A chillingly smug smirk plays on Gralmitz Aner's lips, as he completes his sinister thought, "Problems. That unlucky guy's resignation is just the curse being unleashed anyway." The ornate box in his grasp pulses with a faint, unsettling glow, and so will the person she likes. There won't be any evidence of any of it. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure navigates a sun-drenched forest, a tiny, furry companion held close, seemingly unaware of the brewing storm. But as the curse's shadow stretches, a chilling voice cuts through the silence, uttering a cold pity for the unsuspecting victims. Meanwhile, the terrifying Chaos Castle stands defiant under a crimson sky, a bastion of dark power pulsating with malevolent energy. Deep within, a shadowy figure, eyes burning with malevolent red light, wields wicked scissors, their entire being radiating a terrifying crimson power. A razor-sharp, clawed hand extends, and Renee's eyes flash crimson, her face contorted in pure anguish. Her face etched with remorse, she quickly apologizes, admitting her unannounced visit and her constant reliance on his help. But Swallow, shrouded in his signature purple aura, brushes off her worries with a cool, casual remark, declaring that helping each other is just what neighbors do. A stunning woman with fiery red hair beams, her eyes locked on a figure below, relishing in their visible anxiety. Meet Elizabeth Bathory, the malevolent dungeon master, her hands expertly trimming a lock of pristine white hair. She just can't stop gushing, declaring her subject absolutely precious, no matter what. Combing through the ethereal white hair, Elizabeth confesses her intense jealousy for the special qualities of homunculi. Gazing into her reflection, she ponders the eternal nature of true beauty. Elizabeth keeps up her precise work from behind, her scissors flashing as she sculpts the hair. A vibrant green eye snaps open, and Renee fires back, pointing out Miss Bathory's youthful glow and her skin's striking paleness. Elizabeth spins around, demanding if she even grasps how precious beauty is in this dungeon world. Renee's foot taps the floor as she calmly calls out, just a simple, "Miss Bathory." Elizabeth Bathory, with a chillingly soft voice, probes Renee about her new look. Then, without missing a beat, she declares Renee is the most stunning girl she's encountered recently. Renee, her fresh, short platinum hair accentuating a faint blush, can't quite meet her gaze, a flicker of unease crossing her face. With a delicate, almost predatory touch, Elizabeth's crimson-tipped fingers tilt Renee's chin, reaffirming her unsettling compliment. Pulling Renee into a tight embrace, Elizabeth's hand cups her cheek with an almost obsessive grip, the atmosphere crackling with unspoken power. A silent question hangs heavy in the air, who exactly is Renee getting all dolled up for? Suddenly, Elizabeth reveals a small, pulsating pink gem, holding it directly before Renee's eyes, and issues a chilling command, confess. Under the gem's mesmerizing power, Renee's eyes blaze with a shocking pink, her face transforming from apprehension to pure, unhinged ecstasy as she screams her readiness to confess. Elizabeth observes her, a chillingly satisfied smirk gracing her features, eagerly anticipating the coming confession. Renee is absolutely flabbergasted, eyes popping out as she shouts about being dressed up. But then her mind snaps to Lord Swallow, and she lets out a tiny, shocked gasp. She's still absolutely stunned, her eyes wide and reflecting the shadowy void. Someone points out her super serious face, and she's left wondering if being a homunculus is why she's acting so weird. Then, am. Her whole vibe changes, a sparkling smile lights up her face as she announces, she's gonna confess to Lord Swallow, and she's dead serious. Over with the Demon Lord, he's looking totally fed up, grumbling about how being so attractive is just too much work. The maid, now totally hyped up, insists she's got so much she just has to tell him. Her eyes are practically shooting stars as she declares, she feels like he's the strongest being in the whole world. The Demon Lord, now just sprawled out in total defeat, lets out a huge sigh, complaining that his awesome power is totally ruined by how lazy he is. Under the spell's intoxicating grip, she gazes at the Demon Lord, marveling at his massive frame and insatiable hunger. She can't help but point out his endless naps and how he's been packing on the pounds. But elsewhere, Elizabeth's sinister smile widens as she probes, you really like him, don't you? Renee's eyes blaze with an almost terrifying devotion. As she emphatically declares, I really like him. Elizabeth plays along, offering a twisted form of encouragement, hinting that Renee deserves far more. With a wicked gleam in her own eyes, Elizabeth lays down the ultimate contingency, just come to me if he rejects you. Renee, completely under the sway, thanks her, and Elizabeth's thank you drips with hidden meaning. With a surge of vibrant pink magic swirling in her palms, the narrative declares, Renee will succeed. The imperial capital Liège, once a beacon of power, now lay in absolute devastation. Its once majestic structures, symbols of unwavering strength, were now nothing but a wasteland of shattered stone and debris. Byrne surveyed the disaster from above, a voice in his mind screaming, this imperial capital was supposed to be under the hero's protection. But despite all that supposed protection, the city had been utterly annihilated. Rubble and splintered wood were everywhere, a grim monument to the sheer, overwhelming force that had torn through. Byrne's face twisted in pure disbelief, shouting, what is this nonsense? An older man, his face a mask of fury and concern, confronted Byrne, demanding, didn't you say that this easily defeated guardians? The older man pressed on, his voice rising, these rooms are filled with monsters. How could you have made such a terrible mistake? Byrne shot back, so you're saying they're stronger than the guardians? With a grim, downward gaze, Byrne declared everyone worthless, even as the imperial capital zone itself was now in peril. It was a kill or be killed world, and the clock was ticking down for him. It had been way too long since anyone heard a peep from the night. Byrne was probably toast. His blade, once a beacon, now screamed dead in a horrifying crimson. Meanwhile, in a hushed chamber, an older man with a white beard urgently questions, what the heck happened to the imperial capital's masterpiece? A sharp-dressed younger man lays out the grim truth, communication magic was dead, and since the imperial capital was an ancient's heart, that masterpiece was gone unless they could somehow get back to the F-rank zone. The older man just hangs his head, a single, defeated whisper escaping him, as the weight of the news crushes him. He sighs, muttering about how well they were trained, but the younger man cuts him off, reminding him that even the capital's masterpiece couldn't win. But the younger man's eyes blaze with resolve, refusing to surrender, believing that if Sir Byrne actually faced the boss, he must have dealt a massive blow. The elder man can't believe what he's hearing, convinced their enemies are losing it, especially with the Emperor's comms magic totally cut off. He rants, detailing how they've already lost their top mages and taken massive damage, even if the Ancient's heart is deployed to stop them. The younger man chimes in, worried, that if they just stand by, the imperial family's officials will absolutely come for them. But then, a chilling thought hits him. A dark, swirling energy starts to appear, a terrifying visual of their worst nightmare. As the younger man blurts out his fear, what if Byrne couldn't even scratch the ancient boss in the ancient's own dungeon? The dark energy keeps swirling, hammering home the brutal truth, then no matter how many times they throw themselves at it, conquering the dungeon, core of the ancient, is just impossible. Both men stare up at the swirling darkness, the crushing weight of their words hitting hard, the elder man finishing the devastating thought. The younger man can only manage a stunned, oh. An official, clearly on edge, dared to question the Lord, asking why he thought the dungeon was unconquerable. The purple-haired Lord, radiating an intense aura, met the official's gaze with a chilling silence, daring him to continue. His luxurious robe, shimmering with intricate gold designs, screamed authority and power. Swallow, now fully facing the trembling official, demanded to know if he truly didn't understand the rules of their game. This was no ordinary figure, this was the Lord LL of the Imperial Magic Research Association, and his authority was absolute. Sweat dripping down his face, the official confessed, the Imperial family was already making moves, already interfering. Swallow's words cut like a knife, declaring that their mere presence was a guarantee the official would face consequences for his failures. But then, a chilling clarification, he wouldn't just throw an Imperial official under the bus as a scapegoat, that wasn't his style. The two officials could only sit in stunned silence, completely overwhelmed by the Lord's pronouncement. Still reeling from the last exchange, the official pushes on, demanding to know who's gonna lead the Empire's joint teams. Just as a proposal from His Majesty drops, a proposal that promises a way to live. But Swallow just cuts him off with a chilling order, he's going to raid the core of the Ancient again. The official flinches back, a heavy thud hitting the air as the command sinks in. His face twisting in pure panic as he cries out, pointing out that even Sir Byrne couldn't pull it off, so how in the world are they supposed to? From his imposing silhouette, Swallow just drops one name, Nifrim. The golden symbol on his cloak practically glows. And the official, totally blindsided, stammers out the name, remembering Nifrim as some kind of weak hybrid. But Swallow, staring down at the now bowing official, just shuts him down, flat out stating that Nifrim is a total success, not some busted experiment. He drops a bombshell question, his tone sharp, as Patrick barely stirs from his slumped position, challenging why Bernhard Taltz and his squad couldn't hack it in the core of the Ancient. Were they just weak? Or totally reckless? Patrick snaps back, denying it, desperate for the real answer. A chilling grin spreads across his face as he reveals the one critical thing Sir Byrne's team was missing. Just one game changer, he whispers, then the name hits, Nifrim. His eyes blaze with raw power. Elsewhere, Byrne is locked in, his gaze piercing, a brilliant blue energy radiating from his eyes, dropping the ultimate order, this raid will succeed. No excuses. Suddenly, a primal scream rips through the air, as Swallow's face twists in pure agony, caught by an invisible, crushing force. Stranded on a desolate, jagged peak, the ominous sky above him seems to echo his inner turmoil, as a chilling premonition washes over him. Mysterious glowing particles ignite around him as he stares upwards, a look of deep concern etched on his features, sensing a massive, impending storm. As dark, swirling energy erupts around him, threatening to consume everything, he hilariously dismisses it all, wondering if he just caught a cold. He lets out a frustrated groan, absolutely dreading what he has to do, knowing full well that humans could burst in at any second. Stretched out on the floor, he's absolutely terrified, realizing if he drags his feet any longer, Patrick is going to finish him off. That skeletal servant, Patrick, might just be bones, but he still sends shivers down his spine. But seriously, how can a mere skeleton be so terrifying? Finally giving in, he can't fight it anymore, remembering the intel that the humans came through the sewers this time. With a sudden resolve in his gaze, he thinks, maybe I'll just head there myself. His mind then shifts to a terrifying new threat, the core of the Abyssian human, rumored to have a whopping 16 tentacles. And just like that, shadowy, twisting forms appear, a chilling glimpse of the terrifying entity. Slumped over, a low groan escapes him as the unsettling creak of the organic structure around him echoes. Swallow finds himself in a strange, dark place. He acknowledges the situation with a sigh, his stomach rumbling in protest, knowing there is nothing he can do but wait for now. With a squelching crunch underfoot, he begins to move through the bizarre, fleshy environment. This is the domain of the Anthropophagi, the fifth room administrator. He gasps, a sudden crash echoing through the chamber, as he tries to recall what he knows about this creature. If his memory serves him correctly, the Anthropophagi can regenerate as long as it has bodies to consume and sufficient nutrients. A familiar creaking sound accompanies his observation of a glowing red core, and he notes with grim satisfaction that the core is still intact. This means they will recover their strength without any interruption, a continuous threat. Standing atop the creature's vast, organic form, the creaking continues as he gazes down at the pulsating core, a silent challenge before him. He plunges into the cavern, the air itself whispering secrets around him. His boots hit the ground, and the real challenge slams into focus, the problem is right here. He knows the grim truth, in rooms 1 through 4, they've all been utterly annihilated. Catching sight of something unsettling, he lets out a heavy sigh, declaring, looks like I'm gonna have to have a word with Patrick about this. A familiar dread creeps in as he thinks, ugh, I just know I'm gonna get chewed out for this. His eyes blaze with an intense yellow glow, and he shoves the thought away, later. I'll deal with the rest later. A glowing display flashes the ultimate secret, the only way to take down the room administrator is the core of the Abyssian human. Talk about a letdown, right? He glances back at the ominous entrance, muttering, Patrick's gotta get it, right? With a decisive clink of his boots on the stone, he strides into the cavern's dark maw, ready to throw down with whatever's waiting. He's done playing games, making a chilling declaration as his focus sharpens. Then, a flash of green energy as a blade cuts through the void, striking its target with a powerful, echoing impact. And just like that, a terrifying dark aura erupts from him, swirling with raw power. His eyes blaze with an infernal yellow, and a dark, furious thought rips through the air, filthy human bastards. The shadowy tendrils lash out, consuming the tiny figure beneath him, as he delivers a bone-chilling warning, now that you have shown your face here, you won't make it out alive. Yet, amidst the chaos, he casually sits, the dark power still radiating from his form. The small figure, Renee, finally looks up in utter shock, her voice trembling as she gasps, "Oh, it was you, Lord Swallow." Completely overwhelmed, she screams out a desperate apology. Still reeling from the confrontation, Renee stands before him, her previous maid attire now replaced by an elegant, flowing dress. Meanwhile, Swallow, accompanied by Byrne, looks down at her, a thought forming in his mind. He had initially assumed her to be just another cunning human, but her current appearance was certainly unexpected. As Renee offers a desperate apology, her voice trembling, Swallow's eyes, still glowing with an intense yellow light, narrow slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He then addresses her directly, his tone betraying a hint of confusion as he questions her choice of attire. The elegant dress, adorned with delicate floral patterns, accentuates Renee's figure, making her look less like a maid and more like a noblewoman. The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the earlier tension. Renee, her face lighting up with joy, expresses her delight that Lord Swallow noticed her efforts. A soft blush spreads across her cheeks, her eyes sparkling with earnest hope for his approval. Swallow, caught off guard by her reaction and appearance, struggles internally to formulate a coherent response, his thoughts a jumbled mess of awkwardness. He's still reeling, a frantic thought consuming him about that resignation letter she hid from Patrick. Renee's delighted face, then his own stunned reaction, it all flashes through his mind. Her sweet, innocent voice echoes, asking for his time. His mind screams in protest, anything but that dreaded resignation letter. Later, walking through the dungeon, a familiar voice greets him, a warm welcome for Lord Swallow. Meanwhile, Renee's in a dimly lit cavern, revealing her secret spot. Patrick, the loyal aide, offers him tea, but Swallow's internal plea persists, begging her not to resign. He reaches for the cup, that silent desperation still echoing in his mind. Renee drops a bombshell, reminding Swallow that their secret used to be hers alone, but now it's a bond they both share. She pauses, a sly look on her face, ready to drop the next bomb. Swallow is absolutely freaking out, beads of sweat dripping down his face, as he practically screams for her not to resign. He stumbles over his words, trying to explain how his current state makes sharing a secret impossible, while Renee just watches him, totally unbothered. His worried face stares back from his tea, as he reluctantly agrees, still clearly freaking out. Flashback. 80 years ago, over 1,000 dungeons just popped up, kicking off the insane dungeon subjugation craze. It was a bloodbath. Thousands upon thousands of hunters died, their lives snuffed out in the ancient cores. Just look at this carnage. Broken blades and shattered weapons piled high, a brutal monument to the endless war. And guess what? It was during this insane period that Renee got her legendary alias, skyrocketing in status as a terrifying, shadowy force. A soft, crimson glow pulses from her hand, a subtle reminder of the sheer power Renee commands, as if the very air itself remembers her presence. He murmurs, still reeling from their previous conversation, "Since I gave you that sword, I want you to tear up that resignation letter you hid in your ribcage, Patrick." Her bright green eyes sparkle with amusement, a clear sign of her absolute contentment. Renee then leans in, her voice a playful whisper, "I was so happy, Lord Swallow, all this time." His eyes widen in absolute disbelief, a single word escaping his lips. A cold sweat breaks out as he processes her words, his mind racing to understand what she truly means. As her hand reaches out towards him, a wave of pure terror washes over him, pleading with her to stop. His face contorts in utter horror, a purple aura of distress flaring around him, as he desperately tries to reject whatever she is about to say or do. With a soft, pink glow emanating from her hand, Renee delivers her shocking confession, leaving him utterly flustered and speechless. His eye practically pops out of his head as Renee drops the bombshell, a confession that changes everything. Meanwhile, she just looks down, a knowing smirk playing on her lips, like she's been waiting for this exact moment to drop the ultimate truth bomb. He's completely flustered, tripping over his own words, Hey now, Renee, let's just. But then, a total curveball. He actually thanks her, a soft, "Thanks for telling me you like me," and her face goes beet red. Suddenly, he gets super serious, his eyes distant as he drops some heavy philosophy, "But we're always on the cusp of life and death." She nods, her gaze dropping, agreeing with his grim assessment, "Yeah, we never know when our time's up." He presses on, his voice dropping to a whisper, "We both know we don't want to face the rest of our lives alone, right?" A steaming cup just sits there, a silent witness to the emotional roller coaster they just went through. Renee's gaze drops, a knowing look on her face, as she admits to herself, "Yeah, I totally saw this coming." I knew I was pushing his buttons. It was just too much for me to carry it myself, Renee confesses, her eyes downcast. But the truth was, Lord Swallow's rejection of her resignation was burning in her mind. The sheer terror of it. Suddenly, a heart-shaped gem ignites with an ominous glow in her hand, which she thrusts forward, declaring, "Someone to be with Lord Swallow, no matter what." "What?" he exclaims, as a furious purple aura explodes around her, and she shouts, "So I'm saying." A raw magical force rips him from his chair, Renee's voice echoing, "Renee will stop this low." He can only think, "I need some calm, quiet time, too." With this, she declares, her voice resonating with power, "My wish will be fulfilled, Lord Swallow." She stands, a figure of pure, glowing resolve, the gem throbbing with dark energy in her grip. As Renee's magic went wild, Swallow's eyes flared with an intense yellow, his mana getting ripped into the spell, a voice demanding he pour his power into the unfolding chaos. Dark, raw energy exploded and swirled around them. The sheer power of Renee's will intensifying with every beat. At the core of the dark maelstrom, the glowing gem pulsed and Renee's voice sliced through the chaos, a chilling question starting to build, "Did you?" A dark, sinister liquid oozed into the magical current, her accusation still hanging heavy, "Just try." Her green eyes blazing with fierce resolve, Renee's face set like stone, her power solidifying into something terrifying. From the heart of the swirling darkness, colossal, shadowy figures burst forth, their menacing forms outlined in a terrifying yellow glow. One of the monstrous apparitions lunged closer, as Renee's voice finally delivered its chilling punchline, "To kill me?" Enveloped by her newly summoned guardians, Renee stood, an unstoppable and terrifying force, her intentions now crystal clear. Renee's grip tightens, pulling a glowing, heart-like core from Swallow. And with a deafening crack, it explodes into a shower of crimson shards. Swallow's eyes snap open, a bewildered, "What is," barely audible. As Renee, eyes blazing with green power, clenches her fists. And from the shadows, a colossal, clawed hand rips through the air, coalescing into a terrifying, crystal-studded behemoth, letting out a blood-curdling shriek. Patrick, the ever-loyal skeleton, can't help but think, "Burn, you're seriously the best." His internal monologue ramps up, a clear frustration building, "Seriously, you weren't just trying to scare off the humans, right? What about your conscience? Are you even human anymore?" His gaze falls upon his boss, Swallow, slumped over, and Patrick can't hold back, "And now you've gone and driven Renee away too, just great." A click-click echoes as his jaw clacks, he's so utterly flabbergasted by his boss's wild moves that he literally forgets he's a skeleton and can't even move his jaw. Catching himself, he quickly mumbles, Well. I'm not trying to get close. Just me." And when someone asks what he said, he instantly denies it, "Nothing." From his slumped position, Swallow finally pipes up, his voice barely audible, "Patrick, what am I supposed to do now?" Patrick fires back instantly, "Why are you asking me? You're the one who messed everything up." Patrick takes a beat, a tiny, glowing orb materializing in his hand, then picks up right where he left off. And he delivers the final verdict, "But yeah, totally the boss's fault." Slumped and annoyed, the Lord of the Labyrinth is not having it. He's demanding Patrick shred that secret resignation letter, especially after getting a sweet sword from him. A low grunt escapes the skeletal butler, feeling the pressure of his master's words. But wait, the Lord's inner thoughts are like, "Huh?" He's genuinely confused, asking if he really doesn't remember a thing. But Patrick isn't buying the amnesia act. He's stepping up, offering to help his master remember. His skeletal eyes blaze with an intense blue glow, showing he's absolutely serious. And just like that, a monstrous maw with razor-sharp teeth and glowing yellow eyes rips into existence, a terrifying glimpse into the Lord's true demonic power. Dark, crackling purple energy explodes around Patrick, swallowing him in a vortex of power and glowing runes. At the same time, the Lord of the Labyrinth unleashes his full demonic might, his form wreathed in dark, purple energy, eyes burning with an infernal yellow glow. Amidst the chaotic surge of power, Patrick desperately yells for his boss to chill out, as the Lord's roar shakes everything. The sheer, overwhelming force of Swallow's unleashed power presses down, distorting the very air around him as his form begins to shift. Skeletal features emerging amidst a swirling vortex of dark purple energy, causing Patrick to cry out to his boss in alarm. But the monstrous aura expands, engulfing the area and causing Renee to scream in agony as she clutches her head, overwhelmed. The uncontrolled power tears at her, leaving her bleeding from the chest, a glowing pink crystal clutched desperately in her hand, leaving Patrick to wonder what she had just done. He shouts at Renee to get a hold of herself, ordering her to leave the escalating chaos to him. Even as he struggles to reach the rampaging monster through the oppressive energy, he knows he must act, despite the overwhelming odds. But the sheer, overwhelming force pushes him back, Swallow's power asserting its dominance. With a brutal, swift strike, the demonic arm connects, sending Patrick flying. He crashes hard, coughing blood, his armor visibly damaged from the impact. Amidst the lingering demonic chaos, Swallow's voice, a chilling whisper, demands Patrick defy his own resignation, a dark memory resurfacing. His raw, untamed power continues to rip through reality, leaving Patrick utterly bewildered, desperate for a path forward. Gazing into those terrifying, glowing eyes, he challenges the demon, "Are you trying to kill me too?" The demon's eyes burn brighter as he chillingly confirms the worst. Patrick, stunned, slowly raises his head, the gravity of the words sinking in. Then, a surprising shift, Swallow's voice drops, a raw apology for the destruction he's wrought. He then clarifies that he fully comprehends Patrick's desperate plea. But amidst the devastation, a new mystery emerges, glowing pink crystals litter the shattered earth. Swallow is absolutely drained, slumped over his desk, but he's got a new mission. He lets out a frustrated sigh, muttering about giving Patrick his favorite sword, then immediately catches himself, denying such a soft thought. But his mind quickly shifts to Renee, the unsung hero who handles all the insane monster debt management, clearing old ones, stopping new ones, and keeping the finances perfectly balanced. He admits the paperwork is almost wrapped up, but he's been pushing her too hard, becoming frighteningly demanding. A sudden realization hits him, he has to find her, and fast. Then, a truly devious idea sparks in his head, maybe cutting her pay is the secret to keeping her around. Slumped over his desk, the boss monster's mind was laser-focused on his missing subordinate, barking orders for Patrick to get her back, no matter what it took. Just then, Patrick, the ultimate loyal aide, stepped up, offering a skeletal hand that held a mysterious, glowing ring. This wasn't just any ring, it was a mana reflux device, glowing with soft blue energy, a game-changer for recovering mana and physical form after a demonic shift. Swallow snatched the item, his glowing eyes locked onto its complex tech, only to be told to forget the details, just know it cost a fortune. Patrick explained it wasn't as strong as his own reflux, but it would still pack a punch, especially for getting Swallow back on his feet after his demonic transformation. But the boss monster looked totally unimpressed, sarcastically asking if he could just grab it off the ground. Patrick, on his knees, begged his boss not to mess with the super valuable item, but Swallow just hummed, a wicked smirk playing on his lips. Clutching the ring, he muttered, "We'll just have to see about that." Later, with Swallow still on the mend, Patrick was literally carrying him, snapping that this was no casual walk in the park. Patrick drops a bombshell, reminding his boss he's got to be back in 5 days because 5 humans are on their way. Swallow pivots, a hint of annoyance in his voice, asking if Patrick really expects him back before the subjugation party even shows up, and Patrick just hits him with a blunt, "Yes, boss." His eyes scanning a truly grim, foreboding landscape, Swallow's mind races, dreading the chaos if he can't stop the invaders while he's away. A terrifying, swirling abyss seems to call to him, and he's got no clue what chaos will erupt once those humans hit that spot. With a decisive hand motion, Patrick doubles down on the 5-day limit, promising he'll be back and demanding his boss not forget it. A subtle blue energy crackles around Swallow, signaling his imminent departure. Then, with an explosive surge, he blasts off, leaving brilliant blue streaks in his path. With his eyes blazing with fierce resolve, he vows to bring Renee back within 5 days. As his boss blazes away, Patrick can't help but wonder if he's about to weaponize a human slave, yelling after him not to trash everything, because he absolutely hates the stench of dungeon monsters mixed with human villagers. He takes a powerful step, the very ground cracking under his force. His eyes blaze with an infernal glow as he vows to unleash absolute havoc if things go wrong, promising a devastating return. A monstrous, shadowy aura erupts around him, a terrifying glimpse of the destruction he's capable of. But a silent, almost mocking thought cuts through the intensity: stop acting cool. Meanwhile, back at base, Patrick lets out a heavy, resigned sigh. His metallic arm audibly clenching in frustration. His gaze falls upon a shocking headline: Renee, the Blade Maid, has been captured by humans, her very essence sealed within a mana stone. The grim details unfold, her supposed betrayal leading to her demise at their hands, and Patrick's mind races, foreseeing the impending disaster. A terrifying question echoes in his thoughts: what will the boss do when he hears this? A monstrous beast unleashes an earth-shattering roar, absolutely livid, screaming about these freaking bastards who dared to cross it. Back with Patrick, a terrifying premonition hits him like a truck, the sheer scale of the impending doom feeling like the end of the world. He can't believe it's happening, thinking it's way too early for humanity to just vanish. A wave of utter confusion washes over him, his mind reeling from the implications. Then, a sudden, explosive gasp rips through the silence, a moment of pure, unadulterated shock. His glowing blue eyes ignite with an almost terrifying intensity, reflecting the gravity of the situation. He's staring at a chilling report: the Dungeon Subordination Coalition is planning to raid the Ancients' core in just 3 days. But Patrick, ever the strategist, quickly calculates, declaring he could easily hold them off for at least 5 days, a fierce resolve burning within him. The ominous words on the document practically screamed the coming battle, setting the stage for an epic confrontation. He'd told Patrick, "Tear up that resignation letter you hid in your ribcage, I gave you that sword for a reason." But as his words echo, a chilling skeletal figure, eyes blazing electric blue, begins a grim countdown, a single, foreboding syllable escaping its maw. A sharp, sudden crack rips through the air as it lets out another sound, a guttural gasp of pure shock. Its electric blue eye snaps wide, a chilling realization dawning, and a raw curse rips from its bony throat. Suddenly, a deep, reverberating ding rips through reality, a seismic shift in the very fabric of existence. The world itself seems to tear open, revealing a boundless, azure sky, blazing with the raw power of the sun. Beneath that infinite expanse, a brutal, unforgiving desert unfolds, a wasteland carved by eons of raw power. Then, from the very heart of that desolate power, standing like a dark god atop a colossal, jagged peak, cloaked in an aura of absolute dominance, emerges Swallow, the unbeatable dungeon's lazy boss monster. Swallow hits the ground, face first, letting out a frustrated groan as he's dumped into yet another random location. He pushes himself up, grumbling, "Seriously, this is the third time I've been randomly teleported." A flashback hits him, Patrick's chilling words echoing, "The man is your problem, boss. Just don't use magic." He ponders the advice, a low, rumbling from him, deep in thought. His hand starts glowing with a faint purple energy, and he questions, is this all because of magic? But he's not giving up. With a determined jingle, he declares, "Still, might as well just try it one more time." He needs to find the coordinates, the exact spot Renee went to offload those mana stones. Slumped over a table, dark energy practically radiating off him, Swallow is fuming, muttering about how he gave Patrick a sword and expected him to shred that resignation letter he'd stashed away. Suddenly, the view snaps to the desolate, eerie town of Harston. Then, a chilling voice cuts through the silence, shocked to have actually met the demon it swore to destroy, and utterly baffled that someone could still be alive after everything, calling them incredibly lucky. And there she is. The source of that chilling voice, a powerful, regal demon, radiating a vibrant purple aura, perched on a throne, seemingly contemplating a glorious death. Her piercing, glowing yellow eyes lock onto something with an unnerving intensity, a low, guttural sound rumbling from her. But then, the young man steps forward, completely unfazed, and boldly declares that she's quite audacious for a demon. A cloaked figure, the mercenary leader, boldly proclaims his party's seasoned history, serving the Empire as a top-tier subjugation force. He doubles down, introducing his crew as the Duke's own elite mercenary party. With a heavy, echoing thud of his armored boots, the leader strides forward, making his presence known. His eyes blaze with a fierce yellow light, as he drops a chilling threat, their heads are destined for the contest grounds. Swallow. He scoffs at the indolent fools, then drops the bomb, he's the 17th head of the House of Amaranthus. As his power absolutely explodes, a vortex of swirling, raw purple magical energy erupts around him. He chants an ancient, forbidden incantation, the glowing words, Mel's Delymfagre manifesting right within the chaotic energy. With a final, earth-shattering surge, Swallow unleashes the full, devastating force of his magic. Swallow's yellow eye blazes with raw power, declaring his name and sealing his enemy's fate, "Bask in the glory of having heard my name, and die." But the mercenary leader? He just smirks, a chilling grin spreading across his face as he coolly retorts, "I'll take those words." Then, a cataclysmic burst of purple energy explodes from him, ripping through the very earth. He's not just attacking, he's channeling that raw power, shouting, "And give them right back to you, Demon King." And then, the full transformation. His true form erupts, demonic wings unfurl, a staff materializes, and he's engulfed in a colossal, pulsating purple aura. From that swirling, chaotic energy, razor-sharp magical constructs begin to coalesce, poised to obliterate. But the mercenary leader? He's unyielding, a shimmering barrier erupts, deflecting the first wave like it's nothing, scoffing, "She's blocked an ordinary spell." Gazing down at the audacity of his foe, Swallow coolly commands, "Leave support to the others, because he's about to personally school those who don't know their place." Then, with a final, earth-shattering roar, he unleashes a colossal, swirling vortex of purple destruction, screaming, "All of you! Burn and disappear!" Boom! Swallow's ultimate attack detonates, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of purple energy that absolutely engulfs the mercenary leader. He's sent flying, a ragdoll caught in the devastating magical explosion. A guttural roar of agony rips from the leader as the purple inferno just keeps pushing him back. His eyes are blazing yellow, fighting for every inch against the sheer, unbridled power. The purple energy just keeps expanding, a terrifying void threatening to swallow everything whole. But wait! With a furious tisk, the mercenary leader somehow digs his heels in, his yellow eyes still burning with pure defiance. He's not done yet. He coils, ready to unleash his own fury. "Hiyh," he screams, launching himself forward, sword blazing a path through the purple chaos. And then, a shocking transformation. His eyes flash an electric blue, and razor-sharp ice particles erupt around him. This isn't over. The mercenary leader explodes forward, his eyes blazing with icy blue power as razor-sharp ice shards manifest around him. A hailstorm of crystalline projectiles erupts from him, blasting straight towards his target. Swallow, his eyes now a furious yellow, braces for impact, unleashing a torrent of purple energy to counter. The raw power of their collision rips the very earth apart, sending massive chunks of debris soaring. Closing the distance in a flash, the mercenary leader unleashes a brutal kick, his leg now a weapon of pure, shimmering ice. A gigantic ice shard, supercharged by the blow, crashes into its target with a bone-jarring impact. His foot connects with devastating force, driving the attack home with a primal scream, HIYAH. Swallow's purple energy shield explodes under the icy impact, leaving him wide open to the relentless assault. With the ice barrage still incoming, Swallow unleashes a furious challenge. Are you seriously trying to get yourself killed fighting me? Two colossal ice shards, razor-sharp, tear through the atmosphere, aimed straight for him. Yet, in a flash, a shimmering golden barrier materializes, blocking the deadly assault, stunning the mercenary leader. A barrier? When did he? Even Swallow is caught off guard, muttering, I thought I dealt with that magician. The plot thickens. But the golden shield can't hold. It explodes in a blinding burst of light. Two terrified onlookers scramble away from the blast, one screaming, G.O. With the barrier gone, Swallow's eyes narrow, his hand igniting with raw, furious purple power. A dark scowl crosses his face, as he snarls, those insects. Then, with an explosive surge, he unleashes a devastating, purple energy blast. He explodes forward, a blinding torrent of vibrant purple energy absolutely erupting around him as his blade carves a path through the air. The mercenary leader lets out a desperate, drawn-out scream, as the overwhelming force of Swallow's attack absolutely crashes down on him. With a deafening crack, the purple energy slams into his ice shield, absolutely shattering it into countless fragments. The blast continues its relentless push, engulfing the mercenary leader completely in a maelstrom of purple power. He's ripped off his feet, tossed violently through the air by the sheer, unadulterated force of the impact. Crashing hard onto the ground, a pained, guttural groan escapes him. His armor is visibly shattered, and he lies crumpled, utterly defeated by the sheer, unexpected power. Still dazed, the mercenary leader can only manage a bewildered, disbelieving whisper, utterly stunned by the sheer, incomprehensible power he just encountered. Swallow stands over him, his yellow eyes absolutely blazing with fierce determination, the undisputed victor of this sudden, decisive clash. Boom! A cataclysmic force just ripped through the landscape, leaving behind a swirling vortex of dust and debris, still crackling with raw, ominous purple energy. And amidst the utter devastation, a figure lies utterly crushed, a sickening thud echoing their defeat. A mercenary scrambles to his leader's side, demanding if he's even conscious, only to get a weak, pained grunt in return. But another mercenary, absolutely stunned, can only stammer out questions about who just did this, utterly baffled that anyone else could even be here. Then, as the purple aura around him explodes, the mercenary stumbles back in pure terror, screaming that the original monster's party has finally shown up. A cold, hard truth slams into them. If this is the power they're up against, they're completely screwed. Just what kind of nightmare have they stumbled into? Amidst the swirling purple chaos and the utterly shattered earth, Swallow stands, an absolute titan of immense, terrifying power. And then, with chilling composure, he simply speaks, his voice slicing through the heavy, terrified silence. His bright yellow eyes blaze with an otherworldly intensity, as Swallow stares up, his face a mask of calm after unleashing absolute devastation. He stands victorious over the defeated, shadowy monster, a chilling question escaping his lips, just what kind of monster is this? The desolate, rocky landscape stretches out under a bruised, purple-tinged sky. As he gazes downward, a faint glow emanating from his form, a single thought echoing, where do you go? Suddenly, his eyes snap wide in surprise, a swirling purple energy flaring behind him as he exclaims, Harston is. His expression remains one of shock. Meanwhile, in a dark, cavernous space, three robed figures look up with expressions of awe and fear. As a striking female figure with vibrant pink hair, glowing eyes, and delicate butterfly wings appears before them, radiating an otherworldly presence. Suddenly, a voice booms, catching Swallow completely off guard, demanding answers. He quickly pieces it together, a demon king is involved, and he's being told to back off. But then, a truly epic sight. A majestic, winged being with blazing purple eyes descends, radiating raw power. Swallow's mind races, this isn't just any demon king, her energy is on a whole other level. No time to waste. He, Patrick, and Byrne brace themselves, ready to face whatever comes next from the formidable winged figure. His fury erupts. He shouts, demanding to know who dared to damage his castle. And just like that, the eruption squad rolls in, a massive force ready for a showdown. Burn suggests a joint attack on the Demon King, but Swallow shuts it down, declaring they have bigger priorities. Then, a direct challenge to the winged figure, Harston, he calls out, daring her to prove her worth beyond mere words. He stands firm, his allies at his side, as a voice from the approaching enemy line shouts a challenge, urging their forces to unleash their full power. The air crackles with anticipation, a palpable tension announcing that the battle is about to begin. It's on. Another enemy voice screams threats, promising pain and declaring this spot to be the Demon King's grave. They're not holding back. Swallow's patience wears thin, his eyes glowing with an ominous purple light. He's had enough. He mutters, deciding he must end this swiftly. No more games. Burn observes the escalating situation, realizing that any chance of negotiation has vanished. It's all-out war now. Patrick, ever loyal, offers a formal thanks to his master, while the approaching enemies begin to panic, sensing the shift in atmosphere. They know what's coming. With a surge of dark purple energy emanating from his hand, Swallow silences the clamor. He's done talking. His form becomes engulfed in a violent, swirling vortex of purple power, ready to unleash his full might. The Demon King is here. The power explodes, a violent, purple maelstrom absolutely ripping through the air. Black, inky tendrils of raw energy writhe and coil with terrifying speed. As reality itself seems to shatter into a void of scattered, glowing particles. The purple vortex goes absolutely wild, glowing rings of pure, unadulterated power forming and expanding with explosive force. And from the very heart of that chaos, Swallow's hand bursts forth, his face twisted in a primal scream of sheer, unbridled exertion. His entire being devoured by the overwhelming, monstrous force he's unleashing. Lightning-like arcs of demonic energy absolutely crackle around his form, a terrifying, earth-shattering display of unleashed might. Then, just as suddenly, the violent surge recedes, leaving behind only a dark, empty void. And an eerie, profound silence descends, broken only by the sound of a single, heavy gulp. But wait, from the fading darkness. The newly transformed Swallow glances around, a look of pure shock on his face. Burn and Renee are absolutely speechless, frozen in awe, as Swallow's original body lets out a tiny, recovering burp. The transformed Swallow reaches out a hand. Burn, finally snapping out of it, declares the power he just saw was absolutely insane. The transformed Swallow, now fully conscious, shouts with intense excitement. Burn and Renee are left reeling, wondering about their lord's true identity. They're silently asking themselves about his name and the secret to his incredible strength. He's barely conscious, a frustrated groan rumbling from him. While Renee is absolutely stunned, a sharp gasp escaping her as she witnesses the impossible. The newly manifested entity, a purple-haired powerhouse, casually clears its throat, apologizing for its lack of decorum. Then dramatically gestures, demanding their attention for a grand introduction. It boldly declares itself a legendary Demon King, the 17th descendant of Asmodeus, no less. And with an explosive burst of energy, it unleashes a devastating spell, the Lymphagria. The demonic form strikes a powerful pose, radiating pure, unadulterated magic. Its piercing yellow eyes burning with untold power. But the original Swallow? He's just lying there, absolutely hating every single second of this insane spectacle. Still processing the wild turn of events, he tries to get a word in, but before he can even finish his sentence, the little pink-haired companion next to him blurts out, but it's for the sake of intel. I'm Swall dash. He throws up a hand, trying to shut down the info dump, muttering, hold up. But the demonic manifestation, glowing with dark purple power, just keeps going, announcing, if I reveal my identity, it wouldn't be a secret anymore. Besides, there's no need to know, Yule. He then dramatically finishes his thought, Raunier. With glowing red eyes and an aura of pure power, the Demon King formally introduces himself, I'm Swallowed Raunier. The original Swallow, completely fed up, lets out a frustrated groan, his face a picture of pure disbelief. Swallowed Raunier, towering over the shattered landscape, smirks down at them, his entire being pulsing with an intense purple glow. Renee, still totally mesmerized by the sheer power, timidly asks, can I call you Lord Swallowed? And the Demon King just casually replies, aye if you want. While Swallow is still absolutely fuming, Swallowed Raunier just brushes off his reaction, saying, though it was rather overkill. Say less. Swallowed Raunier, ever the strategist, coolly justifies his actions, claiming the others were probably planning an attack. But Swallow, clearly fed up, fires back, I knew that. Didn't need your help anyway. But Renee, totally hyped, chimes in, you're a Demon King now. You should be super helpful. Then, with sparkling eyes, she asks, do you know the way to Harston? A question that instantly grates on Swallow's nerves. He acknowledges her, then with a dark grin, vows to use that damn call to wipe out any lingering enemies. But the Demon King cuts in, calmly telling Renee to hold on just a bit more. Renee's eyes go wide with excitement, her fangs practically sparkling. Both demon lords lock eyes, a palpable tension crackling in the air. Then, Swallow, a look of dawning horror on his face, blurts out, "What even is a Harston?" He's realizing Renee might have no clue where they're going. The 17th descendant of Asmodeus, with a smirk, confirms his worst fears, casually admitting he was just asking. Beneath an epic, star-filled expanse, a barren, rocky wasteland unfolds, revealing a world where only one mind truly comprehends the power of a hub. Standing firm in the harsh landscape, Swald Raunier cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know, "All right, then. Where is the closest human village from this place, the human village?" Without missing a beat, Renee processes the query, then declares, "As far as I know, the closest city is Liège." The name hits Swallow like a shockwave, his hand instinctively flying to his face in utter disbelief. Liège? The imperial capital Liège? A strategic map flashes, pinpointing the imperial capital Liège, a place that should only be near a human village. What in the world could have happened to him? Spotting his sudden distress, Renee whips around, her face etched with worry. What happened to Lord Swallow? Is something wrong? Then, a brilliant idea strikes her, and she shouts, "We overshot it by a mile. In that case, how about we just use the teleportation hub?" Still processing the shock, Swallow stares at her, his skepticism clear. "Wah! A hub? You don't know." An intricate, glowing device, a marvel of human ingenuity, is unveiled, a creation born from the very essence of human alchemy. He's locked onto the glowing, intricate device, demanding to know what it is, baffled by its ability to instantly warp people through space. Still on the ground, eyes glued to the tech, he's pushing for answers. "Is this the teleportation hub you were talking about?" And the answer drops, "It's in Liège." Suddenly, the scene shifts. Behold, the imperial capital Liège, a sprawling, ancient city, now revealed under the cloak of night. Trapped in a shadowy, high-tech chamber, Swallow's already questioning everything, wondering if the teleportation coordinates for Liège were even right. Then, with a flash, they're instantly in a bustling, old-world town. With ancient stone buildings and winding stairs hinting at centuries of secrets. Gazing up at the alien sky, he can't help but ask if this is actually Central Liège. Renee's voice crackles through, confirming this is the prime spot for intel, but a skeptical Swallow, though doubtful, knows he has to start his hunt here, trust or no trust. Swallow's attention is locked on Swald Raunier as she probes, asking if he'd been teaming up with some silver-haired dude. But she quickly pivots, promising to help him track down whoever he's looking for, telling him to chill out. Swallow, ever the pragmatist, then changes the subject, asking about her castle. A sly grin spreads across her face as Swald Raunier teases him, asking if he's worried about her, dropping the bomb that she's a descendant of pure evil. A wicked purple energy explodes around her as she flat out states she's a demon king, born to dominate, and her castle is totally irrelevant. Her power surges, as she reveals her dark secret, she feeds on the fear and despair of everyone nearby. Swallow, surprisingly chill, just asks if she can summon all demons, and she hits him back with a smug, "Exactly." With a playful smirk, Swald Raunier confesses she's never actually tried it herself, leaving Swallow utterly flabbergasted. Then, she just casually drops that her dad pulled it off, leaving Swallow completely stunned and bug-eyed. Reeling from the bombshell revelation, Swallow can only manage a weary, well, besides that. Back at the ominous castle, Swald, looking a bit sheepish, quickly apologizes, confessing, I'm sorry about that, and that there's no way I can do whatever was asked." She quickly tries to justify herself, declaring, "No, quite frankly it won't that great, and that humans were always causing chaos anyway." Swallow throws his hands up in exasperation, letting out a dramatic as he complains about the sheer struggle of running his castle without any help, exclaiming, "Have a hard time when the servant is not around to be able to manage my castle. You have to do it yourself like." Swald, perhaps a little overwhelmed by his outburst, meekly replies, "Oh, okay." While he continues his rant about having to do everything himself. But a strange unease settles in the air, a whisper of impending trouble. Is it just a feeling, or is something truly brewing? Soon after, the pair are spotted heading away from the castle, their intense discussion apparently wrapped up. A server's hand appears, delivering 2 overflowing mugs, with the cheerful declaration, "Here are your 2. The camera pans to reveal the glorious sight of 2 full mugs of beers. A perfect end to a stressful day. Slumped at a tavern table, a massive mug of ale in hand, he can't shake the feeling that his last chat with Swald Raunier was all too real. He takes a long, slow gulp, then hits Swald with the burning question, "What's the plan now?" Swald, on the other hand, chugs his entire drink, letting out a massive, satisfied "H." It's pure refreshment. He eyes Swald suspiciously, a thought burning in his mind, who even is this guy? Is he a spy? Suddenly, he throws a hand up, silencing the entire tavern, demanding everyone's attention, look and listen. Every single eye in the place snaps to him, the entire tavern falling silent. To him, this isn't just a crowd, it's a goldmine of raw, unfiltered intel. Swald, looking a little flustered, warns him to pick and choose what he actually listens to. Swallow shoots him a piercing glare, demanding, what exactly do you mean, pick and choose? A silent, intense thought consumes him, a memory of a sword and a hidden resignation letter for someone named Patrick. The past still weighs heavily. But then, something catches his eye, pulling him from his thoughts with a sharp, inquisitive, what's that? The tavern hums with life, a blur of patrons and scattered papers on the walls, a hidden world waiting to be discovered. Sitting down, his eyes lock onto a wall covered in documents, a sudden realization hitting him, whoa, I had no idea this was even here. Swald Rounier points to the wall, revealing the truth, this is the net I was talking about. And just like that, Swallow gets it, oh, you already understood it. A quick rustle of paper as they zero in on a specific detail, this is, bigger groups. The truth unfolds, it's a list of subjugation parties currently in the dungeons. He quickly connects the dots, I heard it's to prevent multiple parties from hitting the same dungeon. Swald Rounier challenges him with a smirk, didn't you say you never read my reports? Then, he drops the bombshell, if there were more than one, it'd be a full-blown conspiracy. A final rustle, and Swald Rounier's face twists into a grim smirk, his eyes burning as he declares, they're just walking right into a greed-fueled trap. Swald Rounier, with those piercing red eyes, challenges Swallow's use of US, demanding to know what he means, while Swallow, looking utterly confused, just asks for an explanation. Then, with a sly grin, Swald drops the bombshell, are you a dungeon demon too? And that hits Swallow hard, a visible shiver running through him as the implication sinks in. Swald's face twists in irritation, clearly thinking, seriously. This guy doesn't even get the fundamentals. He's practically fuming about having to dumb things down. But Swallow? He just brushes it off, straight up saying he's too lazy for all that complicated stuff and they should just drop it. Swald, after a beat, just sighs and gives in, figuring Swallow's got his own secrets he's not sharing. Swallow's eyes, those intense yellow orbs, are still lost in thought, clearly mulling over everything Swald just said. Then, his gaze snaps to a wall absolutely plastered with notices and papers, a total information overload. He scans the wall, taking in the sheer amount of info, and comments on how handy it is to have a full subjugation list right there. His eyes practically pop out as that net clicks into place for him, a genius system to stop dungeon parties from crashing into each other. Swallow's eyes scan the wall, but a purple-haired powerhouse is already hyped, practically yelling, show me, and throwing down a challenge, are you trying to say you are better than me? Without missing a beat, she whips out a document, declaring, okay. Here. Swald Rounier then drops the bomb, revealing it's a raid advertisement for the legendary 7 malevolent dungeons, the ones controlled by the Ancients. Her eyes practically glowing with excitement, the purple-haired woman shouts, of course I do. She's all in. Swald lays out the stakes, this document covers every single dungeon, and even the biggest idiots follow its rules, then he turns up the heat, asking, why, are you going to take that? The document practically screams its importance, declaring it's what every demon strives for. The purple-haired woman is practically vibrating, clutching the paper like it's the ultimate prize, her excitement off the charts. The document's text continues to reveal more, teasing among the ancient dungeons. And the big reveal? It states that the core of the ancient is the strength of them all. A swirling vortex of dark energy coalesces, a primal force that is its ruler, the lord of all creation. Even God's own guardian is consumed by fear before this power, for it stands as the absolute zenith of all other monsters. Swald Rounier's eyes practically explode with fervent excitement as she exclaims, Swallow. She continues, her voice absolutely bursting with awe, a ruler. One that's always struggling for power at that. Her gaze falls upon a document, a laser-focused intensity in her expression as she reveals, my favorite dungeon is the core of the ancient, you see. With a determined glint in her eye, she declares her burning ambition, want to be stronger. Her ultimate goal is crystal clear, if I get stronger, I'll be able to meet Lord Swallow in the future. A low murmur escapes him as he's hit with the revelation that he's meeting someone right now. Meanwhile, a drink sits, reflecting on the sheer wonder of unapproachable strength, a power she absolutely craves. Swald Rounier admits that Patrick was strong, too, a true demon king worthy of the throne, unlike her own perceived weakness. But she knows there are other demon kings out there, even stronger than him. A thought possibly echoed by Byrne, who also stares intently at the shadowy figure of immense power. Swallow, ever nonchalant, brushes off the question of who defeated the demon king, flatly stating he doesn't know and couldn't care less, a sentiment Swald Rounier quickly mirrors, declaring her own disinterest. She then clarifies her true, burning ambition, declaring she refuses to waste her life managing dungeons like her father. But instead, she just wants to empower her own demons, giving them the ability to forge their very own dungeons. Her long purple hair flows dramatically as she stands resolute in her groundbreaking vision. Swallowed Raunier, with those blazing red eyes, unleashes her fierce ambition, declaring she's going to get stronger and asking if that isn't just incredible. With a cool smirk, Swallow totally gets her youthful energy, agreeing that being young is, like, super nice. But then, a deep, ancient voice cuts in, revealing they were once just like that, way, way back, further than anyone could even remember. This voice remembers a time when they actually thought they were powerful enough to rule the entire world. A time when they were obsessed with mastering all knowledge. To literally become a god amongst mortals. But then, the voice laments, they threw it all away, becoming utterly pathetic. They let themselves get all emotional. There was a time, the voice concludes, when they poured absolutely everything into those grand ambitions. He stares into the abyss, a shocking truth hitting him hard, it was all pointless. Now, his ultimate life goal. Just to sleep all day long, chilling on top of a giant, snoozing monster. Head down on a mug at the table, he was out cold, while Swallowed Raunier shot him a seriously annoyed look. A little snore slipped out, and his companion let out a frustrated, huh. Then, he snapped awake, eyes bugging out as Swallowed Raunier's voice sliced through the air, are you asleep? The question just hung there, loaded with pure disbelief and annoyance. Fully awake now, he spotted a paper on the table, a subjugation request that had just been sitting there since yesterday, totally forgotten. His eyes went wide with shock, while Swallowed Raunier couldn't believe the request was just sitting there, as Patrick, the undead butler, just kept serving in the background. With a sudden burst of energy, he grabbed the hammer, announcing he was picking up the request right now to check it out. After getting called out for his slacker ways, Swallow fires back, declaring he's finally making a change. But a voice warns him about the Empire's inspectors, reminding him of the serious trouble he could be in. His focus then snaps to a massive scroll, revealing a brand new subjugation request. The document lays it all out, the target is the core of the ancient, in the 7 Malevolent Dungeons, a super high-ranked challenge that demands Imperial inspection clearance and a massive 31-member party, all under the leadership of Refers. A new day dawns over the city, but something's definitely off. But inside, someone's just waking up, and it looks like they had a rough night. A hand shoots up to his head, a massive UGH escaping him as he tries to get up. Purple hair, yellow eyes, he's definitely feeling it, muttering, my head. With pure agony. Swallowed Raunier finally gets up, and his butler, Patrick, with those glowing blue eyes, is right there, shouting, why you awake, and then getting all sentimental, Sir Swallowed, I thought you were gone, memories. Swallowed just stares at his hand, a casual, yeah, I guess so yesterday, as if nothing happened. But Patrick is totally confused, his glowing eyes practically popping out as he demands, why are you surprised, Sir Swallowed? Swallow jolts awake on his throne, his bright yellow eyes flaring with pure confusion as he stares at his hands, a shocked cry ripping from him. He's totally questioning reality, wondering if his eyes are just giving out. But then, an unseen voice drops a bombshell, demanding to know why he suddenly looks like a little kid. A tiny, pink-haired demon with horns freaks out, totally blown away by the insane transformation. Swallow's own hands, now tiny and rocking golden bracelets, scream the shocking truth, he's been de-aged. The tiny, pink-haired demon is not having it, fiercely denying they're just some little kid. Swallow finally puts it all together, staring at the tiny demon, realizing he's also been hit with the de-aging spell. He just casually grabs the little demon's head, who instantly calls him out for being rude, while Swallow just groans, complaining about the pain. The little demon keeps wailing in pain, still totally upset about being manhandled. The demon girl drops a bombshell, revealing her previous, more mature look was just a version 2, a power-up she used so her lord wouldn't think less of her. She's back in her stunning, adult form, radiating confidence. Only to instantly shrink back to her child form, shouting, is this version 1? Swallow, looking totally wrecked in his new kid body, is trying to wrap his head around this. Wait, so your real form was the one from yesterday, but this is your real form? She reaches out, confirming his guess, yes, then immediately backpedals, and no, that's not it. Then she hits him with a classic, asking why he looks so tired, wondering if he snuck a midnight snack without her, and all he can manage is a defeated, ha. Her frustration boils over as she yells about her real appearance. And then bam. She's back in her adult, version 2 form to drive her point home, so basically, when I grow up, I'll be this awesome version 2, got it? Swallow, completely over it, just sighs and says, yeah, okay. He lets out a defeated sigh, mumbling, understood, Sir Swallowed. Yeah, fine. Whatever. But then, the demon girl cuts him off, her voice booming, I don't need your answer. She then huffs about her outfit, ugh. I seriously need new clothes, secretly fuming about being treated like a kid. And with a fierce glare, she warns, all right. I won't let this slide. Suddenly, we're transported to a whole new place, the magnificent Harston Earldom. A huge, fancy estate with a giant, golden gate and a massive mansion. While the heavy clanking of armored boots echoes closer to the entrance. An armored warrior confronts the gates, their voice echoing with power, "Earl Harston, listen up." They then shout a direct order, "Open these gates now and accept the subjugation treaty." A chilling declaration echoes, proclaiming the arrival of a formidable force from Lays, here to conquer the ancient world's very heart. Armored figures on horseback charge forward. As a powerful figure questions the origin of these official papers. The document's chilling truth, sent yesterday, by the shadowy Third Eye. This Third Eye, a faction directly controlled by Asmodeus himself, sends shivers down his spine. Earl Atark, the Lord of Harston, is well aware that dungeons beat 87 and beat 88 require his explicit permission for entry. Yet this message brazenly ignores all protocols, feeling less like a request and more like a direct declaration of war. He crushes the paper, fury in his grip. His expression turns to stone. Earl Atark, the Lord of Harston, is absolutely seething, his gaze locked on the official papers. The subjugation party and this Lord of the Ancient are about to learn who they're messing with. He lets out a sharp, dismissive scoff, thinking, seriously? A subjugation from the Lord of the Ancient? That's just asking for trouble. He'd never even heard of these guys before, these third-eye punks. What in the world were they even thinking, trying to pull this off? If they even think about touching the Lord of the Ancient, it won't be his territory facing a crisis, it'll be theirs. Then, a brilliant idea hits him, why not just demand a stronger subjugation party? One that can actually deal with the Lord of the Ancient. He mulls it over, his face set with fierce determination. While he's deep in thought, Swallow cuts in, reminding him that he already has the perfect solution right in front of him. Itark's eyes blaze with a faint blue energy as the realization hits him, a powerful yes echoing in his mind, if it's a wind, then it's absolutely doable. He'd already stockpiled a massive haul of high-quality, mysterious mana stones, the perfect fuel for his ultimate magic tower. Even with the rapid growth of mana, suppressing the Ancient's core seemed impossible, but what if the rumors were actually true? The whispers spoke of a terrifying entity, a creature known only as the original monster. Its maw, filled with razor-sharp teeth, could devour all opposition. Earl Atark, his resolve hardening, commanded his subordinates to send someone to the capital with a request right away, demanding a large sum and fame in his name. He declared that he must suppress the core of the Ancient as soon as possible, his expression grim and determined. Suddenly, a hand reached out, pushing open his chamber door as a voice cried out, "You can't go in there." Itark turned, surprised by the intrusion, as the newcomer questioned, "Are you Lord Itark?" A new player just dropped. This figure is walking in like they own the place, no hesitation, pure confidence. Straight up, no chill. Earl Atark is blindsided, asking, "Who are you?" But the new guy just drops a bombshell, "Since I gave you that sword, I want you to tear up that resignation letter you hid in your ribcage, Patrick." Talk about a power move. Itark is still trying to process, demanding, "Why no heads up?" But the intruder just shrugs it off, "Oh, don't you get notifications from the Imperial Senate?" This guy is playing on a whole other level. Itark's eyes are practically glowing with intensity as he fires back, "Why, is there a reason we can't come?" He's not backing down. The new guy just holds his gaze, radiating pure menace. And Itark is visibly shaken, a chill running through him as he senses the raw, untamed power, "No. What bloodthirst, and from one so young." He whispers, his eyes flaring with alarm. "This kid is dangerous." Switching gears completely, another voice cuts through the tension, laid back and demanding, "Hey, we're going to eat, right? What's with that face? Smile, smile. And I want to eat something sweet." The purple-haired boss isn't done yet, adding to his order, "Give me some tea and snacks, and chocolates too." He knows what he wants. And with a final, decisive order, "Hurry and prepare them." A quick nod, and it's done. This guy gets things done. The boss monster, Swallow, casually drops a bombshell on Patrick, his voice a low murmur from somewhere unseen, "I gave you that sword, so you better shred that resignation letter you've been hiding." Back in the Earl's lavish chambers, Itark cuts straight to the chase, demanding answers from his uninvited guests. Byrne, cool as ice, introduces himself and Lord Swald Rounier, then drops the mic with their true mission, they're here to crush the concept of the enemy. Itark, clearly impressed by their speed, pushes for details, wanting to know their departure date. Byrne, ever so nonchalant, explains they were supposed to bounce today, but a last-minute snag means they're leaving tomorrow. "Cool with you?" he asks. Unfazed by the change of plans, the Earl pivots to hospitality, offering up a feast of sweet treats for them to indulge in. Byrne, mid-crunch on a cookie, waves off the concern, assuring the Earl they've got it covered and will be out tomorrow. A hint of suspicion flashes across the Earl's features as he probes, wondering if Byrne has some local connections. Byrne's face gives nothing away as he deadpans, "Oh, it's definitely not for anything polite." And then, the chilling truth drops in his mind, just to kill them all. Swallowed Rounier's face twists into a chilling, predatory smirk. As he confronts Byrne, who can only stare back, utterly blindsided, demanding to know what he means. That smirk only grows wider, as he casually reveals his magical eavesdropping was almost too easy. Byrne's face drops, a wave of realization washing over him, as he understands his entire strategy has been laid bare. Swallowed then throws down the gauntlet, mocking him for thinking they'd just roll over and surrender. With his eyes burning with pure malice, he coldly states that anyone who gets in their way will be wiped out. Then, with a chilling smile, he turns to Byrne, implying this brutal solution actually works out for him too. With a flick of his wrist, Swallowed mockingly apologizes for his oversight, then dares Byrne to kick off the war whenever he feels like it. Meanwhile, completely unbothered by the looming war, Swallow just chills, taking a bite out of his cookie. Patrick, lost in thought, mutters a chilling reminder of his unbreakable oath, "Since I gave you that sword, I want you to tear up that resignation letter you hid in your ribcage, Patrick." The memory dissolves, giving way to a stark, desolate vista, where the hilt of a massive greatsword pulses with an eerie, ethereal glow. And Patrick stands, a towering figure now, fully encased in his formidable Death Knight armor. His armored boot planted with unyielding resolve, while dust motes dance in a heavy, expectant air. A silent, chilling thought cuts through the stillness, declaring that the moment is nearly upon them. His skeletal visage, eyes burning with an intense blue light, remains utterly impassive, as he patiently, menacingly, awaits their arrival. Slumped over his desk, Swallow lets out a low murmur, remembering the epic moment he gave Patrick that sword, and the absolute command to shred that resignation letter he'd been holding onto. Swallow and his mysterious purple-haired companion are on the move, navigating through a vibrant, bustling city. He's got a feeling about this place, muttering, that it all seems oddly familiar. Then, a massive, imposing structure looms ahead, screaming that they've finally arrived. They both stare up at the incredible, detailed architecture, its sheer size dominating the skyline. Byrne catches up, eager to hit the teleportation hub, but Swallow reminds him it's still a long, long way off. He quickly clarifies that the massive building they're looking at is just the entrance. A map pops up, revealing the teleportation hub is way up north, meaning a massive detour through 3 more cities just to get there. He turns to his companion, demanding to know if this journey is going to drag on. His companion calculates quickly, then drops the bombshell, "If you're walking, it's gonna be a whole week." A week? The sheer audacity of the answer hits him like a truck, his face contorting in pure disbelief. Even the maid is utterly baffled, a giant question mark practically hovering over her head. He mentally screams, picturing the Death Knight in action, "No way. That's way too late." His face twists in a grimace, the terrifying realization dawning, "Forget Renee, at this pace, Patrick's gonna bail on me." Renee pipes up, "Oh, no mana," and his companion backs her up, confirming that holding back their power is a serious issue, leaving him fuming. He knows unleashing his mana could unleash pure chaos. Walking away, Renee can't resist a playful jab, "Haha. Looks like you two are in deep trouble." Just as Swallow's frustration peaks, an elderly figure steps forward, dropping a casual apology for the broken teleportation gate and then, with a knowing look, asks if he can help. He then drops a bombshell, revealing himself as Belver, the legendary flying merchant, ready to solve their problems. But Swallow's not easily fooled, his mind immediately jumping to the possibility of a conman trying to pull a fast one. Yet, the situation is dire, and he can't deny the desperate need for help, so he reluctantly admits Belver is right. Without missing a beat, Belver whips out a mysterious parchment, unrolling it with a flourish for Swallow to see. And what is it? None other than a secret map to the teleportation gate, a direct shortcut to the capital. Swallow absorbs the intel, but a wave of pure disgust hits him, the implications clearly not sitting well. But Belver, ever the smooth talker, quickly reassures him, vowing to get them there safely. Then, a shocking detail from Belver's words hits Swallow like a lightning bolt, making him blurt out a question about the humanoid homunculus experimentation finally being over. He ponders, understanding the Empire would never give up this kind of power. But wait, there was a strange story about humanoid homunculi, created through some crazy scaling process. Swallow's eyes gleam with a sudden realization, demanding, "Wait, is that from 150 years ago?" The merchant nods, confirming the humanoid homunculus experimentation ended then, and the results were surprisingly tough. A century and a half, a massive amount of time, had flown by since her creation. Swallow looks away, deep in thought, the weight of this new information hitting him hard. He eyes the merchant, suspecting a lie about the gate, then asks, "So, how long until we hit the hub?" Belver states it's a 3-day trip, but a flight inspection is absolutely crucial, a must for safety. Swallow, holding a glowing orb, asks about the price, and the merchant casually drops the bomb, just 8 ounces of gold. The price tag for staying here? A mind-blowing 800 ounces of gold. Swallow is absolutely floored by the insane cost. But wait, there's more. Swallowed Rounier is also getting hit with a massive bill. The accelerator is literally 100 times pricier for him. His maid, looking distraught, can only apologize, confessing she doesn't have that kind of cash. Back to Swallow, a lonely coin clinks as he stares down, sarcastically wondering if he looks like a rich guy. Then, out of nowhere, he's holding a crumpled note, totally bewildered. It's a note from Patrick, promising that one day, his clumsy boss will be super grateful. And with the message? An order to grab 200 gold to restock his cache, with a shiny pile of coins right there. The clear blue sky looms over the city, signaling new adventures ahead. Soaring high above the city, a lone figure cut through the azure expanse, a quiet thought echoing in his mind. Then, a voice sliced through the silence, demanding answers with a shocked, almost hostile edge. Swallowed Rounier's fiery red eyes blazed, his voice sharp as he demanded to know the source of such immense wealth. Looking utterly unbothered, he casually revealed that an associate had funded him, all thanks to the dungeon's monster demand. Still soaring through the city's towering canyons, Swallowed couldn't help but push, baffled by his rival's seemingly boundless freedom. A knowing smirk touched his lips as he pondered if his response had hit the mark. Moments later, now settled in a luxurious carriage, Swallowed kept digging, wondering if this mysterious associate was another outcast. A pang of longing crossed Swallowed's features as he confessed his deep envy, acknowledging that even as rivals, the protagonist lived life to the absolute fullest, a freedom he desperately craved. His eyes burning with newfound determination, he declared his unwavering resolve to forge a life mirroring his rivals. He's thinking about a life where he'd actually have to look after people. A slight frown on his face. A soft murmur escapes him. Meanwhile, under a vast, clear sky, the city of Curvy Rose stretches out, a bustling hub of gold and pleasure. A hand reaches out, gesturing towards a sign that reads, Count of Gold and Pleasure Curvy Rose, as a voice begins to speak. His glowing red eyes narrow as he demands, You're telling me we can't use the exhibition hub now? Swallowed Rounier stands before Earl Atark, demanding an answer, his expression stern. Back with the Demon Lord, he looks away, a sense of regret in his voice as he admits, I'm ashamed, Sir Swallowed. Earl Atark drops a bombshell, revealing the auction house was locked down for security, and only after the auction wrapped up, was the exclusive exhibition hub finally accessible. But Swallow's mind races, this wasn't just any auction, a super rare item must have been submitted to cause such a lockdown. The mysterious, beheading Fong, an item nobody had ever heard of, just popped up out of nowhere days ago. This, Masterpiece 34 of 36, was auctioned off with a winning bid specifically designed to stop any infiltrators from messing with the hub. Staring intently at a drawing alongside a tiny, purple-haired companion, Swallow mutters, he can't shake the feeling he's seen this somewhere, but where? A jolt of recognition hits him, his eyes snapping wide open as he gasps, wait, that item belongs to his associate. Earl Atark, oblivious to Swallow's revelation and still ranting about the exhibition hub, dismisses him, he's not buying it, Swallow must be wrong. He doubles down, absolutely convinced Swallow is mistaken. But Swallow knows the truth, a chilling certainty, there's only one beheading Fong in existence. He's slumped over, a low murmur escaping him, a memory from the past clawing its way back. He's piecing it together, a conversation flashing back, as he grapples with the auction's fallout. There's only one in existence, but how did it end up being auctioned? He flashes back to Sir Swallowed and Renee, the question burning in his mind. The beheading Fong itself, a legendary weapon, burns in his thoughts, a blade he knows all too well. His eyes ignite with a fierce, undeniable truth. No way, it's Renee. He's running through the scenarios, the sheer impossibility of it all. Not even the strongest, most evil dungeons could stand against her. There's absolutely no way Renee would have been forced to give it up. A vivid memory of Renee, fierce and unstoppable, flashes, her power radiating. He remembers her legendary title, a badge of her incredible prowess. They don't call her Blade Maid for nothing. The truth hits him like a cold wave, a stark, chilling thought. Blade, of course. A new, deeply unsettling question forms in his mind, was Renee even carrying the blade when she vanished? He flashes back to Renee, a force of nature even in a simple red dress, her kick sending him soaring. How many hidden weapons did she truly wield? Did she even unleash the beheading Fong's full power? Patrick was a death knight, sure, but he was no match for Renee's raw combat prowess. Renee was on another level entirely. He pondered the terrifying question, what remains of the Blade Maid when her very blades are ripped away? A nearby attendant recoiled, feeling the sheer pressure of his escalating fury. Then, the horrifying realization hit him, could Renee actually have been defeated? By mere humans? His fist exploded with dark power, ready to shatter worlds. His eyes blazed with an infernal, purple light, his true, monstrous form threatening to break free. As his fury mounts, a primal, demonic energy surges within him, his eyes flaring with an intense, malevolent yellow glow, ready to unleash chaos. The thought of Renee being defeated by such insignificant beings ignites a murderous intent, a silent roar echoing in his mind, by mere humans. The disrespect is palpable. A dark, purple aura begins to emanate from him, his resolve hardening as he mentally commands, "Get killed." This is the birth of true, unadulterated rage. The intense surge of power slowly recedes, leaving behind a lingering sense of dread, a promise of future destruction. A dark thought ignites a simmering fury within him, the mere idea of Renee being killed. The sheer audacity of it, to be defeated by a mere human, sends a jolt of shock and disbelief through Swald Raunier, who screams in anguish. A terrified subordinate recoils, screaming, "Don't come any closer, you monster." The protagonist's internal monologue continues, a chilling resolve hardening his expression, "For me to ever get beaten here." Purple lightning crackles around him, his form shrouded in dark energy, as his eyes ignite with an ominous yellow light. He stares forward, a chilling question hanging in the air, "Don't you think," as the subordinate desperately cries out, "Sir Swald." His demonic transformation intensifies, his glowing yellow eye now framed by emerging horns, a clear sign of his escalating, terrifying rage. Swald Raunier, visibly distressed by the raw power, desperately tries to intervene, "Sir Swald. Calm down." A hand clamps down on a shoulder, desperately trying to shake Sir Swald awake, demanding he snap out of whatever trance he's in. With dark, shadowy energy practically exploding around him, Swallow looms, a terrifying presence, as the purple-haired woman frantically demands answers. His glowing yellow eyes burn with an otherworldly intensity, as he chillingly states he'll only answer to the overseering hands, the ultimate, heartless masterpiece, pulling the strings. Staring up at his terrifying, glowing eyes, the woman presses him, asking if there's really only one of these masterpieces in existence. Still radiating pure, unadulterated shadow energy, Swallow stands his ground, an unstoppable force, his presence overwhelming. With absolute certainty, he confirms that, based on everything he knows, there's only one. Her face etched with worry, the woman presses him, demanding to know why he's suddenly so obsessed with this masterpiece. His eyes still blazing with an unyielding resolve, Swallow declares he's been on the hunt for it, stating it belongs to his friend, and he absolutely has to find it. With a sharp, dismissive motion, he cuts her off, telling her she's no longer needed, giving a cold, quick thank you for her brief help. He looms over the defeated Swald Raunier, a chilling murmur escaping his lips as he declares his path forward is now crystal clear. Shadowy tendrils of pure darkness erupt around him, his voice dripping with an unnerving, cold detachment. The ominous energy around him explodes, as he issues a chilling warning to get out of his sight, now. With a contemptuous flick of his foot, he makes it clear, "Get lost." He spins to confront the purple-haired figure, who dares to question his cryptic talk about a silver-haired woman. His yellow eyes blaze with terrifying intensity, as he declares the existence of a warrior wielding overseering hands and crafting heartless masterpieces. The figure he's talking to? None other than the legendary Blade Maid, Lady Renee. But he couldn't care less, completely focused on his relentless pursuit. His demonic power absolutely explodes, his face twisting into a terrifying transformation, those glowing yellow eyes burning with an unyielding, primal resolve. Swallow, with his eyes blazing yellow and power surging, stares down the defeated demon, confirming his suspicions with a chilling certainty. With a dark, crackling aura surrounding him, he leans in, demanding to know everything. A chilling, mocking laugh echoes as he shrugs off any intimidation, boldly stating that no vicious voice can scare him. His demonic transformation accelerating, he locks eyes, making it clear he needs to know exactly who he's dealing with. But elsewhere, a crucial detail emerges, Lady Renee is the fierce guardian of the enigmatic overseering hands. Her authority is absolute, described as the highest of the high. Back to the intense standoff, Swallow, now fully demonized with horns and blazing eyes, corners Swald Raunier, making a shocking deduction about his link to the heartless masterpiece. His voice booming with raw power, he proclaims himself the master of the core of the ancient and the overseering hands. Pure, unadulterated dark energy explodes from him, a terrifying display of his unleashed demonic power. The air crackles with tension after his bold claim, a silent challenge hanging heavy. But then, with a smirk, he drops the mic, confirming, "Yeah, I'm Swallow." Out of nowhere, a voice bursts in, totally hyped and convinced, underling. "I knew it." Swallow just stands there, back to us, processing the sudden call-out. A deep thought crossing his mind. Renee, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, gets right up in his face, practically yelling, busted. I totally caught you." She's practically glowing with self-assurance, bragging, "Don't even sweat it, my deduction skills are off the charts." Right next to him, she keeps going, her voice now all business, "I know exactly what mess you're in right now. So I'll help you out, but it's gonna cost you. But Swallow just gives her the side eye, retorting, you sure you're thinking straight? Renee's grin stretches wider, a playful jab in her tone as she points out it wasn't just some logical demon who flinched, but the Demon King himself. She calls him out, saying that showing fear is just too much, making Swallow recoil. Oh, that face, she exclaims, declaring this is the real Sir Swald she knows. She continues, mocking his previous sullen, duped, and scared state, and all the weird stuff coming off him. She's totally stoked he's back to normal, offering her help and telling him to chill. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she lays down the law, never use that voice with her again, and she wants a promise. The scene cuts, showing the feet of multiple figures standing together. The auction day was here, and Byrne was already posted at the main entrance of the massive estate, a mysterious cloaked figure right by his side, taking in the epic surroundings. But the real action was brewing at the back entrance of this lavish place, where a single armored guard was holding down the fort. He was on high alert, scanning the deserted area, thinking, seriously? I was ready for a fight, but it's a ghost town. Then, out of nowhere, a figure with dark purple hair and a seriously fancy cloak just materialized, making the guard wonder, what's even the point of standing guard here? The purple-haired Swald Rounier, cool as ice, just dropped this, we're here for the auction. Mind if we use this door? His ridiculously detailed outfit was practically glowing with magic, screaming, I'm a big deal. Swallow was right there, watching as Swald Rounier's eyes flared with a menacing red glow, then he just laid it out, alright, but first, who are you? Name, please. Swallow, ever the boss, coolly introduces himself as the Lord of House Agria, casually presenting Swald Rounier to the unsuspecting guard. The guard, clearly caught off guard, stammers, needing a second to compute the situation. He's totally flustered, muttering the names in disbelief. Swald Rounier, with a sly smirk, cuts in, pretending to be shocked, then drops the loaded question, got an invitation, buddy? The guard, completely lost, tries to explain that the invitations aren't there. While the guard is still tripping over his words, Swallow's already on the move, done with the pleasantries. Then, in a flash of blue power, he slams into the guard's arm, launching him through the air with one brutal hit. The guard's face twists in pure agony and disbelief, the force of the blow shattering his composure. He looms over the downed guard, hand crackling with dark energy, and drops the ultimate mic drop, consider this your VIP pass to the afterlife. He just stands there, absolutely silent. But Swald Rounier just had to poke the bear, telling him to dress his age, which he immediately shuts down, absolutely refusing to be called a kid. And with a flick of his wrist, Swallow shoves something at the demon, demanding he put it on right now. Then, a sudden, jarring cut. Elsewhere, under a sky the color of fresh blood, a terrifying castle looms, a dark silhouette against the horizon. This is Chart Castle, and something's wrong, Renee, the narration warns, can no longer endure. Inside, a lavish chamber is drenched in that same eerie crimson light, hinting at something deeply unsettling. As a hand gently touches her face, the chilling narration whispers of returning to the core of the ancient. 80 years ago, everything changed. The world was engulfed in flames, a raging inferno devouring everything in its wake. The destruction was total, turning the once lush Grapima forest. Now, amidst the crumbling grandeur of a forgotten ruin, Swallow's thoughts drift, a silent apology to his granny for the catastrophe, a future he never saw coming. He ponders the sheer speed of it all, and the bitter truth that he hadn't exactly been a hero to anyone. The very soul of the forest, Grapima herself, confronts him, her emerald hair a tempest, her eyes burning with raw, untamed power. She reveals the truth, the ancient core had twisted the forest into an impenetrable magical fortress, and every human who dared protect the fire demon was part of the scheme. Swallow knows he has to win her over, to make a good impression, a silent vow echoing to his granny. His power was fading, he thought, clutching a gruesome organ, but what did that even mean for him? Peering through the cell bars, he saw it all, and somehow, it just made sense. The longer he stared, the more fascinated he grew by this homunculus. Trapped and helpless, she was a non-human, but looked just like a human. With his glowing gaze locked on her, he wondered if he should just finish her off too. Can't leave witnesses, but then, a new idea sparked. Reaching out to her cell, he told her she was free to go. His eyes still burning, he just couldn't bring himself to be impulsive. The prison bars exploded, but he warned her he wouldn't help her get out of here. Swallow watches Renee, his mind racing. Is she really stuck, or is freedom just a mindset? Then, he drops a bombshell, telling her straight up that it's all on her, Lello. Renee, the homunculus, stares up from her prison, her face a total shocker. He keeps going, laying out the truth, her master didn't ditch her, and with no other monsters around, it had to be her own doing. With a subtle glow from his hand, he declares that pure curiosity is what landed her in this mess. The magic holding her captive starts to crack, and Renee can only stare, eyes glued to the action. Barrier gone, she wastes no time, reaching out into the newfound freedom. With the seal shattered, a voice echoes, Lel, Lo. This Lelo wasn't just any name, it was the title of a maid who served the 17th descendant of Asmodeus, a badge of honor for the most skilled among them. The current Lelo was a seasoned headmaid, but the homunculus emerging from the darkness had never once been graced with that title. Because for beings like her, names were simply not given. But then, because of this very truth, she now stood unleashed in the radiant chamber. With the floor ablaze with light, the voice boomed once more, Lelo. Her vibrant green eyes snapped open, gazing up in pure astonishment at the unexpected call. Still processing the name, Lelo, she snaps her head up, a shockwave of realization hitting her. But her expression quickly shifts to worry as she learns the ancient subjugation party is closing in on the core, and she can't help but wonder if this privilege is even real. Suddenly, a dark, hooded figure cuts in, making it crystal clear, Renee is not going back to the ancient. He clarifies, saying he's not forcing her, he values her happiness, but then drops the bomb, he values his own happiness even more. His eyes narrow, a chilling resolve hardening his gaze as he vows, if those two are involved, I'll kill them myself. A terrifying, serpentine beast with glowing yellow eyes manifests, a chilling warning echoing, if they find out you were tricked, they'll chew you up. Standing over a mountain of fallen enemies, his eyes blazing with raw power, Swallow declares, I'll kill them all. Burn drops some serious wisdom, if you're gonna tie the knot, shadows, you better wipe out every trace. He doubles down, forever. It doesn't need to be perfect, even if it's cursed. Patrick's got your back, he'll handle it. Elsewhere, Swald Raunier is making big declarations, the ancient subjugation is gonna wipe the slate clean for a whole new era in the ancient world. Burn, still focused, repeats, if you're gonna tie the knot, it's gotta be now. A quiet thump, and Renee subtly shifts, taking it all in. Swald Raunier then announces, Renee's heading somewhere far off for some fresh air. He presses on, all I can say is, you don't need to get involved. Is she really going alone? Renee, with a quiet thought, concludes, Renee's fine. Thanks for the concern, Bathory. Renee's piercing demand echoes, where is my blade? Her voice sharpens, a final, chilling ultimatum hanging in the air. Towering over the cowering figure, she commands him to spill every secret. Under immense pressure, the man cracks, divulging that the legendary blade of Wings Fong was handed over by the infamous magic tower of Harston, the Wings. Desperate, he cries out, swearing he knows nothing more, begging for mercy. Swald Raunier, his eyes gleaming, processes the intel, confirming the name, Harston, Wings. With the truth extracted, Renee coolly spares the man's life. She then strides away. Her departure punctuated by decisive footsteps. Whispering in sheer terror, Byrne curses the bastards, his mind racing, desperately trying to figure out what he could have possibly done to deserve this nightmare. As he recoils in pure dread, Swald Raunier materializes, chillingly calm, telling him he's done absolutely nothing wrong. But his glowing red eye and surging dark energy scream a different story, as he chillingly corrects himself, confirming Byrne has done something terribly wrong. With a terrifyingly calm demeanor, Swald explains that Byrne simply had the absolute worst luck of catching his attention. Dark energy swirls menacingly around his hand, as he demands to know what Byrne is doing in his territory. His gaze absolutely unwavering, Swald asks if Byrne has ever dared to call his actions massacre or slaughter. The demonic power absolutely explodes, his glowing red eye burning with an infernal, jagged light amidst swirling dark energy. With chilling, surgical precision, Swald then asks if Byrne feels even an ounce of remorse for the monsters he's annihilated. Absolutely overwhelmed by sheer terror, Byrne can only stammer, desperately asking if he truly did anything wrong at all. His bright yellow eyes burning with resolve, Swallow lets out a guttural, "No." There's no turning back now, it's too late to just sit around, he's all in. This is his driving force, the very reason he's here. Then, a sudden cut to an intense auction, as a voice shouts, alright, 35 billion ounces of gold, who's in? The bids are flying, rocketing to 39.8 billion, then a massive leap to 60.7 billion. Another hand shoots up, locking in that insane bid of 60.7 billion. But someone else instantly UPS the ante, screaming, 70 billion. The auctioneer's hype is real, we've got 70 billion on the table. The entire room erupts in gasps, everyone's jaws dropping at the insane numbers. But Swallow, completely unfazed, turns to Renee and casually asks, hey, just for kicks, can you announce it's a girl? Renee, ever the pragmatist, deadpants, we're here to bid, not to mess around. A white-haired woman with a mechanical arm is all smiles, but her words cut deep, yeah, I can't seem to join hands with you, Garrett. But let's meet the players. First up, the Black Tiger Guild executive, Owen Historia, looking sharp and ready. And right next to him, the formidable tracker, Garrett, is all business, watching every move. A distinguished gentleman in the crowd, wine glass in hand, is ready to wrap things up, declaring it's time for a delicious meal, and wondering if anyone else dares to bid. But then, a low tsk cuts through the air as Swallow, still kneeling, makes a shocking declaration: "I will give the treasure and end this auction." Talk about a power move. His eyes blaze with a terrifying red glow, as he throws down the gauntlet, says who? The tension is palpable. Then, a monstrous, blood-red aura explodes from him, unleashing a primal scream that shakes the very foundations of the hull. The dark energy crackles and bursts, a terrifying shadow monster forming behind him, his red eyes glowing with raw, untamed power. His power crushes everyone, sending the white-haired woman and Garrett reeling in pure terror, their faces screaming in fear as they're forced to submit to his overwhelming might. Swallow's dark power absolutely explodes, a swirling, oppressive aura erupting from him and distorting the very air around his form. As the shadowy energy expands to consume the entire space. His voice echoing with a chilling declaration: "You're all here to witness the beheading Fong, aren't you?" In the Empire, where heroes were once legends, 3 powerful nobles held the reins of destiny. But then, disaster struck. Swald Raunier, one of the mighty 3, fell in the depths of an ancient dungeon. Driven by his own personal quest for power. With Swald out of the picture, and Byrne already gone, the blame had to land somewhere. The crushing weight of responsibility fell directly onto the 2 nobles left standing. Leaving Renee to bear the brunt of it all. Out of the 2, the one who felt it was necessary to instill trust in the people of the Empire as a hero, Woin Historia stares down, a storm brewing in his eyes. Is now confronted by an overwhelming force. A heavy step echoes, as Swald Raunier closes in with chilling intent. Woin Historia recoils, his calm facade crumbling under the sheer aggression. Swald Raunier grabs him by the collar, his glowing red eyes blazing with raw power and menace, a chilling threat in their depths. Meanwhile, Garrett, with a chilling grin, asserts that this outcome is utterly, irrevocably impossible. As Swald Raunier holds Woin Historia captive, his eyes still burning with that terrifying glow, the chilling truth resonates: he is far too dangerous to be trifled with. He turns and strides away, his figure enveloped in a dark, swirling aura, leaving an oppressive wave of fear in his wake. His glowing red eyes hold for a moment, a last, terrifying stare before he melts into the darkness. Swallow lets out a heavy sigh, his eyes fixed on a severed hand in a glass case, its aura pulsing with an unexpected, raw power. That aura, he instantly recognizes it, it's the exact same power he felt in the past. A chilling realization hits him like a hammer, his composure cracking as he snarls: just as he suspected, Renee was taken out by those human scum. The whole mess is too complex to break down right now, but his determination is absolute. He confronts the guards head-on, announcing his departure to the human world, and warns them to brace for a heavy price. The message echoes among the stunned onlookers: the Lord is finally making his move. The guards erupt in a confused murmur, one of them sputtering: "Wait, since you've seen it, guards. What are you waiting for?" A guard screams for them to stop him, but Swallow just smirks: "Figures. You guys clearly aren't planning a polite farewell." A raw, red energy explodes around him, a silent, deadly thought: good. The feeling's mutual. Then, engulfed in a vortex of dark energy, he vanishes in a blinding burst of speed. Swallow is absolutely seething, a dark aura exploding around him, his eyes burning with a furious yellow glow as he vows to tear them all to pieces. His face twisted into a terrifying snarl, the sheer intensity of his fury is off the charts. He's not just threatening, he's promising to bury them with his blade. He blasts forward with insane speed, and some guard actually has the nerve to challenge him, asking if he thinks it'll be that easy. Swallow's only answer is a primal, earth-shattering wrath. He slams into the first guard with brutal force, sending them flying back. Another guard, totally caught off guard by his speed, mutters about his clone squirrel moves, admitting he's got decent agility even with all that gear on. But before they can even blink, Swallow is already on the second guard, smashing them down in another lightning-fast blur. He just brushes off their comments internally, thinking he has zero talent for such basic moves. Swallow, a pure force of nature, absolutely obliterates his opponent, his blue energy blade tearing through her defenses, forcing a desperate shriek. Towering over her broken form, he coldly states: "No weapons, no gauntlets," as her defenses crumble to dust. Then, a brutal kick, crackling with blue energy, sends her flying. He presses his advantage, snarling: "Then I'll just break that hand of yours," and her hand is utterly destroyed. But even after all that, the warrior woman refuses to yield, her muscles screaming as she prepares for more punishment. His eyes burning with a malevolent yellow glow, Swallow vows to smash those bracelets to pieces. Her eyes go wide with shock as her bracelets are utterly annihilated, a gasp of disbelief tearing from her. Huh? That's quite unexpected. A devastating surge of blue energy slams into her arm, obliterating her final line of defense. Swallow extends his hand, crackling with raw, blue power, poised to unleash the ultimate, crushing attack. The impact just rips through the ground, shattering everything beneath her feet. Her eyes are wide with shock and pain, she can barely breathe as the attack keeps coming. She's just blasted backward, caught in a storm of debris and blue energy, her defenses absolutely shattered. Gasping for air, she tries to get back up, totally winded and shocked by his raw power. Swallow's still going, now zeroing in on her gauntlet, and it's starting to crack under the insane force. It finally hits her as she gasps, "Ha! So, you weren't just any old kid?" But before she can even think, Swallow unleashes a huge, swirling wave of dark energy, a destructive aura just exploding outwards. The devastating impact just swallows her whole, and she can't believe it, screaming, "That can't be." This technique, she realizes, has absolutely annihilated dungeon bosses, leaving zero evidence behind. Even apocalyptic remnants and other terrifying entities were once utterly destroyed by just one hit from this power. The raw energy of it just crackles, a terrifying display of its destructive might. Black fluid oozes from him, screaming that he's no human, but he's also way beyond any normal monster. The burning question remains, what in the world is he? His demonic form fully unleashed, Swallow just stares down, a chilling "what a pity" dripping from his lips. Dark energy just explodes around him, his eyes blazing with pure, malevolent power. Then, a devastating impact absolutely rips through the air. The white-haired fighter is sent absolutely flying, caught in the raw, brutal force of his attack. Wooin's eyes snap open, a jolt of pure shock electrifying his senses as something unbelievable unfolds. But the real action is with Garrett, who's bolting like her life depends on it, a desperate shout tearing from her throat. Wooin's locked in, his gaze like a laser, taking in every single detail of the unfolding madness. Backed into a corner, Garrett goes full power, unleashing a blinding torrent of electric blue lightning, her entire being a conduit for pure, destructive magic. A desperate scream rips from her, a final, furious warning to back off. Her face set in grim determination, Garrett unleashes the full force of her power, her eyes blazing with the raw energy of the magical tempest she's conjuring. The attack connects with a devastating, earth-shattering impact, sending shockwaves of pure power through the very fabric of reality. The sheer force continues to ripple outwards, leaving nothing but absolute devastation in its path. Meanwhile, in a gothic, bat-infested lair, Swallowed Raunier coolly brushes off a worried minion, confirming he's perfectly fine, completely unfazed by the chaos that just erupted. After the last explosive confrontation, Swallowed Raunier's chilling calm is about to be shattered, but first, the protagonist and Byrne, along with others, are caught in a moment of awe, staring up at an intense, otherworldly glow. But inside his head, the protagonist, now in his human-like form, faces a shocking vision of his true demon self, which challenges him, demanding to know if he's really Grey. He retorts, remembering a past self, that he thought his demon form had died as a mere human, but now, he's definitely still here. Elsewhere, Wooin Historia's eyes blaze with a faint blue energy as he's hit with a wave of pure shock, his mind reeling from the sheer power of that last attack. It was definitely not human. Then, Swallowed Raunier, clutching a pulsating orb, casts a dark, possessive gaze downward, uttering a chilling threat about what happens if anyone dares touch his heart. Suddenly, back in his mind, the protagonist, engulfed in shimmering energy and shadowed by a monstrous presence, has a shocking realization. He was so blown away by everything, he totally forgot he was polymorphed. His eyes practically pop out of his head in pure shock, the sheer audacity of his own forgetfulness hitting him hard. Then, a skeletal figure with glowing blue eyes materializes, delivering a sarcastic jab, reminding him that he was the one who spaced on his polymorph, not it. The protagonist can only stammer about how incredibly surprised he was. But his face quickly hardens into a serious gaze, as something far more important clicks into place. Alone in a shattered, blood-red world, he stares out at the devastation and utters a single, heartbreaking thought: he missed them all. He lets out a frustrated grunt, remembering the 2 flying squirrels that showed up, especially that redhead. Who, while he was totally distracted by the blue-haired one, managed to evacuate everything, unleashing multiple massive spells on the blue-haired target and somehow slipping past his magic's boundaries all at once. A low chuckle escapes him as he processes the whole thing, deciding it's actually pretty interesting. A massive crash rips through the silence, and someone shouts, "Something fell over there." The tension is palpable. Dust and debris explode outwards, as a panicked voice screams, "What on earth is happening?" Chaos erupts. Through the smoke and rubble, 2 people spot a body, one yelling, "Hey! There's someone here," and urgently asking, "Are you awake?" The stakes are rising. Witnessing the severe wounds, a frantic voice screams, "She's very injured. Call the guard, no, the healer. It's a race against time." Renee lies broken on the ground, her mind reeling, a silent thought echoing, "Even though I'm a warrior, the defeat stings." The crushing memory floods her senses, "I was defeated by an unknown monster with a single strike." The power gap was immense. Meanwhile, Garrett is on edge, her face a mask of worry, demanding, "Are the people in the auction house safe? And where is Garrett, as someone warns her to stand carefully. The situation is tense. Her patience wearing thin, she snaps, how can I hear you when you call so softly? She's not in the mood for whispers. Woo-in clutches her tight, pure relief exploding through him as she whispers his name. Her voice cracking with raw emotion, confirming his survival. He playfully jabs at her for worrying, but she fires back, reminding him he'd be monster chow and undead if not for her. A beat of confusion flashes across her face. As Woo-in's eyes lock onto her mangled arm, his voice dripping with concern. She brushes off his worry, assuring him the gnarly wound is no big deal, totally not life-threatening. But his apology shatters her tough facade, tears streaming down her face as she sobs his name. His face twists in pure agony, her pain hitting him hard. Garrett, pulling herself together, playfully snaps him out of it, reminding him he's a hero and a blubbering one isn't exactly a good look. Garrett, ever the optimist, tries to brush off the danger, claiming one foe is nothing, but Woo-in Historia, in a tense whisper, challenges her, asking if she even comprehended the sheer power they were up against. The creature they faced? None other than the legendary ancient swallow. Woo-in, utterly shocked, snaps back, demanding to know what she's even saying, accusing her of mocking the gravity of it all. Garrett, now dead serious, states there's absolutely no way a monster of that caliber should have been there, but she doesn't have the answers, only that it's better this way. It was him. The real swallow. The Black Calamity, the ancient monster swallow himself. But get this, on that monster's foot, they found traces of mortality and vitality, fresh as can be, less than a month old. Garrett, her face now grim, realizes this is way more serious than they thought, even for Woo-in. The stakes are impossibly high. If this continues, the entire light will fall. A voice demands, if it's really Swallow, they need to step up their game and stop him. Swald Rounier boldly declares, this is the light's territory, and they've got the upper hand. But Renee remembers the sheer, raw power, that immense force was right there. Swald Rounier's determination burns, they have no choice but to confront him now, and the Imperial family needs to know. He declares he'll go solo, since he can't teleport everyone in his current state, so Woo-in and the rest are on standby for now. Renee unleashes a whisper of light, cure, a vibrant green aura washing over Swald Rounier's arm, trying to heal him. She cautions him, it won't fully heal him, so he needs to stay put and wait. But Swald Rounier, still injured, vehemently protests, they can't let him go on a rampage again, but she insists he should still wait. Blue magic flares as Renee desperately reaches out, begging for a halt. Then, a voice booms, Garrett's name ripping through the air with a flash of lightning. Garrett, caught off guard, looks up, her long hair whipping around her. High above, Swallow grumbles, annoyed by the whole mess, debating whether to ditch everyone and just teleport to Hamstay. But then he pauses, calculating his options, should he follow or stick to his own game plan? Down below, Garrett stands bewildered amidst the wreckage, a giant question mark practically floating above her head. Swallow makes up his mind, letting the chaos play out, his recovered memories fueling an unshakable goal he can't ignore. With a steely gaze, he declares his immediate mission, find Renee's body, then orders Nels to get ready for anything. He stands there, a silent, brooding force, his gaze fixed on something beyond the frame, radiating an intense, unreadable energy. Swald Rounier steps up, sensing the shift, and immediately calls him out, asking what's up, but he tries to play it cool, brushing off the question like it's nothing. But Swald? He's not buying it for a second, his intense red gaze piercing right through the act. He finally turns, a silent question in his eyes, demanding to know what Swald's really getting at. Swald's face hardens, doubling down on his gut feeling, making it clear that this nothing is actually a huge something. Then, almost out of nowhere, Swald drops a bombshell, admitting his companion's raw power, a strength he'd already clocked from the start. Strolling along, Swald keeps it real, confessing that the deeper he digs, the more his companion's power just keeps blowing his mind, way beyond what he first thought. His fist tightens, a silent battle raging within, as he confesses to seriously underestimating his companion's true power, especially when stacked up against Renee. Flipping the script, he throws the question right back at Swald, wondering if maybe Renee's the one who's secretly way more powerful than anyone thought, demanding the real scoop from his ally. A low murmur escapes him, almost a whisper to himself. His gaze burning with intensity, he continues, since I gave you that sword, I want you to tear up that resignation letter you hid in your ribcage, Patrick. The question hangs heavy in the air, are you? Swallow reacts, a look of mild panic flashing across his face as he clutches his head, ha. Mel's. Swald then reaches out, gently taking the younger man's hand. His voice softening slightly as he asks, Brat, why be depressed over something like that? The purple-haired demon clarifies his identity, I'm just Sir Swald. As they stand together, silhouetted against the bright sky, he adds cryptically, once everything is taken care of. A knowing smirk spreads across Swallow's face, as if he understands the unspoken implications. Nodding with absolute conviction, Swallow declares he's ready to lay bare the truth. Swallowed Rounier pulls him in tight, unleashing a chilling command, give them a Demon King's power. The raw force makes Swallow gasp, a click of power echoing. Then, a blinding crimson aura erupts from Swallowed Rounier's hand, the sheer power transfer screaming through the air. Swallow's entire being ignites. His eyes blaze with furious yellow light, purple energy erupting around him, reshaping his very essence into a form of pure, regal power. And from the heart of that swirling magic, a legendary, glowing sword materializes, reconstructing itself from raw power. The reconstruction rips across the heavens, streaks of violent purple energy tearing through the night. The entire city is engulfed in an unearthly purple glow, a colossal, pulsating orb of pure power now dominating the sky. With a deafening roar of power, Swallow seizes the newly forged, blazing sword, raw purple energy exploding from his grip. Fully transformed and radiating an overwhelming magical force, he stands poised, the blazing blade a terrifying symbol of his ultimate power. The city was rocked by an insane explosion, and a hand clenched in disbelief, the sheer power unleashed shaking the very foundations of the capital. The purple energy of the blast lit up the entire skyline, and everyone was asking, what in the world just exploded? Garrett's eyes went wide with pure horror, as she instantly recognized the target, the freaking auction house. Total panic erupted across the capital, with people screaming and running for their lives as buildings crumbled and explosions ripped through the streets. A chilling thought cut through the chaos, did these monsters even care how many people were in the capital? Amidst the rubble, a high-heeled foot stepped carefully, and Garrett was left wondering, what the heck do we do now? Wu Historia's face was grim, and he barked out a warning, don't you dare wander off. Stay here and wait for me. These. He locked eyes with Garrett, a silent understanding passing between them about the sheer danger. Wu's resolve hardened, his eyes burning with determination as he stared down the chaos. The city is in absolute chaos. A young woman is sprawled out, shaking uncontrollably. And she's screaming, Miss. My dad. My dad is over there. A terrified child is huddled close by, literally shaking from the sheer terror and the ground-shaking impacts. But Garrett, with a determined look, steps up to calm the panicked crowd, declaring, it's all right, don't worry, everyone. Wu Historia, ever the leader, kneels down to the terrified kid, his voice radiating pure confidence, vowing, I will take care of everything. Then, with a powerful turn, he faces the destruction head-on, his voice booming with absolute conviction, I am the hero, Wu Historia. His massive mechanical arm, a symbol of his power, practically hums with energy. And he takes a decisive step, his voice echoing with a fierce promise, I won't avoid a monster like that. The sky is a brooding canvas of dark clouds, casting an apocalyptic shadow over a desolate, ruined world. Revealing a sprawling city utterly annihilated, reduced to nothing but rubble and dust beneath the dramatic, fiery hues of a dying sun. The very air still vibrates with the deafening crash of collapsing structures, a chilling testament to the raw, destructive power that just ripped through this place. Amidst the ruins, Swallow, cloaked and intense, surveys the destruction, then sharply calls out, HEYMELZ. With a surge of raw, crackling purple energy emanating from his hand, he casually explains the devastating magic that just leveled everything, a high-ranking, earth-shattering spell he calls world-shaking. But then, a stunning woman with flowing white and pink hair, sporting massive, ornate butterfly wings, materializes before him, her eyes burning with an eerie glow as she challenges, so, what do you think? Everything's a lie, right? He gazes upon the utter devastation, a chilling question echoing in his mind, so this is all that's left for you to call your situation. But Swallowed Rounier is quick to retort, declaring he's not to blame. He was told to finish things and unleash the coolest-looking stylish magic, so this is the epic result. The city lies in absolute ruins, a monument to the sheer, unbridled power unleashed. Swallowed Rounier, unfazed, presses on, implying that if there was a problem, he should have been given a specific magic instruction. Amidst the glowing wreckage, Swallow calmly replies that he had put his faith in Swallowed Rounier's judgment. A weary, ha! Escapes him, a silent admission of the chaos. His eyes blaze with a faint yellow glow as he stares upward, announcing that things are officially getting complicated. Swallowed Rounier, ever the showman, then casually asks what he should rebuild, as if it's a minor inconvenience. But Swallow's mind is already on the bigger picture, realizing the humans are about to swarm this place. Still chilling on the rubble, Swallow hears Swallowed Rounier's bold claim, he's gonna sort out Harston, no problem, once he gets there. Swallowed Rounier then drops a bombshell, he's been hunting for Harston for ages, but the guy's a ghost. Swallow, giving him a look, is like, how do you even know about the ancient forest's core if you haven't found Harston? Swallowed Rounier, with a smirk, spills the tea, Harston's hiding out in the town right next to the ancient forest's core. After a beat, Swallow just shrugs, alright, go on then. And just like that, Swallowed Rounier spins around and starts striding off, his epic cloak trailing in his wake. Swallow watches him bounce, casually adding, yeah, I'll catch up. Swallowed Rounier keeps up his fast walk, his steps thudding as he zips to his spot. He glances back at the crew, then asks, seriously, how many years could that even be? A shadowy group, the Langar's House Blue Dragon team, makes their presence known, declaring their allegiance to the Empire. But the subjugation leader, Burn, isn't having it, stepping up to demand, who are you? Swallow watches, a hint of worry in his eyes, as he realizes they're all being forced into formation, questioning the very nature of humanity. Burn keeps talking, revealing his initial suspicions, because he'd heard a crazy number of people were gathering around the auction house. He then wonders if they were just somebody's soldiers inside. Swallow, now cloaked, fires back with a challenge, you want to know who I am? He extends a hand, a dramatic shift in his aura as he asks, must I tell you? Then, his form twists, a blinding purple aura erupting around him as his eyes blaze with a terrifying yellow light, revealing his true, monstrous self, and he declares, I'm your. He feels it, a chilling enemy presence, dark energy swirling around him like a storm. Out of the darkness, a monstrous, glowing yellow eye with jagged teeth bursts forth, a terrifying, ancient horror revealing itself. That single, piercing gaze holds immense power, a silent, chilling warning of the dangers to come. This is Nifrim, the very core of an ancient evil, a place where legends say no one ever returns alive, a massive, terrifying abyss. The legends scream a warning, die here, and your soul is ripped from existence forever. The massive, dark cave looms, its oppressive atmosphere crushing. Deep inside this death trap, two small figures stand, one with blonde hair daring, so what if we mess around a bit? But the green-haired girl, Sylvia, just sighs, finding the whole deadly situation totally boring. She's totally weirded out by the cavern, calling Nifrim super strange. And her buddy totally agrees. The last room was a total bloodbath of monster corpses. But this room? Spookily clean. Burn's eye glows with a fierce blue light as he scans their surroundings. Making Sylvia ask what everyone else is thinking. One of their crew wonders if the Hertz team actually cleaned this place, or if some super smart monster did it. While another dude points out this dungeon got hit by a boss monster, so monster cleanup is pretty much impossible. Burn, with an intense stare, shuts that down, asking why any monster would even bother cleaning up its own kind's bodies. Burn's eye is absolutely blazing with power, his enhanced perception locked on. And he's not holding back, yelling at whatever's out there to cut the stupid monster pranks. Another voice from the party backs him up, demanding to know if they're being played for fools. The collective U.S. echoes, a chilling reminder of their shared predicament. When suddenly, new, otherworldly voice cuts through the tension, annoyed that their yelling is so intense it's making its ribs vibrate. The mysterious entity clarifies, insisting it didn't actually trick them. It reveals it went through a massive effort to clean up just for their arrival, and threatens to get seriously mad if they keep insulting it. Sylvia, completely caught off guard by the voice, hears Burn's urgent command, telling her to light up the place, and she's like, okay. And just like that, she conjures a brilliant orb, banishing the darkness. Boom. As Sylvia's light explodes, blinding the cavern, a voice booms, WHOA, so bright. You're my guest, even if you weren't invited. Welcome. The light instantly reveals a hulking skeleton knight, ready for battle. Sylvia's eyes widen, instantly recognizing it, a skeleton. She realizes, so, this is the Dugmaster's patrol. The voice, now clearly Swallow, whines, I even prepped a whole intro, but it's totally useless now. All that hard work on my dialogue, wasted. Pure rage radiates from the unseen entity, thanks a lot for that, you damned bastards. But then, a skeleton knight speaks up, your reactions are always the same, new or old enemies. Mr. Mana, can you please cut the nonsense, Lord LL? Swallow lets out an annoyed grunt, his patience clearly wearing thin. Burn, engulfed in a furious purple aura, roars, your bullshit ends here. And with a devastating strike, he smashes into the first skeleton. The fight kicks off with a skeleton knight's bold declaration, you have no chance. I won't even give you time. But Burn's only response is a dismissive, questioning sound, as if the challenge means nothing. Instead, he unleashes a devastating ice bolt shower, conjuring a flurry of sharp ice shards. The frigid magic engulfs the surrounding skeleton knights, shattering their forms with explosive force. A blinding flash of ice erupts from the impact point, obliterating everything. A familiar sensation washes over him, a feeling he experiences every time he unleashes his full power. He acknowledges the overwhelming nature of his abilities, yet remains utterly confident in his inevitable victory. With a glowing blue fist, he delivers a crushing blow, shattering another skeleton knight into fragments. His eyes burn with an intense blue light, reflecting his unwavering resolve in the heart of battle. The fight intensifies with a sudden, piercing clang, as another force enters the fray. Energy crackles. While a skeleton knight, blade poised, prepares for impact, but it's already too late. Wuin Historia unleashes a blindingly fast, earth-shattering blow, demolishing the Skeleton Knight's stance. The impact ripples, forcing the stunned Skeleton Knight to admit, respectfully, this is unexpected. With a fierce glow in his eyes, Wuin unleashes a barrage of buffs, supercharging his body, predicting every move, and setting his blood ablaze. He moves like a ghost, light as a feather, silent as a whisper, drawing power from the very bone ashes of legendary warriors. A second Skeleton Knight, utterly baffled, exclaims, "The secret. I thought he was just a guy who could buy magic. Isn't that what you said, Raunier?" It then taunts, "Those buffs won't last long." He just needed 1 minute, a single minute, to completely flip the script. Then, out of nowhere, the skeletal warriors just froze. Their glowing eyes bugging out as they locked up solid. "Oh, my," one of them gasped, completely frozen in place. Lightning exploded around another, making it groan in agony, as it fought against the unseen power. "Ugh. This is getting intense." Then, a voice sliced through the mayhem, "Say that again, I dare you." But a Skeleton Knight, still full of fight, shot back, "Who's really gonna win here?" Wuin Historia just stood there, a dark, unshakable fortress of power. Another Skeleton Knight, its glowing eyes locked on him, grudgingly confessed, "Seriously, I never thought you could actually corner me." As the battle sounds died down, Sylvia and another figure peered from afar, totally wondering if the whole thing was already done. The legendary core of the Ancient's Guardian? Turns out, it's not all that. Watching the chaos unfold, Sylvia can't help but comment on the speed. As expected, he got rid of the green-haired male first. But the fight isn't quite over for everyone. A Skeleton Knight, still crackling with blue energy, snarls, "Shut it." Too late. A dark blade slices through the air, impaling another knight right through the chest, as it screams, "Die." The blade doesn't stop, it just keeps moving, slicing through another skeletal foe with terrifying speed. Wuin's hand, a blur of motion, keeps an iron grip on the hilt, leaving a final knight's skull to shatter into dust, surrounded by mystical petals. Its maniacal laughter cuts off abruptly, silenced forever. A colossal, armored entity with blazing eyes and a wicked grin, radiating pink hearts, triumphantly boasts about its flawless performance, having truly lost itself in the act. Elsewhere, Wuin Historia, his eyes now blazing with an ethereal blue, muses on his own unexpected avarice, confessing he never meant to be so utterly greedy. Across the way, Swald Raunier, his crimson eyes ablaze, unveils his true, shocking motive, years of crushing boredom, simply craving a chance to truly live and experience the world. Then, a final, radiant message flashes, thanking everyone for perfectly syncing with the unfolding chaos. Then, with an explosive burst of azure power, Wuin Historia rockets forward, a blinding streak of white and pure energy. The entire world around him blurs into an impossible streak. The battlefield is silent, the dust settling after an epic clash, leaving behind only the eerie calm of a world reshaped. Massive, jagged shadows dominate the scene, a stark reminder of the sheer force that just tore through this place. But the silence is shattered by a guttural scream, as Wuin Historia's eyes burst open, pure terror etched across his face. He tries to push himself up, his mind reeling, desperately wondering what in the world just went down. Then, a chillingly calm voice cuts through the chaos, as a pair of glowing blue eyes pierce the darkness, asking if he's finally conscious. Swallow, the absolute boss, looms over the fallen Wuin Historia, casually mentioning it only took moments to wrap things up after his collapse. His imposing, dark armor radiates an aura of absolute dominance, a chilling reminder of the power he wields. With a soft blue glow pulsing from his armored hand, he offers a shortcut, just see it for himself. The battlefield was a graveyard of armored knights, their defenses shattered, their forms strewn across the ground. Not a single one of them was a Knight Patrick, and not one had even touched him. Absolutely not a single one. Swallow surveyed the carnage, a skeletal figure watching on, thinking he believed their eyes could see everything, knowing all men, but apparently, they were just a rare anomaly, nothing special. Then, his gaze locked onto Sylvia, the white-haired mage who'd been a real pain to handle, as he brought his glowing staff to bear. With a flick of his wrist, he effortlessly lifted her by the neck, admitting her wide-range divine magic was actually pretty good, making his eyes tingle just a bit. Burn, the skeletal warrior, watched the whole thing, staff ready, muttering that it was totally uncalled for, but then, with a shrug, asked if Swallow was happy with the outcome. Trapped in his grip, Sylvia's face twisted in agony, screaming that the mage had fought to the bitter end, her voice a desperate, raw cry for Nifrim. Her green eyes blazed with frantic power as she thrashed, shouting Nifrim's name again, a final, desperate plea. Her glowing green eyes, wide with despair, stared upwards, as the chilling words echoed, she had called for Nifrim with such desperation. Burn, the skeletal overlord, can't help but comment on the sheer ruthlessness of Miss Nifrim's reaction, expecting a little more drama. But now, it's game on for Swallow, as Burn announces a no-holds-barred Survivor Q&A. Burn can't believe the incompetence, scoffing that even an idiot wouldn't send 30 people for this mess, and though he saw it coming, this subjugation party was a total flop, so he demands answers. He cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know what secret Swallow is holding back. In a twisted display of generosity, Burn, the kind skeleton, lays out Swallow's options. The rules are simple: right hand for answers, left hand for defiance, and Burn can't help but snark about Swallow's wise choice as he makes his decision. The ultimate incentive, Burn offers Swallow a quick, painless death if he spills all the beans. But Swallow's answer is pure rebellion, a defiant middle finger, as he can't believe he's been dragged into this mess. And just like that, in response to the ultimate disrespect, Burn slams up a massive, intimidating shield. After Swallow's ultimate disrespect, Burn's voice drops to an ice-cold threat, respecting the decision, but promising a slow, agonizing end. Instantly, shadowy figures explode into action, swarming Swallow in a brutal, relentless assault, while Burn grumbles about the mess he'll have to deal with. The first wave connects, drawing crimson from his hand. But even with the blood, Swallow's eyes blaze with a furious green light, a dark power erupting around him as he coolly declares, "This is still gonna be easier than anything." Then, just like that, the dark space is empty, leaving Burn to question, did he actually get away? The answer hits hard, as Burn is revealed, blood smeared across his mouth, his eyes blazing with a furious, electric blue, the entire fight flipped on its head. His blue eyes burn with raw power, as blood streams from his hand. Severely wounded, Burn drops to one knee, his sword still gripped tight, his face a mask of blood and pain. Behind the defeated Burn, a shadowy figure stands tall, the undisputed victor of this lightning-fast, brutal exchange. He's hunched over, a skeletal hand reaching out as a dark aura swirls around him, a quiet apology escaping his lips, but he knows he has to live, a harsh crunch echoing in the silence. The sound intensifies, as glowing particles erupt from his grasp. His eyes now burning with a fierce yellow light, Swallow feels his body growing hot, the sensation both alarming and exhilarating. He realizes he hasn't tasted anything this good since he was trapped beneath the ground, and the power is accumulating with each meal. Another loud munch echoes, as shadowy energy swirls around his head. His glowing gaze fixed on the remnants, he ponders if this ability is limited to monsters, or if it's tied to the source of their power or magic itself. With plenty of corpses at his disposal, he decides he should spend some time testing it. As his glowing eyes drift upwards, he wonders about his boss and what he might be doing. He's deep in thought, hoping everything's going according to plan. And that nothing wild is happening in some bizarre spot. Then, a.m. The world explodes into a fiery, debris-filled chaos, and he's left wondering, what in the world is this? But then, a terrifying silhouette with blazing red eyes bursts from the flames, dropping a chilling challenge, "Are you here to die too?" Swallow, his hand already crackling with power, just shoots back a defiant no. Before things can really kick off, another guy steps in, coolly introducing himself as Woo in Historia, the hero. Swallow's yellow eyes blaze, sizing up the unexpected new player. He brushes off the challenge, stating he never even asked who this guy was, and despite the spirit, there was no way he could be defeated. But even if that's true, Woo in Historia isn't backing down, letting out a determined yell as he rockets forward with a whoosh. Swallow's eyes blaze with dark power, realizing he absolutely has to shut this guy down. A blinding column of pure energy slams down. But Woo in Historia clenches his fist, power crackling around it, ready to meet the incoming attack head-on. With a confident whoosh, Swallow boldly states that his foe will only get one shot, one attack, and that's it. Woo in Historia's eyes burn with a menacing yellow glow, his face twisting into a fierce snarl at the challenge. He strains, the pressure immense, as a voice taunts, "Try to escape again, if you can." The crushing force intensifies, his face twisting in pure agony. A guttural scream rips from him, acknowledging defeat but vowing to buy precious seconds. Despite the searing pain, he clings to his core, a hero's duty to protect burning bright. Then, a chilling pause. His tormentor muses, Is it? Before a hand brutally seizes him by the head, lifting him effortlessly into the air. The world blurs into chaos as he's slammed down, impacting the ground with a devastating, earth-shattering explosion. Broken amidst the rubble, a faint, defiant whisper escapes him, "I'm a hero." Woo in Historia. Blood trickles from his mouth, but his eyes blaze with an unyielding, furious resolve. He won't go down like this. Woo in Historia is absolutely getting crushed, but his eyes are blazing with a defiant yellow glow. He's not giving up, not even for a second. The blue energy around him is going absolutely wild, crushing him even harder. Even through the pain, he's still thinking about his people, screaming for them. The pressure is insane, making him scream, but he's still swearing to protect everyone. That blue energy just explodes again, a final, crushing blow. But wait, Wooin's hand is glowing blue. He's tapping into something, declaring himself a hero. He clenches that glowing fist, his determination to protect the innocent burning brighter than ever. Suddenly, that blue energy is around Swallow's hand, and he's giving a chilling congratulations for not dying for nothing. Swallow stands there, surrounded by shimmering particles, looking down at the defeated hero, wondering how long that spirit can actually hold out. Wu in Historia gets absolutely rocked, the sheer force of the blow sending him flying as the impact reverberates. But then, from the darkness, Swallow's voice slices through the mayhem, giving a shout-out to his opponent's sheer grit. He then drops the ultimate promise, a quick, painless finish. The relentless beatdown keeps coming, shoving Wu even further back with another massive hit. Then, a lightning-fast blur, the ultimate, game-ending blow. Blue energy explodes around Wu, a final, desperate power-up, only to be met with another devastating hit. The sheer, overwhelming power shatters the very earth beneath his feet. Swallow's eyes blaze with an intense, golden glow, soaking in his victory. Standing absolutely triumphant over his fallen foe, he coolly asks his unseen crew if the insane mana levels are getting to them. Shadowy figures, glowing faintly, drop into a deep bow, practically begging for forgiveness after their drastic measures to save Ms. Wu. But he just scoffs, a look of pure annoyance on his face, wondering if anyone could actually forgive a backstabber who then says sorry. High above the city, he finally offers his own, rather late, greetings. And then, a new player. A sharp-faced figure with jet black hair and glowing red eyes, decked out in epic purple and gold, declares his honor at finally meeting the almighty Lord Swallow. On a windswept, desolate peak, Burn confronts Swallow, demanding to know how he uncovered his secrets. With his back turned, Swallow coolly reveals that one of his top people just wanted to give Burn a shout-out. He turns, a sly smirk gracing his face, but that smile. It's hiding something big. That smile is definitely a cover for something else entirely. Purple energy crackles around his hand as he confesses, he's seriously not in the mood for games. His purple aura explodes, a clear warning shot as he declares Burn is just burning daylight, and if he's got any tricks up his sleeve, he better be ready to pay the price. With that intense energy still swirling, he glances back, revealing they're actually just here to cut a deal. He looms over Burn, his monstrous form radiating dark energy, scoffing at the very idea of a deal with him. His voice a low growl, he challenges, what could I possibly regret? Then, with a chilling warning, he tells Burn to read the room, because if he dares to cross him, he'll face an ugly, ugly death. His glowing yellow eyes bore into Burn. Before he finally states, this whole thing is a massive gamble. A gamble, indeed, with the very fate of the Empire hanging in the balance, especially since the original monster, Beheading Fong, is still alive. Swallow then dismisses the idea that Burn came all this way for mere virtuous mana, as Burn's subordinate offers a desperate plea, assuring Lord Swallow they can provide whatever he desires. But Swallow remains unmoved, asking what they'd even do if he just said no, and refused to help. His dark cloak billows, shimmering with faint, ominous particles, leaving the weight of his words to hang heavy in the air. He keeps pushing, asking what his opponent would even do if he actually decided to wipe out all humans. With a chilling challenge in his voice, he demands to know what they'd do then. A subtle, knowing smirk plays on his face, his eyes locked on his target. Burn, clearly fed up, snaps back, asking if Swallow just wants to destroy everything and why he'd even bother. Swallow's eyes blaze with a terrifying yellow glow, his fangs sharpening as he promises they'll learn the true meaning of fear if they dare try to stop him. Burn's loyal subordinate, Garrett, immediately steps up, ready for action, as Burn barks out the command to follow orders. Garrett salutes his lord, then faces Swallow, declaring he might have finally met his match. Standing strong with his comrade, Garrett clarifies they need to figure out what leverage they still have, if any, to handle the monster Beheading Fong situation. Swallow just looks down, a mocking smirk on his face, snapping back that anything they try without sacrificing their lives won't get them anywhere. He confirms his understanding, clutching a device that Swallow is absolutely locked onto. Swallow, laser-focused on the map, senses an overwhelming trail left behind, pointing directly to Mute's traces and the road to the monster Beheading Fong. Wu in Historia, scrutinizing the map, points out that while the exact location is still a mystery, the traces are definitely heading away from Lias. Swallow's gaze sharpens, recognizing the trail to Mute, but he's not buying the intel, it's unreliable. Then, a blinding, ethereal light explodes, revealing the imposing silhouette of Lord Swallow. Out of the radiant light, a voice drops a bombshell, Renee is still alive. He lets out a heavy sigh. Wu in Historia, bowing slightly, thanks Burn and Garrett profusely, honored to have helped them out. Burn, taking charge, barks a decisive command to move, and the team immediately sets off. Hold up, something's about to go down. A mysterious voice booms through an epic hall, dropping a name, Sir Swald. Boom. Lord Swallow teleports in with a massive energy blast, his glowing wings blazing as he drops the mic, you're a bit too late. Whatever was there just got obliterated, exploding into pure light. Elsewhere, some slick-suited boss is already cleaning up, casually stepping over a pile of knocked-out guards. Swallow's got that evil grin going, staff glowing like crazy, basically screaming, "I own this place." That staff is practically screaming with power, a total flex of his arrival and dominance. He's standing over the defeated guards, staff still blazing, basically saying, "Yeah, I'm here, and I just took over." He's finally getting some well-deserved rest, a quiet breath escaping him as a voice thanks him for his hard work. But elsewhere, Sir Swald steps up to a pulsating green orb, muttering, "Is this really how you use it? Let's find out." The orb pulses with pure, untamed mana, its power practically screaming. Suddenly, the pressure becomes too much, and the artifact starts to crack, blue energy exploding from every fissure. The orb absolutely explodes in a blinding, chaotic burst of mana, sending him reeling from the sheer force. He can only stare in utter shock at the shattered pieces. How could it not handle his mana? With the little demon still snoozing on his shoulder, he sighs, he was so sure his mana was stable enough for this. But he's not giving up. With a fierce resolve, he activates his circular mana acceleration, gearing up for a powerful transfer spell. Purple energy erupts around him as he activates the spell, but there's a catch, he's about to be zipping around everywhere. With the orb's destruction, a raw, internal scream erupts, declaring that he's already gone too far to turn back. Sweat drips as he clenches his jaw, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes as he declares, "Now you finish this, Patrick." The green orb, pushed past its limits, explodes in his hand, its power shattering into 1,000 fragments. But the orb's demise unleashes a cataclysmic wave of dark energy, instantly engulfing him and the monster on his shoulder, pulling them into a terrifying maelstrom. A grim determination hardens his features, but a flicker of sorrow crosses his eyes, as he utters a final, haunting apology to his own reflection, "Sorry, Patrick." The vortex of darkness expands, spinning into a furious maelstrom, tearing open reality itself to reveal a shimmering gateway. Swallowed whole, they're dragged into the roaring abyss, as a blinding, pure white light rips through the void. The gateway explodes open, revealing an infinite, blinding expanse of pure, brilliant white. After the insane transfer spell, the world around them explodes into a grand, Gothic structure, shrouded in an ominous, swirling darkness. The residual magic dissipates, revealing the coordinates of their new, unknown location, Harston. They have arrived at the Magic Tower wing. The tower itself is a magnificent, ancient edifice, its spires reaching towards a sky painted with the hues of dawn. Inside, a hooded figure with a knowing smirk greets them, offering a chilling welcome to the Magic Tower wing. The mage's gaze sharpens, questioning their ability to use transfer magic, and whether they are currently employing it. He explains that the Magic Tower is protected by a powerful resistor field, preventing unauthorized entry without a verification process. A sinister implication hangs in the air as the mage concludes, leaving Sir Swald and Swallow to grasp the full meaning of his words. Their expressions shift to surprise and dawning realization, as the mage's final statement confirms their inescapable predicament. Blood. Everywhere. A chilling splash of crimson against the sterile white, setting an immediate, ominous tone. Sir Swald and Byrne take it all in, and a chilling realization hits him. When I first saw her, I had a thought. The Harston Magic Tower, a monstrous edifice, dominates the skyline, its very existence a testament to the architect's insanity. And just as he thinks it, a mysterious hooded figure echoes his sentiment. Sure enough, magic towers are typically built by madmen. Suddenly, a flashback. Byrne explodes into action, a whirlwind of destruction tearing through shadowy foes with savage power. He's an unstoppable force, leaving nothing but carnage and crimson in his furious path. And his verdict? Utter disdain, they're just weak monsters. Snap back to reality. A subtle click breaks the silence, and Swallow is there, watching everything unfold from the shadows. He surveys the scene, confirming he's wiped out every single human on the first floor. Gazing up at the colossal structure, he's finally reached the absolute top floor, with nothing left but the climb. Meanwhile, a sly grin spreads across Garrett's face as she thinks, was that noble young girl from earlier really as cute as she looked? Elsewhere, Renee, clutching a glowing orb, straight up questions if her target was even human. Swallow presses on with his solitary journey, his sharp outfit cutting through the desolate environment. With a fierce look, Renee demands to know, where are the beheading fans? Garrett quickly stakes her claim, declaring the item already hers, but Renee fires back that she's actually hunting for something completely different. Suddenly, Wu in Historia pops up, his eyes locked on an unseen figure as he drops a single word. A chilling murmur escapes Renee, her bright green eyes blazing with an almost predatory intensity. But then, Garrett's voice slices through the tension, her face a mask of disbelief and defiance, demanding answers to the impossible. She screams, "How are you still alive?" A single word escapes Byrne's lips. As Garrett's gaze sharpens, her eyes reflecting a mix of disbelief and challenge. She questions, her voice laced with surprise, how he could still be alive. Ready for whatever comes next, Burns stands firm, his posture radiating unwavering resolve. Garrett, however, merely taunts him, mocking the weapon he carries, claiming it doesn't suit his cute face. Then, with a swift strike, she challenges his skill, doubting his ability to fool her with such a blade, given her vast experience with countless weapons. But before her attack can fully connect, Burns' counterattack shatters her weapon with a resounding crash. His counterattack was absolutely brutal, obliterating her blade into a shower of blue shards. The sheer power ripped right through her defensive magic, crushing it in a single, explosive strike. Absolutely floored, Garrett's mind raced. How did this monster even survive her ultimate magic attack? Despite everything, the dark, spiky construct she unleashed was a mana-guzzling beast of a spell. Her eyes blazing with purple energy, she swore that if she just tapped into all the mana here, victory was hers. Panicked, she started scrambling, shouting, "Where are the beheading fangs?" Her voice cracking with desperation, she screamed for an answer, "Tell me now." Then, the crushing realization hit her, a truly embarrassing truth: the beheading fangs were gone. She'd sold them ages ago. But elsewhere, in a dimension pulsating with raw arcane power, Swallow emerged, radiating a fierce red aura within the very heart of the magic realm. Deep within the magic realm, Swallow ignites. A sinister crimson and obsidian aura erupts around him, a low murmur escaping his lips as he prepares for battle. Channeling raw power, he declares, "You seem quite strong." With an intense stare, he vows, "So I'll go all out from the start." A colossal surge of power erupts as he unleashes the Lance of Longinus. Its devastating form coalescing from pure, raw magic. Simultaneously infusing it with chaste and accelerate to forge a cataclysmic fusion of holy and unholy light. Complex magic circles explode into existence, unleashing an absolute torrent of raw power. The energy surges, crackling with razor-sharp patterns, as the spell hits its absolute peak. His eyes blaze with fierce determination, a testament to the immense power now at his command. He's going all out, a battle cry ripping through the very fabric of reality. His eyes blaze with an unholy green fire, as pure, destructive red energy explodes from his form. The spell erupts, tearing through the air with blinding speed. Slamming into the city with cataclysmic force, lighting up the entire horizon. A world-shattering flash engulfs the entire area. But in an instant, the light vanishes, replaced by a devastating counter that rips through the earth, the unseen foe's voice dripping with chilling confidence. Swallow is down, defeated and bleeding on the shattered ground, as the victor coldly reminds him of his place. The foe's golden gauntlet pulses with overwhelming purple energy, a terrifying display of their absolute, top-tier magic. Witnessing the sheer, unadulterated devastation, Garrett is left speechless, questioning if anyone could ever hope to match that power. A searing, mind-numbing agony rips through Swallow, his vision exploding with red as he lets out a guttural cry of pure shock. He's sent careening through the air, a primal scream ripping from his lungs as the devastating blow sends him into an uncontrolled freefall. The pain is just too much, a relentless, burning torment that threatens to shatter his very will. Then, from the shadows, the white-haired enigma with those piercing green eyes appears, their voice dripping with icy contempt as they casually reveal the horrific truth. Swallow's hands, cleanly severed, lie in a pool of blood, a brutal trophy of the lightning-fast assault, while the figure just scoffs at his agony. Utter despair consumes him, and the once mighty Swallow is reduced to a whimpering mess, pleading for his very existence. The white-haired victor looms over him, radiating an absolutely bone-chilling aura, and Swallow's tortured screams rip through the desolate air. His face is a mask of pure agony, blood streaking his features as he finally collapses under the crushing weight of pain and utter defeat. Completely shattered, Swallow lies broken on the ground, the white-haired figure standing tall, an unyielding monument to his absolute destruction. Renee's face is streaked with blood, her eyes wide with horror. Any trace of Rena is being erased, Bathory, she thinks, the gravity of the situation crushing her. She turns, leaving bloody footprints in her wake, a desperate question echoing in her mind: what is Renee supposed to do? Slumped amidst the carnage, she can only wonder what's even left for her now. Overwhelmed by a crushing weariness, the thought of just giving in, of falling asleep right here, right now, is a terrifying temptation. But then, a sudden, desperate cry rips through the air, a frantic call for their leader. Her green eye snaps open, blood still splattered as she registers the sheer panic in the voice. Renee springs up, shouting, "Leader! How did this happen?" she screams, utterly distraught. Nearby, Sir Swald is frantically kneeling over a mutilated Swallow, his hands severed, desperately trying to keep him conscious, screaming at him to "get a hold of yourself." His face a mask of pure anguish, Sir Swald pleads, "Just hold on, you have to." He's down, critically injured, his body screaming in agony. Renee can only watch, her voice breaking as she screams, "It hurts. It hurts." Blood streaks her face as she gazes, a raw, bewildered shock etched into her features, the sheer brutality of the scene overwhelming her senses. Sir Swald desperately holds the fallen leader, commanding him to stay calm, knowing every drop of blood is a step closer to the end, as Renee watches, her heart pounding. Her gaze snaps to a pulsating blue crystal, its radiant glow almost blinding, yet she can't quite make out its details, a beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness. Sir Swald reveals the truth, it's a mana crystal, pulsating with ancient power, a life-saving relic capable of defying death itself. But there's a catch, he doesn't have enough mana to ignite it, so she must channel her leader's power into the crystal. A cold dread washes over Renee as she recognizes the crystal, it's the same terrifying stone Bathory wielded, and that awful, unforgettable feeling floods her memory. A burst of raw power ignites the crystal in her grasp, a desperate plea for survival echoing through the air. Then, his eyes blaze open, an intense yellow glow piercing the darkness, a shocking return from the brink. His scream rips through the air. Wuin Historia watches from afar. Even now, in this broken state, Wuin Historia's voice cuts through the chaos. He moves closer to the struggling Ren. Still consumed by pain. With a chilling smirk, Wuin Historia pulls Ren into an embrace. A single tear escapes his eye as he reveals his cold, calculated plan. A terrifying, shadowy entity with blazing red eyes materializes, its voice a chilling murmur as it drops a cryptic threat about a sword and a resignation letter for someone named Patrick. Its form twists and contorts, revealing a truly grotesque, monstrous face with razor-sharp teeth and a disgustingly long, writhing tongue. The sheer, oppressive darkness of its presence just keeps spreading, consuming everything. Below its towering, menacing form, Renee lies utterly defeated on the cold ground, her left eye completely numb, her willpower utterly shattered, unable to fight an opponent that demands more than just survival. The grotesque face reappears, its voice dripping with disdain, spitting out a single, utterly dismissive word, pathetic. Renee is about to pay the ultimate price, her entire existence on the verge of being completely wiped away. The shadowy figure continues to loom menacingly over her, its dark form casting a terrifying, endless shadow. A single, chilling word escapes its lips, a drawn-out, still. That sends shivers down the spine. Its blazing red eyes lock onto her, delivering a final, absolute, bone-chilling command, "Don't you dare." Still defiant, she screams, her voice raw, "Try to cover Lord Swallow's eyes with those dirty hands." A monstrous red eye glows, its gaze piercing, as a guttural sound rips through the air, refusing her plea. The shadowy entity fully manifests, a grotesque form of eyes and tentacles, its overwhelming presence heralded by a chilling shriek. With a sickening thud, she is violently thrown, her body twisting mid-air from the impact. Lying broken and defeated, a single thought echoes in her mind, if he finds out, he's mad. Under the pale moonlight, a quiet town sleeps, but a chilling question hangs in the night air, will Lord Swallow be sad? The peaceful cityscape stretches out, unaware of the turmoil brewing. High above, his eyes glow a vibrant yellow, a silent intensity radiating from him. He soars through the night, surrounded by shimmering golden particles, a silent guardian over the sleeping city. High above the urban sprawl, a mysterious green light pulses from a structure, signaling something huge is about to go down. But back on the ground, Renee is looking rough, bloodied and battered, when a voice cuts through the tension, asking, "Are you okay, Renee?" Seriously, when she first went up against that thing, it was a total nightmare, leaving her barely holding on to a crumpled paper, a pained gasp escaping her. And the one who showed up, staring down with that intense, glowing yellow gaze, was the one and only, Lord Swallow. His dark cloak billowed dramatically, radiating an insane amount of power. An intense purple aura explodes around Swallow, his eyes locked on something above. He dives, a blur of motion, snatching Renee from the air in a breathtaking rescue. Blood smears her face as Renee stares up, utterly stunned, barely able to whisper, "Lord Swallow." Still plummeting at breakneck speed, he clutches her tight. Her mind reels, why is Lord Swallow here, she thinks, utterly bewildered. Is this real? Or just Renee's illusion, a desperate hope in her final moments? Barely conscious, Renee is pinned, a colossal foot threatening to crush her. But then, a primal roar tears through the air as Swallow's eyes ignite with furious yellow energy. Promising absolute retribution. His face twists into a monstrous snarl, fangs erupting. And he explodes into action, a purple-streaked missile of pure rage, obliterating the enemy with a single, earth-shattering blow. The sheer force of his attack rips through reality. As Swallow unleashes his true demonic form, bathed in a terrifying purple aura, asserting his absolute dominance. Unbridled power surges. Consuming everything in a vortex of dark, destructive energy. Dark particles and streaks of light rain down, signaling an insane power shift. Fully transformed and absolutely furious, Swallow lets out a primal scream, tearing into the monstrous creature with savage force. His clawed hand crackles with dark energy, and those eyes. They're blazing with pure, unadulterated rage. The monster lets out a blood-curdling shriek, its face mangled and bleeding from the sheer brutality. Swallow stands victorious over the beast, which is now absolutely riddled with dark, jagged spikes, utterly pinned. The monster's lone red eye flares with a desperate, fading light, dark energy oozing from its fatal wounds. Still screaming its head off, its mangled jaw gapes wide as Swallow's hand closes in, ready to finish it. He clamps down on the creature's head, his face a mask of cold, brutal resolve. Then, dark, corrosive energy erupts from his hand, utterly obliterating the monster's head with a final, sickening crackle. He lets out a dismissive TSK. Before unleashing a powerful, swift strike that slams into his target with a resounding Siam. The punishing blue energy radiates from his hand, engulfing the creature below in a devastating wave. His attack detonates with immense force, a blinding blue explosion that rips through everything. All that remains is a field of shattered debris, the monster seemingly obliterated. As he observes the destruction, his hand still coated in the residual blue energy. A chilling realization dawns on him, I see. The monster's remnants continue to fall into a deep crater, but the fight isn't over. He ponders the unexpected resilience, a grim thought forming, I was wondering how it kept regenerating. From the depths of the wreckage, a monstrous mouth emerges, its sharp teeth glinting as it defiantly snarls, it hisses, still alive. Despite the devastating attack, the monstrous entity lets out a guttural roar, its green eyes glowing with pure defiance. Swallow continues his assault, dark energy swirling around him, but the creature's multiple red eyes fixate on him, unyielding, refusing to break. A chilling realization dawns, as the monster's true nature is revealed, its very power source is the mana of the mana itself, a core of pure, vibrant green energy. Unbelievable. The impact of the previous attack echoes, and Swallow stands amidst the destruction, observing the creature's impossible resilience, a silent testament to its power. With a sinister grin, the monster's maw opens once more, declaring that if its power source is known, then its next move will be easier. A chilling promise. Its massive mouth begins to shift and contort, preparing for a new, more direct assault. Get ready. The maw stretches impossibly wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth and glowing yellow eyes that pierce the darkness. Terrifying. One of its luminous yellow eyes narrows, locking onto its target with predatory focus. No escape. Then, with terrifying speed, it lunges, its massive jaws snapping shut. Chomp. Footsteps echoed across the desolate, broken ground. As he walked, a bitter taste lingering in his mouth. He found himself muttering about how bad it tasted. A moment of quiet reflection passed. Before a familiar presence made itself known, the name escaping his lips, Renee. He looked down at her, as she reached out a hand towards him. There were so many things he had wanted to say upon seeing her again, but now that they were here, his words felt bland and meaningless. If she had known this would happen, she would have written a will or something. He understood her sentiment, recalling a green-haired woman he once met, and how that encounter had only caused problems, hadn't it? She remained silent, her expression unreadable. Swallow's gaze hardens, a defiant declaration escaping his lips, no way he'd ever be sorry for what he did. But Renee, back turned, drops a bombshell apology, regretting her actions from just days ago. Her bloodied hands clench, a raw display of her inner conflict. Swallow stares down, dropping a bombshell, the mana of the mana, is gone, completely unfelt. But the core of the ancient beast. Still there, its power undeniable. Renee's green eyes blaze with an otherworldly glow as she looks up, and he drops the bomb, this truth applies to her too. Distress contorts his features, as he blurts out the raw truth, he needs her. But then, he turns away, a swift denial escaping him, he doesn't hate her. Leaving everyone to wonder, what does he truly feel? His silhouette looms against a blinding light, a figure consumed by unresolved emotion. He reached out, a soft clink echoing as he told Renee he had something for her. What he presented was a small, golden charm. The very item she had left behind. Renee gasped, her eyes blowing wide with shock and a dawning realization. Overwhelmed, she collapsed into his arms, a soft thud echoing the weight of her emotions. Tears welled in Swallow's eyes as he held her, the memory of Renee's past fear washing over him. She had been so scared, feeling abandoned and hated by him, a painful truth that still resonated within her. But with a resolute expression, he promised, he would never abandon her again. Turning, he urged her to come with him, ready to face whatever lay ahead together. With a determined reach, a surge of power ignites around his very fingertips. His mind already locked onto their next epic destination, the ancient core. The very fabric of reality warps and shifts, dissolving into a shimmering void. Wait, is that really a homunculus? Swallow remembers encountering her during the Graphena arson, a moment that clearly left an impression. But then, he ran into her again at the lab, this tiny figure now by his side. Sir Swald reveals he just brought her along, because it felt like destiny. That means she holds all his past research knowledge, and there's even more to it. He goes on, pointing out her comfort in the strongest ancient boss monster's room, a truly insane feat. Also known as the Ancient Dragons, thanks to the dense dark energy flooding this dungeon. No matter the odds, they possessed the sheer mental strength to conquer anything. The conversation pressed on. Burn, still burdened by his boss, pressed for answers, demanding to know their plan for the kid. But Swallow was already set, she'd live, her talent was undeniable, and he'd personally impart his skills. He casually threw in, that if she could just manage the chores, they'd be golden. Seriously, she was already a maid, so cooking and cleaning were a given. Burn, utterly flabbergasted, yelled for his boss to hold on a second. He demanded, who in the world was going to teach her anything? With a dramatic flourish, Swallow pointed right at him. Burn let out a shocked gasp, while his boss just told him to lighten up. Burn wailed in utter despair, begging to know why he was stuck with the job, even if, deep down, he couldn't deny he'd been bored stiff. Renee, a homunculus, isn't just any ordinary being, her innate abilities are wildly different, harboring unimaginable subconscious powers. Swallow ponders, if boss is her name, what was he even thinking when they first met? Renee, ever direct, simply states her name, Lelo. Swallow presses, is Lelo your full name? Nothing more, and she coolly retorts, do you need more? Then, a thought strikes him, since he's the master, why not just give her a new name entirely? A thoughtful hum escapes him, as he mulls over the big decision. Seeing him deep in thought, Renee prompts him, what about her name? With a decisive declaration, Swallow announces, from now on, you are Renee Lelo, a name that seems to bring immediate, sleepy satisfaction. With her new name still fresh, Renee stands by as Burn points out the dark boss is out cold again, then turns to her with a simple, all right then, Renee. But then, a thought sparks, and he declares it's time for her first lesson, let's start by learning how to smile. Taking it literally, Renee tries to force a smile, using her fingers to stretch her lips into position. His eyes fly open, a cosmic shockwave of disbelief as he blurts out, wow, are you smiling in this situation? Still reeling, he demands to know, what on earth did you do at Harson to make you shake like this? His mind races with wild theories, like if she'd danced naked in the street or something, ultimately deciding that, there's always an exception to the laws of life. With Renee now on his head, Burn presses him about the exception, making him internally freak out, wait. Burn, did you just kidnap a child, before quickly deciding, no, there's also quite a long story. He then scoffs, do you really think I'd bother to do something that troublesome? Slumped over a table, Swallow's mind is racing, muttering about a resignation letter he gave to Patrick, wishing it had been shredded instead. His inner turmoil takes on a dark, shifting form. As he flashes back to the moment he first met Renee in a human village. The memory shows her tiny figure gazing up at his massive monster form. Then Burn's voice cuts through his thoughts, demanding if he actually asked her, and if she was hurt, but Swallow just shrugs, saying she looked tired. His inner monster then ponders if he's actually holding Renee back, limiting her life. A thought he quickly shuts down with a firm no, as her image flashes in his mind. Burn, picking up on his intense thoughts, tells him to just say what's on his mind if he's going to be so expressive. Which makes Swallow's inner self decide that from now on, things are going to be different. Meanwhile, Sir Swald is on the move, dramatically announcing his resignation is prepped and ready, demanding to know who's even going to run the dungeon now. But back to Burn, who's staring down a massive, shadowy entity, wondering what the heck to do, and he's just like, welp, nothing left to do here. But then he hits the brakes, a sudden thought striking him, Renee's return is a total mystery, so he's gotta rethink everything. A quiet, ha escapes him as the realization dawns, and he finally gets it. Seriously, you just do not mess with the boss when he's like this. So Burn just bails, walking away from the terrifying monster form, figuring Renee might have a rough time, but she'll totally pull through. His heavy boots clank away, leaving the scene behind. But deep inside the shadowy, monstrous lair, something stirs, prompting a curious, Then, from the depths, a tiny figure, Swallow himself, looks up, his voice cutting through the darkness with one chilling word, who? Deep within his monstrous form, Swallow's voice booms to Renee, dropping a cryptic hint about the one she's been waiting for the most. Loyal Renee, ever the caretaker, asks if Lord Swallow's even eaten, then pushes him to talk about it now. Her bright green eyes gleam in the shadows, showing her absolute focus. Monster Swallow replies, teasing her about a gift he's already given. He questions if he's lost his mind by giving her that. Or if it was a genuine act, his glowing eyes betraying his inner turmoil. Suddenly, Swallow's back in human form, slumped and muttering, flashbacking to a sword, a resignation letter, and a guy named Patrick. He stands tall over Renee, who kneels before him, a powerful, silent moment between them. His mind snaps back to that resignation letter, muttering about tearing it up, if Patrick still has a heart. A single tear escapes Renee's eye, her voice barely a whisper, I don't care when. Swallow's eyes blaze with an otherworldly yellow, his command cutting through the air, just look at it properly. Then, in his terrifying monster form, he strides away, a final, chilling instruction echoing behind him, and give me a Real love stone next time. But then, a radiant, almost blinding smile erupts on Renee's face, her hands clasped in pure devotion, as she declares, now. Her absolute, unshakable loyalty rings out, I will always be with Lord Swallow. The world dissolves into darkness, only to reform into a chilling, dripping cavern. A single, glowing drop plunges through an otherworldly, electric blue void. Before we cut to a small, purple-haired demon child groggily waking up in a strange bed. Totally disoriented, they bolt upright, eyes wide with confusion, blurting out, where am I? What happened? Suddenly, a massive skeletal figure towers over them, drawing a terrified shriek from the little demon. Scrambling back, the demon child wails, convinced they're dead and facing the grim reaper in hell, but the skeletal guardian coolly sets them straight, insisting he's not that kind of thing. The truth hits the demon child like a truck as a voice declares, this is the tomb of the ancient. The skeletal guardian, pointing a bony finger, gives a nod to their quick grasp, muttering, you're quick to catch on. He then ponders to himself, wondering when his boss will finally wake up, a question that hangs heavy in the air. Finally, looking down at a surge of glowing energy, the skeletal guardian calls out, boss, wake up. A small, purple-haired figure is absolutely stunned. As a colossal, shadowy beast with blazing red eyes suddenly appears, its voice booming, you're awake. The child is utterly speechless, eyes wide with a mix of fear and awe. Because this was no ordinary creature, this was the owner of the core of the ancient, the embodiment of all things, the very guardian of God, ready to punish those who dared to tremble. The ancient beast that stands above all things, Lord Swallow, the child finally shouts, a mix of terror and recognition in their voice. The sheer, overwhelming scale of the creature absolutely dominating the entire area. But then, the small figure snaps back, straightening up and boldly declaring, the king. No, I can't let it. My apologies. Allow me to introduce myself. The massive beast just stares down, a subtle glow emanating from its eyes, and calmly states, the 17th Demon King, Demon Asmodeus. Hello, like Korea. The child just nods, a small, knowing smile spreading across their face, oh, I already memorized that. Pretty catchy, actually. The tiny demon child, staring up at the colossal entity, can't help but think, how in the world does Lord Swallow know my name? Did Swald spill the beans? Shock ripples across the child's features, a fleeting image of Swald flashing through their thoughts. Trying to make sense of it all, the child blurts out, oh, by the way, has anyone seen Swald? I totally remember him punishing those humans in Liaise and getting back the beheading gang, but... The little demon child glances around, utterly bewildered, when the massive, shadowy form declares, it's me. Gazing up at the colossal being, the child demands, utterly confused, Lord Swallow, what did you just say? The beast looms, its glowing eyes burning through the shadows, and a terrifying voice booms, I am Swald. The shocking truth hits hard, leaving the little demon child utterly speechless, staring up at the monstrous form. From stunned surprise to pure disbelief, the child's face twists in absolute shock. Pure terror grips the child, who screams, then. What disgrace are you talking about? The demon child is still in shock, barely able to process the monstrous form before them. Is this really Lord Swallow? No, they realize, this is the terrifying monster sent by the Demon King. Still trying to make sense of the situation, the child presses on about punishing the humans in Liaise, as another demon watches, clearly concerned. Meanwhile, a chilling skeletal figure with piercing blue eyes is furious, demanding to know what secrets have been hidden. Back in the present, Sir Swald, still in his terrifying beast form, stares down, a silent, heavy presence. Time passes, and now, under a starlit sky, Sir Swald is back in his human form, leading the demon child through a shadowy forest, a simple command to follow met with quiet obedience. They journey deeper, passing an ancient, vine-choked ruin, a relic of a forgotten past hidden in the forest's depths. Their path leads them to the edge of Graham Forest, a massive, shadowy expanse. Deep within the forest, a hand reaches for mysterious, glowing blue flora, a voice exclaiming in wonder at the bizarre sight. Venturing further into Graham Forest, the hooded explorer pressed on, taking in the eerie glow of the blue plants and the rich bounty of herbs, completely ignoring the ominous warnings about the forbidden zone. Then, a sudden thump and clack shattered the silence, making the explorer jump back, startled by a fleeting, shadowy presence. A jolt of alarm shot through them as they processed the sight, it wasn't just some beast, but a person, and they were in serious trouble. A quick, urgent gasp escaped them as they scrambled for a solution, knowing they had just the thing to turn this around. With a rapid thump-thump and clack-clack, they moved in, bending low, ready to save the day. Clutching a handful of vibrant red healing herbs, they were about to work their magic. But in a flash, a brutal crunch ripped through the air, a devastating blow sending blood everywhere and their lantern spinning. The once bright lantern now lay shattered on the ground, its glow dimmed, its surface splattered with fresh blood. Then, a chilling gijik echoed from the deep, dark shadows, as a terrifying, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes emerged, observing its prey. Having just survived a brutal ambush, the cloaked explorer pushes forward, a silent resolve hardening their gaze as they declare, "I have to go." The dungeon is a no-holds-barred battlefield where only the strong survive, so if you're a real monster, what's there to fear? But Renee knows the real danger. Silence from Lord Swallow's room is a huge red flag, and her eyes are practically glowing with mischievous intent. Then, a panicked voice screams, "No way. I refuse. I'm a free monster, you hear me?" She's been with him since before the Demon King's reign and came here just for him, so Renee isn't playing around. She yanks Lord Swallow's purple hair, pulling his head back as she shouts, "Renee told you, Lord Swallow is coming down now." Locked in on her mission, she's all business, stating she's needed until Lord Swallow finally crashes, a fierce purple energy radiating from her. But Lord Swallow, ever the chill boss, just wants to soak up her good vibes and stick by her side. He's not holding back, though, calling her way too conservative and inflexible. Out of nowhere, Byrne's face contorts in pure terror, sweat pouring as he can't believe his ears. The unthinkable command drops, "Call Renee a bonar." Byrne's face is a masterpiece of pure, unadulterated panic, the insult hitting him like a truck. He screams a desperate warning that Renee will end them all, just as the furious homunculus herself appears, ready to unleash hell. The narrator cuts in, pointing out how impossible it is to keep any kind of serious tension going with all this madness. And the verdict is in, no way is that tension holding up. He's barely conscious, murmuring from his desk, but his command is clear, "Patrick better tear up that resignation letter he's been hiding." But his subordinate isn't having it, reminding him he's in no position to command, especially with the outside world in total chaos, all thanks to him. Annoyed, he finally looks up, demanding to know just how bad things have gotten. His subordinate just sighs, asking if he's even bothered to read the newspapers. Meanwhile, a skeletal figure, clutching a newspaper, drops a bombshell. Border villages are under monster attack, and it's a truly disgusting development. The skeletal Sir Swald, chillingly, continues, dropping the bombshell that the Lord of Harston has committed suicide. And the fallout? Harston is now completely paralyzed, a seriously grim turn of events. He's been digging through human newspapers for weeks, and get this, only 3 articles even mention Lord Harston. His eye sockets blaze with an eerie blue glow, as he drops the ultimate cliffhanger. Do you know what this means? Byrne is utterly bewildered, barely able to form a coherent thought, as Lord Swallow lets out a deep, questioning growl. With his eyes blazing yellow, Lord Swallow shuts him down, demanding he think. Byrne instantly drops to his knees, pledging his life in absolute devotion. Still on his knees, Byrne keeps groveling, now desperately apologizing to Patrick. A deep growl escapes him, as Lord Swallow then pivots, demanding Patrick's take on the situation. Still kneeling, Patrick humbly confesses he's clueless, offering no insights. The skeletal Sir Swald steps in, offering his chilling analysis of the situation. He theorizes Harston's information blackout is deliberate, then drops a bombshell, reminding Lord Swallow he's on the hook for trashing the old Harston village. Lord Swallow is caught off guard, because a total media blackout on disaster news usually means something way worse is brewing. The core of the ancient forest is absolutely critical for Harston's survival. And if they can just keep an eye on it, they'll know exactly how powerful the forest is and what kind of insane challenges are coming. But Patrick is not messing around, he warns that waiting any longer could unleash total chaos. Suddenly, Lord Swallow, in his demon form, just faceplants with a heavy thud, telling everyone else not to overdo it and to have a safe trip. He's like, just go on without me. I'll catch up later, probably. What a guy. Patrick just stares down at his boss, completely flabbergasted, letting out a shocked "Huh." Swallow, now totally passed out and snoring, casually explains he just needed a quick nap and is ready for more sleep. But Patrick isn't buying it, he's like, seriously, boss? Don't you think it'll be a little tough for me to go solo? He strongly hints, that maybe, just maybe, he needs some backup. Even in his deep, exhausted sleep, Lord Swallow's mind is still racing, muttering about a sword and a resignation letter for Patrick. But his dream quickly spirals into chaos, as a terrifying, multi-eyed shadow monster suddenly appears, towering over him and leaving him utterly bewildered. This terrifying vision is quickly joined by Mel's, a fierce mage with purple hair and horns, introduced as Candidate 1. Her magic is no joke, it's super dangerous, like explosion magic that could wipe out a whole village, and she's laughing like a maniac, glowing with power. Suddenly, the shadowy monster is back, its red eyes burning as it looms over the fallen Lord Swallow, taunting him with a chilling question, "Die, human?" But then, a new player enters the dream, Renee, the white-haired maid with bright green eyes, Candidate 2, who cheekily asks if she shouldn't be with Lord Swallow. Turns out, Renee is actually holding Mel's back, who, in a super cute but distressed chibi form, is begging to be let go. With that creepy shadow monster still lurking, Renee is absolutely firm, telling Mel's, no way, stay right there. She clarifies that Mel's super explosion magic is actually helping, so she's begging her to just stay still, please. Trapped in a wild dream, he's already fuming, muttering, I gave you that sword, so you better shred that resignation letter you've got stashed in your ribcage, Patrick. The skeletal figure just sighs, boss. Ah, I got caught last time, didn't I? And the rabbit-eared lord just deadpans, I'm already dead anyway. The dream gets wilder, and then, bam, a single, blazing yellow eye bursts open, burning with raw power. He keeps ranting in his head, if I'm the best option, then I can't even use polygraphs that need a living person to breathe. Skeletal Patrick, ever the realist, just deadpants, yeah, you really can't come with me. Then, in a flash, the rabbit-eared form morphs into a terrifying black dog, jaws snapping, roaring, now I can. The wild dream shatters, and a voice screams, seriously, get some sleep. He jolts awake, eyes blazing with blue energy, the dream's fury still burning as he snarls, you are so going to die a painful death. The real Patrick, armored and stoic, stands before him as Lord Swallow, a smirk on his face, finishes his thought, even though you went through all that trouble just to tell me I'm already dead. Still fuming from his dream, Lord Swallow muttered about the sword he'd given Patrick, wishing that resignation letter hidden in his ribcage would just shred itself. But even in this mental haze, a voice shot back, demanding if he understood nothing, and if he couldn't just go back to the dreamscape. The voice pressed on, implying that if he had such a letter, he should be able to just leave right away. Snapping back to reality, Lord Swallow roared at Patrick, shouting that wasn't the point, calling him a freak. As they pressed on, Patrick announced their arrival beneath the starlit sky. Gazing at the massive, imposing structure before them, Lord Swallow commented that Patrick had really done a number on this place. Patrick, ever the meticulous aide, started to explain that there were 4 simple ways to tell how active a human village was, prompting his boss to ask for more. He demanded to know what they were. Peering into the human village, Patrick immediately lays out the game plan, declaring that the first move is to scope out the market scene. He keeps going, dropping the intel that step 2 is all about extracting info from the locals, but warns that if an investigation team was already on it, they'd probably be way behind the curve. Next up, he reveals the third method, checking the adventurer and subjugation party registrations on the request board, but this place is a bust, no board in sight. But Swallow's patience is wearing thin, all he wants is to bail. Oblivious to his master's growing frustration, Patrick wraps up his intel, tagging the inn and pub as the last crucial spots. Swallow, totally blindsided by the depth of this strategy, can only manage a bewildered, huh? His fuse finally blown, he shoots Patrick a death glare, spitting out a frustrated, damn you. Patrick, completely unfazed, starts to temper expectations, then instantly pivots, asking the innkeeper about available rooms. Inside the inn, he scopes out the place, probably waiting for an answer. Patrick's piercing blue gaze cuts through the gloom, a single, damning thought igniting in his mind. This entire place, he instantly knows, is completely messed up, not normal at all. A deep growl rips from his throat as his gaunt hand extends, already feeling the twisted energy festering in the darkness. The growl turns into a roar as grotesque shadows lunge from the blackness, and Patrick's entire being erupts with raw, crackling purple power. His glowing eyes blaze with cold fury, locked onto every single encroaching threat. With a primal roar, he unleashes a devastating torrent of purple lightning, tearing through the shadowy creatures. The lightning surges, a blinding, destructive force, engulfing the monsters in pure, crackling annihilation. A final, cataclysmic explosion of power erupts from him, wiping out every last threat in a blinding, purple inferno. Standing victorious amidst the fading shadows, he makes a firm decision. After this, they're heading straight to the nearest capital, Lias, the absolute heart of human territory. He observes the grim reality. Humanity's power has plummeted since the Black Calamity struck. With a surge of crackling blue lightning, he continues his chilling assessment. And with a skeletal grin, he declares this the perfect moment to utterly dismantle the Empire. The very fabric of reality seems to warp, underscoring the sheer magnitude of his intent. The silence in this inn is deafening, making its emptiness feel super suspicious. It's like the human element here has been totally cut off. His hand is on his sword. Sir Swald steps up to the counter, where the inn owner is just chilling. Knife in hand, the owner immediately asks why he's even here. Sir Swald, totally unfazed, drops his identity, a knight of the Fitron Black Knights, straight out of Netreville. But even with the intro, the inn owner's face screams suspicion, thinking they're still just attackers. But then, a total flip. He suddenly shouts, apologizing for being so suspicious. He's barely taken a step up the stairs when the inn owner drops a bombshell, no rooms, no food, the entire town is shut down. Is this the Black Calamity at work? The inn owner's grim nod confirms his worst fears. The inn owner, now looking utterly defeated, can only offer apologies, admitting even a room wouldn't be ready if they had one. A thoughtful hum escapes him, as he calculates that a room's price tag in this ruined town would probably be more than a meal. Still kicking himself, the inn owner keeps apologizing as Sir Swald strides past. His eyes drop to a glinting gold coin on the counter, as he hears the knight's calm, cutting question, "Still not ready?" His head snaps up, Sir Swald already at the top of the stairs, and the inn owner scrambles to lead the way. Armor clanking, the inn owner hurries after him. Just as they reach the landing, the inn owner's voice hitches, his eyes fixed on a shadowy, cloaked figure materializing behind Sir Swald, who turns, utterly oblivious, and asks, "What, me?" A formidable knight, encased in gleaming plate, scans the area with an intense gaze. He confronts the inn owner, his voice sharp, questioning his actions while still admitting the man's surprising utility, even for a slave. The inn owner, clearly agitated, attempts to clarify, protesting that the slave can't possibly share quarters and he'll just stand guard by the entrance. Stepping into their assigned room, the knight surveys the humble accommodations. A smirk plays on his lips as he declares, this place is actually exceeding his expectations. His eyes land on a young man already passed out in the bed, and he immediately stakes his claim, reveling in the novelty of actually paying for his own lodging. The inn owner readily concurs, calling it a steal, as the knight playfully questions if "slave" was truly the best descriptor the man could come up with. Even unconscious, the young man's mind is active, internally confirming that his worn attire and appearance would absolutely brand him a beggar, and he prefers it that way. Still lost in the depths of slumber, he's plagued by the nightmare of being seen as a mere beggar, while a phantom voice from his past demands Patrick rip up a hidden resignation letter, a testament to a bond forged with a sword. But then, a sharp voice slices through the dream, demanding he wake up. The voice grows more urgent, challenging his very nature to move as little as possible. He jolts upright, shouting back with an explosive, "Of course." He lets out a frustrated sigh, declaring his ultimate wish, to be reborn as an unyielding rock in his next life. But Patrick, ever the loyal aide, can't help but find his master's logic utterly unreasonable, a silent plea for sanity in his glowing eyes. Swallow issues a stern warning to Patrick, telling him not to test his patience from the get-go, right as Byrne makes his entrance, casually greeting his boss. His armored boot touches down, completing his entrance into the chamber, and with a nod, he simply says, "Much, boss." As night falls, the mages are unleashed, free to dominate the darkness with their power. But let's not forget the Black Calamity, a cataclysm born from the great mage's own arrogance, and the imperial family. They chose the wrong side, and paid the ultimate price. And who got stuck with the blame for that mess? Lord LL and the monster. As a mysterious cloaked figure surveys the devastated city, he can't help but think, seriously, what an idiot. He just trashed everything. Before the crystal even shattered, both Lord LL and Lord Strix were already gone. And that leaves Patrick, the cloaked figure, to wonder, seriously, who's the Lord of Marston these days? He's thinking, the imperial family is toast, and the Black Calamity turned everything upside down, so it only makes sense that Strix's younger brother would be next in line for the title, right? Patrick, his glowing eyes still on the book, can't help but think, this whole situation has been pretty wild, honestly. And just like that, he makes up his mind, announcing, "All right, let's go check out this new lord, shall we?" The Lord of Marston's castle stands, a dark silhouette against the ominous sky. Inside, the clank of armored boots signals his arrival, he's in, deep within the castle's heart. Patrolling guards everywhere, this security is way tighter than he thought. Effortlessly scaling the wall, he could take them out, but that's just more work. Better to keep it quiet. Gliding across the rooftops, no need to rush, no need for more trouble. A silent whoosh as he clears a massive gap, he's got a target, and he's heading straight for it. Spotting a guard below, he feels something, a presence humans are blind to. He finds it, a doorway pulsing with an eerie blue light, it's time to put the Lord of Marston's corpse to rest, once and for all. Through the glowing portal he goes, deeper into the mystery, one step at a time. A vast, inky blackness stretches out, with faint, ethereal particles drifting through the void. From a surprisingly comfy bed, a voice muses on how this dungeon isn't so bad after all. As Swallow stirs, still half asleep. But the peace doesn't last, and he grumbles about never getting to sleep comfortably. Just as insistent knocks echo from his door, followed by a polite, "Sir Knight, are you inside?" Swallow opens the door to a distinguished, bald man in a suit, who quickly clarifies he's not there for a fight, but because his master called him. Adding with a slight smile that a good disciple is always useful, especially one of such high price. The man then realizes they haven't even introduced themselves, extending his hand and declaring, "My name is Novan Hedeker. Please feel free to call me Mr. Novan." Novan Hedeker turns to the figure, who coolly replies, "I'm Swald." Novan, ever the watchful aide, then cautions, "Right, Swald. Just make sure you're not causing any trouble when you head downstairs." While Swald busies himself with a meager meal, Novan presses him, so, is the situation in Harston truly as dire as they say? Novan grimly confirms, stating that it was a catastrophe of epic proportions, with the majority of Harston's refugees losing everything they had. The sheer scale of the disaster was unimaginable. And in the immediate aftermath, the Lord himself took his own life. The once bustling Harston was utterly abandoned, a ghost town where only the mournful wind echoed through the desolate avenues. Swald, lost in thought, mutters, "What am I even doing in a place like this?" Then resolves, "I should probably just finish my errands and get out of here, right?" Novan offers a cryptic hum, then pointedly reminds Swald, "You, of all people, should understand." Just as he contemplates the fate of an individual, a jarring thwack rips through the air. Just as the tension peaks with an unexpected, earth-shattering impact, a massive thwack rips through the silence, signaling a powerful arrival. Because, as the legends say, when they are cornered, a mysterious, red-haired powerhouse with blazing yellow eyes appears, radiating raw energy from a high vantage point. Dropping in from above, a figure with fiery red hair makes a dramatic entrance into a seriously fancy room. Touching down with impossible grace, making zero noise. A confident smirk spreads across his face as he surveys the scene, totally owning the moment. He clocks the super fancy setup, instantly figuring out these guys are definitely outsiders, probably loaded, since they snagged the inn's priciest suite. His eyes scan over the lavish fabrics and insane details of the place. Before landing on two distant figures, their silhouettes screaming, these people are absolutely dripping with cash. Then he looks down at his own threads. A look of pure disdain hitting him as he asks, "Seriously, are these clothes just gross?" He flashes back to a sharp order, telling Patrick to shred that resignation letter, a memory that still grates, but even now, he's calculating, could this be a path to a bonus, a raise? Then, a heavy thud, a secret floor panel springs open, revealing a dark void below, and he's left to wonder, what is this? A jolt of dread hits him, his face contorting, this is bad, really bad. He sweeps his gaze across the room, a chilling thought taking hold, did they just clear everything out and vanish? He moves to a cabinet, yanking open a drawer, the click sharp in the silence. His eyes snap wide at what he sees inside, a sudden, chilling thought, they didn't just leave, they couldn't have. A cold dread washes over him, his eyes locked on the shocking find. His voice a strained gasp, he demands to know, what is this? A low murmur escapes him, as his hand plunges into the secret drawer, a chilling thought reverberating, I gave you that sword, Patrick, so you better shred that resignation letter you've been hiding. Elsewhere, far from the unfolding mystery, Patrick looms before a massive castle, a flicker of impatience in his tone. This is getting dull. I didn't sign up for some lord's castle. What kind of pathetic toy is this, master? A frustrated sigh escapes the Death Knight, his gaze fixed on the formidable fortress. Ugh. I wanted to see the new lord's face, but... Back in his chambers, Swallow reclines on the bed, a hint of annoyance on his face. Security was way too tight, so I had no choice but to come back empty-handed. Patrick, now by the bedside, challenges his master. Boss. Did you miss something? Are you saying I'm going to fail? Swallow's gaze sharpens, a clear challenge in his voice. Humph. What kind of monster gets outsmarted by a human? What could my owner possibly not know from the start? Suddenly, Patrick's skull-like face twists in pure shock, his glowing blue eyes blown wide at an unbelievable sight. He stammers, completely dumbfounded, what is that? What in the world? Boss? I can't believe you actually pulled something off. Swallow, now upright and cradling a small, eerily glowing skull-like artifact, lets out a low, amused chuckle. He. Even I'm surprised. This was completely unknown, a secret to everyone. From a high vantage point, Patrick scans the imposing castle, a chilling realization dawning on him, the open window is now sealed, and the others remain locked tight. Back in his room, Swallow jolts awake, utterly bewildered by Patrick's bizarre question, thinking, what in the world is he talking about? I didn't touch any windows. Patrick scoffs, instantly shutting down the ghost theory, declaring it utterly impossible. A still drowsy Swallow can only shrug, muttering about a ghost, a robber, or some unknown intruder. Then, a cold, hard truth slams into him, his eyes snapping wide open in pure dread. He rips through his bed sheets in a frenzy, a desperate search for something vital. He springs up, a horrified shout escaping him, his coat is gone. He rips open a drawer, only to discover that his sword has vanished too. Patrick, now right there, coolly asks what exactly was taken, while Swallow can only stare in utter shock at the empty space. Patrick lets out a low murmur, his glowing blue eyes locked on something unseen, a faint crack marring his cheek. And then, as if answering his very thoughts, glowing red text flashes into existence, MYRIB. A soft thud reverberates through the quiet. Elsewhere, beneath a shadowy archway on a deserted street, a figure with fiery red hair emerges, shrouded in a dark cloak. She casts her gaze downward, her voice a quiet, confident declaration, when, this broke is good enough. Rosalina turns her head, acknowledging her blonde-haired companion behind her, a subtle rustle marking her shift. His face etched with concern, the companion presses her, and where have you been out so late? He continues, his tone unwavering, I told you not to wander around by yourself. Rosalina's gaze hardens, her expression resolute as she retorts, it wasn't for no good reason. This time, for the sake of everyone. Rosalina doubles down, declaring her nocturnal mission was for everyone's benefit. But Byrne isn't buying it, challenging her on the futility of exhausting herself for such an ambiguous goal. A guttural growl rumbles from him as Rosalina quickly interjects, that's not what she was trying to say. She playfully scolds him, urging him to lighten up, and he immediately snaps to attention with a respectful, "B-boss." Byrne cuts her off, declaring she's mistaken, insisting that true thieves should be fearless and devoid of anger, a point he emphasizes with a deep, rumbling growl. Byrne, still on the hunt for answers, held up the mysterious item, straight up asking if Rosalina had swiped it. Her reply. A classic, yeah, boss, totally forgot to mention it, just trying to pull my own weight. But Byrne wasn't buying it, pushing harder, demanding to know exactly where she got this rib from. Rosalina's answer was super casual, oh, you know, the rib on the arm street. She tried to explain, saying she found it in some fancy room, all clean and tucked away in a drawer, so it couldn't be some super expensive relic, right? Byrne's eyes narrowed, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper as he just said her name, and you could feel the tension instantly crank up. Then, the shocking truth dropped with a brutal close-up, this thing was undeniably a human rib. Rosalina just stood there, her cloak hanging around her. And then she totally freaked out, denying everything, swearing she had no idea what was going on or what that rib even was. But Byrne wasn't letting up, hitting her with a sarcastic, did you buy this for $1? She shot back a furious no, still in total denial that it could be human. Then, with a lightning-fast move, Byrne yanked back Rosalina's cloak, exposing exactly where that rib was stashed, leaving her absolutely speechless. Byrne doubles down, holding up the bone and declaring it's for black magic or some dark occult ritual. Sweat beading on his brow, he's clearly disturbed, questioning who would even collect human bones in a world already drowning in people exploiting others. Rosalina, totally freaked out, denies it could be a human bone, or from anything that was once alive. But the bone itself is practically glowing with dark energy, hinting at a sinister origin that would be even more terrifying if it belonged to a necromancer. The aura swirls ominously. He's convinced this thing is pure danger, and he's not even starting on her raggedy clothes. His eyes narrow on her cloak, it's literally beggar-tier fabric. Then, with a lightning-fast move, he rips the cloak right off her. The cloak flies off, revealing a shocked and vulnerable Rosalina underneath, leaving Byrne utterly stunned. Byrne, still reeling from the revelation, confronts Rosalina, dropping the bombshell that the mysterious bone she'd been carrying was actually a human ribcage. But instead of processing the horror, Rosalina's mind immediately jumps to the real prize, a pile of shimmering gold coins. How much is that, boss? She exclaims, completely missing the point. Byrne's face twists in pure exasperation, cutting her off instantly, telling her this was absolutely not the moment to be celebrating. He just turns his back and walks off, leaving Rosalina to grumble to herself, complaining about all the trouble she went through to get it. Byrne, however, is already miles away, mentally calculating the damage, thinking about the high-paying customers at the now-ruined luxury inn, a place that's literally falling apart. A pang of regret hits him hard, realizing he should have seen this coming way earlier. Completely unaware of Byrne's mounting anger, Rosalina just stares at the glowing human rib in her hand, totally stoked that her precious items are raking in the cash. Byrne's mind is still racing, adding up all the losses, from the high-end clothes to the scattered gold coins. He finally comes to a chilling conclusion, they'd seriously messed with the wrong person, someone they should have never, ever tangled with. Suddenly, the scene shifts. Swallow, looking utterly unbothered, coolly calls out to some unseen figures, dropping the casual, thieves' bomb. And right behind him, solid as a rock, Patrick's booming voice cuts through the air, leaving no doubt, they're here to take back what's theirs. Swallow, finally stirring, confesses he was actually hyped to see everyone again. Standing tall over his kneeling Death Knight. First things first, he needs to make sure everyone's safe, demanding they look secure. Then, a quick breath of relief escapes him, as he confirms his own survival. He then asks if Patrick's rocking Renee's threads, before dropping another, what a relief. Patrick, still on his knees, worries about Renee's reaction, then shouts out to his boss. Swallow, however, makes it clear, this is the absolute end of the line, commanding everyone to freeze. Patrick shouts out once more, then asks if he's really the boss, needing that confirmation. Sir Swall demands to know how they were tracked down, but Swallow's only response is a cryptic, I wonder. Byrne notes their foes are getting smarter, but Swallow, clearly exhausted, just wants to crash. Byrne, with a smirk, gives his boss the green light, recognizing they've been on the run non-stop. Sir Swald declares that bad guys messed with the wrong crew, but warns it's way too soon to relax completely. Burn pushes for assurance that their enemies won't just pop back up, and Swallow has to admit he's got a point. Sir Swald fumes, baffled that they were tracked down again after ditching Tracker, demanding to know how their enemies dared. Rosalina, watching intently, realizes no ordinary humans could pull this off, her suspicions confirmed with a knowing, sure enough. Renee gasps, wondering if they're dealing with black magic. Swallow then challenges the shadows, demanding to know if they are the beings who live in the dark. Slumped over, a low murmur escapes him, his mind racing back to Patrick, the sword he gave him, and that resignation letter tucked away in his ribcage. Elsewhere, Rosalina takes in the oppressive darkness, feeling its depth, almost like it's radiating pure black magic. Burn nods, confirming this massive bone is crucial to her, and just as vital to him, since it's literally his body. Swallow, a sly smirk spreading across his face, scoffs at the notion of black magic, declaring it's just a piece of him, something far beyond simple spells. Then, out of nowhere, a massive, invisible force smashes into their position, exploding in a blinding flash of blue energy and shattering impact. Rosalina screams in shock, shouting a name as the impact rocks them. Sir Swald, quick on the draw, barks orders to evacuate, prioritizing anyone who can't move themselves. Another devastating blow connects, the blue energy flaring even harder as the invisible assault keeps coming. Someone gets absolutely rocked by the force, screaming in pain, clutching their ribs. A hulking armored assailant, cloaked in dark plate, casually snatches a projectile out of the air, glowing energy bursting from their gauntlet. Blindsided, Sir Swald is violently thrown back, a shout of pure shock tearing from his throat as he stumbles. He's airborne, tumbling through the chaos, debris exploding around him from the sheer power of the hit. But even mid-fall, Sir Swald unleashes a furious counter, a blinding blue energy blast slamming into the assailant's armor. The armored figure barely flinches, simply looking down at the tiny, unbroken stone at their feet, utterly shrugging off the hit. Sir Swald, finally back on his feet, can only gape in utter shock, his attack having done absolutely nothing. Then, with chilling indifference, the armored assailant lifts a massive boot, ready to obliterate the projectile. And with a brutal, final stomp, the stone is utterly annihilated beneath the armored heel. A gauntlet hand clamps around Sir Swald's neck, lifting him effortlessly into the air as he lets out a pained grunt, completely outmatched. Suspended helplessly, the armored assailant taunts him, questioning if he even possesses any proper weapons. From an unseen location, a voice asks what to do with the captive, but Lord Swallow cuts in, reminding them to drop the act. As the armored figure holds him steady, another armored ally casually suggests just knocking him out for now. The first assailant then asks if he even wants to live, while the other demands that the captive be thoroughly punished. Sir Swald struggles internally, questioning his own weakness and if he'll ever truly control his power. Meanwhile, the armored assailant casually crushes Sir Swald's blue energy projectile, shattering it into glowing fragments with terrifying ease. As the last remnants of his attack dissipate, Sir Swald's eyes blaze with an intense blue light, and a powerful, uncontrolled aura erupts from his body. Lord Swallow's voice echoes, a chilling assurance that if he just tries hard enough, it will surely work out. Half a day already since Lord Swallow dipped out, and Burns just like, seriously. And Renee, totally lost in thought, just confirms it, still wondering if she's just being nosy about where he went. Burns trying to chill her out, telling her there's no way a boss like Lord Swallow would ever miss a meal, even if things got wild. But his patience is wearing thin as she keeps freaking out, you can practically see the frustration in his fist. He doubles down, but Renee's still stressing, making him finally snap, enough already. But let's not forget, Lord Swallow is a total ancient monster, basically at the top of the food chain, and he's got a Death Knight rolling with him, literally controlling death. Under the full moon's chilling glow, an unbearable suffering hangs heavy, a consequence unleashed the instant that fateful sword was given. On the ground, Lord Swallow barely whispers, his voice raw, "Rip up that resignation letter you stashed in your ribcage, Patrick." The Death Knight, towering above, replies with chilling calm, just like this. "You actually impressed me for a human. Caught me off guard for a second." The armored figure presses on, his stance unwavering, "Either way, I shouldn't have. Let's finish this fast. No time to waste." A gauntlet hand descends, and the Death Knight simply says, "So, boss." Lord Swallow, eyes blazing with frantic energy, shouts, "Don't just lie there. You're too good at it, Patrick. It's way more comfy than you think." The Death Knight hesitates, a flicker of something in his rigid form as he mumbles, Sorry." Swallow's face twists in pure agony, his glowing eyes brimming, "I'm so sorry. It was my fault I fell." Now on his knees, hands clasped in a desperate prayer, he screams, "The others had nothing to do with this. So please." Still reeling on the floor, Lord Swallow desperately begs for mercy for his allies, but Patrick's chilling voice cuts right through his despair. Demanding if he honestly thinks they'll get off scot-free just because he ran away. Swallow tries to argue, but Patrick isn't having it, hammering home how those bastards have been relentless. Then, a chilling realization dawns on the Demon Lord, a spark of his old power igniting as he declares, "The cat's out of the bag, isn't it? Patrick, go handle everything." The Death Knight's hand extends, a silent, chilling acceptance of the order. And his voice, a cold, unwavering echo, confirms his absolute loyalty. Of course. As Patrick pivots to depart, a cataclysmic transformation rips through Lord Swallow. His form distorts, hair blazing crimson, eyes burning with an infernal, demonic glow. He surges to his feet, the newly unleashed Demon Lord roaring a chilling warning, "If you get any closer, I really will." His razor-sharp, crimson eyes narrow with lethal intent, an overwhelming aura of raw power blasting from his transformed body. As he grips a glowing, ornate artifact, its light dancing in his menacing, crimson gaze. A mysterious metallic structure pulses with a faint blue light, and then, a hand emerges, presenting something unknown. With his transformed red eyes burning with intensity, Swallow cuts straight to the chase, demanding answers. He gestures sharply at the glowing, ornate artifact now held before him, his voice cutting through the air, "Where did you get this from?" It's Patrick, in his imposing dark armor with those piercing blue eyes, who stands there, holding the mysterious object. The artifact itself is a rosary, intricately designed like a crowned phoenix, a legendary symbol representing an ancient, powerful god. As it pulses with an ethereal, blinding light, Patrick continues, his voice filled with awe, "And get this, the sheer mana pouring out of this thing." He drops the bombshell, revealing the energy's true nature, its surveillance mana. Swallow lets out a shocked gasp, as Patrick drives home the artifact's insane rarity, surveillance mana. "Sir, this is something even a top commander couldn't dream of getting their hands on." Suddenly, Patrick's focus shifts dramatically, and he shouts out, "Boss! What in the world?" Patrick's got Swallow in a tight grip as the boss monster drops a bombshell, "Someone's hunting the residents of Eratin." That rosary, the one the girl was clutching, suddenly unleashes a massive wave of surveillance mana. So this thing only works under specific rules, meaning if they mess up, they could be totally blind to what this surveillance mana is even tracking. Patrick thinks, his gaze fixed downwards. Swallow's mind races, noting this isn't even a magic village, yet he's already encountered magic stones and a surveillance item. Patrick proposes a new strategy for mana monitoring, urging his boss to get on board. "Seriously?" Swallow grumbles, eyeing the kneeling knight, clearly skeptical about his plan to handle this mess. "Ugh, obviously," he sighs, a clear note of annoyance in his voice. But Patrick's already got an epic solution cooking for his boss. Patrick, ever the strategist, takes a moment, his arm resting, as he mentally gears up for the next big move with his amazing solution. The armored figure, surprisingly, apologizes for what happened earlier, quickly adding that it wasn't because they stole anything, but a direct imperial order to leave no trace and keep things quiet. An imperial order? Sir Swald and Rosalina are completely taken aback, left to question everything they thought they knew about the world. Then, the armored assailant drops a bombshell, they're actually part of the imperial family's secret shadow organization. With a dramatic flourish of their armored hand, they declare themselves the Shadow Knights of Roano's Mist. Rosalina and Sir Swald can barely believe their ears, the words Shadow Knights hanging heavy in the air. The armored figure, having dropped a bombshell about his true allegiance, lets out a chilling laugh, assuring them they're safe for now, but the tension is palpable. But Sir Swald isn't buying it, his mind racing to figure out why a knight would even be here. Cutting straight to the chase, the knight reveals their true objective, to save Harston. He lays it all out, revealing their earlier evasiveness was a direct imperial order, all based on top-secret imperial intel. Sir Swald's face hardens, confessing his struggle to get intel from the captain and the dire need for the knight's power to save Harston. Then, the armored figure throws down the gauntlet, daring him to come back and prove his might. Rosalina's eyes widen in understanding, it hits her, this knight isn't just some imperial lackey, he's here for Harston. A crowd starts to buzz, and the armored figure, holding someone, shouts a rallying cry, "The Emperor hasn't forsaken us." With the knights surrounded and the crowd stirring, Rosalina steps up, rallying everyone to help them. Sir Swald is down, but his mind races. He's thinking about how easy humans are to manipulate, how they never truly change, and the wild idea of starting fresh. But the armored Shadow Knight looms over him, dropping a bombshell question, "Are they heading back already?" "No way." The knight shuts that down fast, declaring this is just the warm-up, and there's a whole lot more chaos to unleash. Sir Swald, still sprawled, gives a sarcastic nod to the knight's efforts, but his face screams annoyance as he calls them out for causing this mess, bluntly reminding them about his "no trouble" rule. The knight just shrugs it off, then asks for details, only to immediately dismiss it like it's nothing. Then, with a voice of pure command, the knight barks at Sir Swald to get up and get busy, declaring that since they're in this deep, he's gotta pull his weight too. A tight fist, a silent rage, Sir Swald is not happy. Kneeling, Sir Swald glares up, calling out the knight's bluff, demanding to know why they can't just do their own dirty work. But then, standing tall with Byrne and the other knight, Sir Swald drops a bombshell: he's going to handle their leader himself. He lays down the law to his companion, a heavy sigh in his voice, telling them it's time to play nice with the humans. His face contorts in pure disgust, spitting out the words, "Get along with humans." But the purple-haired maid, flanked by Byrne and the other armored knights, cuts him off, declaring, "It can't be helped, boss." He's still fuming. "Why me? What did I even do?" But she fires back, "Can't you see? We're getting more freedom than humans just by looking at them." His glare intensifies, snapping, "Did you just call me a beggar?" She quickly backpedals, "Just an example. This is how you get back, boss." The crew keeps moving, and he grudgingly admits that maybe, just maybe, acting like a human is the only play left. He lets out a tired groan, thinking, seriously, these humans just sleep all day, don't they? Elsewhere, a sharp-suited woman with black hair strides through a wasteland, her eyes scanning the mana-leaking bastards everywhere, a grim thought crossing her mind: I'd never find the will to do anything about this. Her face hardens, muttering, "This is literally..." Suddenly, his hand flares with raw power, and he explodes in a furious outburst, "I know, right? My normal life, gone." The armored commander lays down the law, admitting this mission won't be easy, but there's more to it. He's quick to remind his subordinate that this whole getting along with humans idea was his suggestion, so he better step up and take charge. The subordinate, ever loyal, quickly agrees, clearly just wanting to get this over with and head back home, pledging his full obedience to the master's command. But the commander isn't done, stressing that patience is key, even if those pesky humans are super suspicious. A simple HM from the subordinate, taking it all in. The commander drives the point home: this friendly with humans thing is going to be a massive headache. Suddenly, the subordinate switches gears, digging into the commander's past, asking if he, too, was a Shadow Knight in Kono's Mist. The commander fires back with his own question about the subordinate's background, demanding to know if he hailed from Lais, given his Imperial Knight status. The subordinate presses on, pointing out the commander's strange outfit, and demanding to know why he's not in full armor like everyone else. Swallow is down, sprawled on the floor, but even from there, he's got words for Patrick, a low murmur about that sword he gave him and the resignation letter he's still holding onto. His eyes are practically burning with a furious yellow glow, and he just explodes with a frustrated, "Damn it." The pressure is clearly getting to him. A dark, dangerous thought flashes through his mind, the urge to just swallow them all, bubbling to the surface. Cut to later, and Swallow's chilling with 3 skeleton buddies at a table, letting out a big sigh before telling them to go make some friends. Seriously? He plasters on a fake smile, practically chanting to himself, "Alright, let's play nice. I have to be nice. The struggle is real." Then, he turns to Patrick, asking, "Hey, what are you curious about?" Just as a small child wanders up to them, Swallow asks Patrick, "Have you ever even had the chance to meet a human, wouldn't you?" Patrick looks totally flustered by the kid, stuttering out, Sir Knight. What's going on here?" Elsewhere, Rosalina is absolutely fuming, her fiery red hair practically alive with anger, while Sir Swald and Byrne just watch in the background, as she shouts about someone stealing your things. Swallow, looking totally over it, just confirms he's got everything handled, like it's no big deal. Then, out of nowhere, the armored assailant, the Devil's Champion and a total powerhouse from the Boss Monster's crew, hits him with a declaration, saying he's been summoned to Swallow and the boss is ready to go all out to help. The champion then drops a reminder about their main mission, confirming they're all about saving Neroth. Looking super serious, the armored figure lays out the plan: if Swallow wants his old power back, it's way faster if he preps himself instead of waiting for the champion to scout around. Inside, Swallow's mind is screaming "No" a million times, even as the champion offers a direct warp to the core, making Swallow burst out, "Seriously? Why now?" His eyes practically burning with annoyance, Swallow catches the champion's real motive: a sweet reward from their majesty for nailing this mission. Then, like a switch flipped, his glowing eyes now blazing with determination, Swallow suddenly finds the explanation totally legit and agrees to jump in right away. With glowing particles swirling, the armored assailant just turns and heads off, leading the charge. The armored assailant guides Swallow through a shadowy, desolate area, leading him down a dimly lit street, where the armored figure declares, "First, I'll show you the private residences." Pausing before a massive, ancient door, and then adding, "Once you open this door, you'll understand." Swallow extends his hand, his fingers making contact with the cold, rough wood. The door groans open slowly, unveiling a blinding light from within as they both cross the threshold. Inside, a horrifying truth comes to light: 2 people had starved to death. Their emaciated bodies lay intertwined on the floor, a grim testament to their suffering. The armored assailant lays out the grim reality: there's no food left. They were cut off from one's neighbors around here, as Swallow takes in the scene, muttering, "Starving to death, huh?" The narrative then zooms out, revealing an abnormal mana presence that has plagued the area from the very start, with the castle now under the iron rule of the Majesty. Even after the devastation, the residents of Naristra are still clutching their weapons. A grim testament to the lingering, terrifying effects of the Black Calamity, which had been more than enough to plunge the entire region into a devastating famine. Burns surveys a desolate room, utterly baffled by how anyone could have been crushed to death so completely powerless. It's been a full month since the Black Calamity first struck Naristra, and the silence here is absolutely unnerving. He muses on the eerie quiet of the place, and why the residents still haven't given up their weapons, even now. Turning to his companion, he asks if he isn't curious about these unsettling facts, Sir Knight. Inside a shadowy chamber, a round table just sits there, waiting for someone to show up. Then, Lord Swallow and Rosalina are there, and he's totally annoyed about human squabbles, especially after he gave them such a huge responsibility. He then lays down the law, saying that kind of thinking is a no-go, because Lord Swallow himself put them in charge of the dungeon. Meanwhile, Renee's off to the side, thinking out loud, like, seriously, what could possibly be more important than guarding this dungeon? But Swallow fires back, saying this whole mess just proves they got a sweet reward for their hard work, and their loyalty isn't something you can just buy off. Rosalina just looks totally baffled, letting out a little, huh, as Swallow keeps going, laying out how if they lose their spot, they've got nothing left. Renee, still watching, then drops her own wisdom, telling them a cat thief always needs to be on high alert. Still on high alert, she grumbles about human unpredictability. While the mystical observer's eye, their ultimate surveillance tool, promising to double-check everything, even after just finishing a patrol. But then, a chilling magical mark flares on Swallow's face. Confirming the impossible, someone has breached their stronghold. His mind races, realizing the magic gaze is down, meaning this intruder is likely a lone wolf. A sharp, huh, rips from his throat. As his cup crashes down, liquid splattering everywhere. They're here. A powerful new presence makes a dramatic entrance, cloaked in a crimson aura and dark energy, with the rhythmic click of high heels announcing their arrival. This distinct sound immediately grabs the attention of Renee and Swallow, who exchange worried glances, recognizing it as the observer's eye. Amidst the ominous clicking, a chillingly calm voice directly addresses Renee, asking about her well-being. And then, the intruder steps into full view, a stunning woman with fiery red hair and an undeniable aura of power, glowing with a vibrant purple energy. This is none other than Elizabeth Bathory, the infamous crime queen, a boss monster from one of the 7 most malevolent dungeons. Snapping out of her shock, Renee quickly apologizes for the less-than-grand reception, adding that with prior notice, she would have rolled out the red carpet. But Elizabeth simply waves it off, admitting she was the one who showed up uninvited. Elizabeth Bathory, the crime queen herself, leans in, demanding Swallow's name if he dares to welcome her. Swallow, cool as ever with his teacup, just mutters, "That's." Elizabeth, with a dramatic sigh, calls it a shame he hasn't introduced himself, then pivots with a smirk, "Anyway, who's the new face? Do you know?" With a mischievous grin, she declares, "If you're talking to me, you're talking to the supreme ruler of one of the 7 demon kings." And just in case you missed it, the narration drops the bombshell, she's Neil de Lymf Agria, the descendant of Asmodeus, and the boss of Chaste Castle, Bathory herself. Then, as if it just occurred to her, Elizabeth casually drops, "Oh, I didn't introduce her to you, huh? This is Bathory, the boss of one of Chaste Castle, While Swallow's mind reels, Renee rushes over, her voice laced with alarm, "Our Lord Renee." She presses on, warning him that if he just freeloads here, he'll miss out on all the other dungeon bosses, and practically drags him towards the main hall, promising more food. Elizabeth, watching the whole scene unfold, then turns to Swallow with a knowing look, "So, if you're a freeloader, you must be the core of the ancient rite, huh?" Elizabeth's unsettling questions kept coming, and he could only manage a hesitant, "Not yet." But the crime queen just stared, a sly smirk playing on her lips as she wondered, "Seriously? No emotions, no reactions. Where's the fun in that?" Then, out of nowhere, she casually dropped a bombshell about the villagers just stepping out, making him snap, "What?" A chillingly knowing look spread across her face as she simply stated, "I see." Her eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint in them as she pressed, "Did they really leave, knowing what kind of mess they were in?" Suddenly, Renee burst in, her face etched with worry, demanding, "What in the world happened?" Elizabeth's sharp nails tapped a golden goblet, a chilling prelude to her next words, "The entire village near Chait Castle was gone." The village was utterly annihilated, so everyone assumed the humans bolted, but Elizabeth's voice dropped to a whisper, "Except, no bodies. They just vanished." But this wasn't a retreat, the lingering blood aura screamed that the village was devoured in an instant, like a monstrous feast. Elizabeth Bathory was still reeling from the Harston mystery, the missing villagers a chilling puzzle she couldn't shake. A massive castle loomed in the distance, shrouded in moonlight. As she tried to piece together the horrifying truth behind the vanished population, With her signature red eyes glowing, she wondered, how could every single body just disappear in a flash? One terrifying thought echoed, was this the work of the undead? A sly smirk played on her face, she knew that to devour beings with such low mana compared to hers, it would take something truly unique. Everyone knew most undead were mindless, driven only by primal urges. But then, a terrifying skeletal figure, shrouded in dark robes, with piercing blue eyes and a chilling aura, hinted at something far more sinister. These were the elder undead, and their coordinated actions screamed one thing: they had a leader, and a powerful one at that. A shadowy mass of figures looms in the darkness, an indistinct army of the dead. From their midst, a towering, dark silhouette emerges, the very presence of Greyroth, the lord of the undead, the immortal king. Elizabeth Bathory, her back to the viewer, considers the implications, suspecting that this being is behind the recent disappearances. Later, seated across from Renee, she hums thoughtfully, the weight of the situation heavy on her mind. While Elizabeth has no objection to their plan, she needs a clear answer from Lord Swallow, whose judgment she trusts, but whom she cannot easily contact. Renee presses, asking if there's truly no way to persuade him, especially with the evidence completely empty. Renee then asks if he at least left behind a way to contact him, but Elizabeth confirms he did not, reiterating her trust in his judgment. A sigh escapes Elizabeth as she thinks to herself that no one could persuade those bastards like that, and that even Goddess Patrick would agree. Renee voices her concern, worried that someone has to inform them, while Elizabeth remains deep in thought. Suddenly, Elizabeth's expression shifts, a determined smile spreading across her face as she realizes, this is the perfect time for her to act. He clutches his head, a desperate declaration escaping his lips, I have no other choice. The stakes are impossibly high, and the path ahead is fraught with peril. But this wasn't just any choice, it was forged in the crucible of a world-shattering event, a terrifying saga that kicked off with the Black Calamity. The moment the calamity erupted, wildfires exploded across the land, turning fertile fields into infernos. The flames devoured everything, turning bountiful harvests into ash while everyone stood by, paralyzed by fear. And just when things couldn't get worse, a vile, black mud oozed through the villages, spreading its insidious corruption everywhere. Every single grain, once the staff of life, was utterly corrupted by the calamity, and even a single breath could condemn you to an agonizing plague. This was the horrifying genesis, and that's how Harston became a monster. This was a cursed land, as word spread that even the Emperor himself had abandoned Harston, plunging everyone into utter despair. But even in that crushing despair, a glimmer of hope appeared, a wealthy commoner couple, fleeing war with their children. Miraculously untouched by the Black Calamity, they shared their precious food, opening their hearts and offering provisions to the desperate refugees. Because of this couple, everyone started to believe survival was possible. But the very refugees who clung to their hope and trust would soon turn on them. The couple was discovered, brutally mutilated near their home. Their lives ended by a horrifying, monstrous hand. Slain by the very people they had fed. After this, trust vanished, and no one dared to believe in another. The Black Calamity absolutely annihilated trust, making cooperation impossible as everyone turned on each other. To escape betrayal, people just locked themselves in, starving to death, while a rumor about poisoned grain kept everyone away from it. Luckily, the folks in the back alley didn't starve, but get this. Against all odds, he knew they'd be totally fine even after eating that poisoned grain. Right now, yeah. That grain was laced with a poison so weak it was practically harmless. This whole thing had to be a twisted scheme by someone seriously evil. Realizing the truth, he decided it was time to hit the next location. Initially, everyone thought they could just power through this disaster. But this ruined wasteland? That's what happens when you get too comfortable. Leave a tiny crack in the defenses, and it'll be swarming with bugs. That's exactly what went down when the monsters had hours to completely trash the city. The city lay in absolute ruins, a chilling testament to the Black Calamity's brutal power. He thought, looking back at the chaos, that so many survivors died with crushing regrets, and the craziest part, they wouldn't even burn the bodies. He then turned to his ally, asking if they were ready to move on. He kept going, dropping a bombshell. Rosalina's parents were still alive, right there. He just took it all in, a silent realization hitting him hard. Elsewhere, a heavily guarded road remained under military watch, their presence unyielding. He noted they rotated shifts at the gate, but it wasn't just about security, it was about absolute control, meaning whoever ran that gate held all the cards. That kind of power, he figured, had to come straight from the Lord. His eyes flared with a piercing yellow glow, as he declared the Lord was definitely suspicious. Sir Swald, armored up and ready, knows there's only one path forward, a direct confrontation. Staring down a massive, ominous fortress, he's fully aware that standard tactics are useless, so he's going straight for the source, ready to expose the real puppet master. Then, with a sly grin, he unveils his ultimate trump card, a bizarre, radiant, happy egg he snagged just for this moment. He schemes, knowing these creatures will swarm to reclaim their lost treasure, and that stampede will be his express ticket straight to the Lord. A smug grin spreads across his face. He can't help but admire his own genius, even if he's the one who cooked up this master plan. But then, the egg in his grasp starts to pulse with soft, rhythmic sounds, a clear sign something's stirring inside. The sounds pick up, getting louder and clearer. With the massive building still casting its shadow, Sir Swald's face drops, a chilling realization hitting him. The flocks he's about to unleash are far bigger than he ever imagined. The glowing egg reacts to the rising tension, its shell starting to fracture under the immense internal pressure. Suddenly, a monstrous, bird-like creature, a terrifying blend of feathers and raw power, dive bombs from the sky with a piercing shriek, its talons locked on target. In the suffocating darkness, a shadowy figure looms, a soft gasp ripping through the silence, followed by a desperate, repeated refusal. The ominous creaking sound continues to fill the void. As the tall figure, now revealed as Lara, kneels, placing a comforting hand on the head of Byrne, who clutches a glowing orb. Her long, platinum hair cascades down her back, shimmering faintly in the dim light. Lara's sharp, golden eyes fix on the smaller figure, a single name escaping her lips. The orb in Byrne's hands pulses with a soft light as Lara's voice rings with conviction, declaring that he, at the very least, must live. Byrne looks up, his face etched with a mix of despair and faint hope, as Lara gazes down at him. Blood. Shadows. A single candle. And a voice that cuts through the darkness with an urgent, chilling command, remember. You must live. The nightmare intensifies. Until Lara violently jolts awake, her eyes blazing as a raw, primal scream rips through the silence. She clutches her head, gasping for air, the nightmare's icy tendrils still wrapped around her mind. Byrne, ever vigilant, asks if she's been plagued by bad dreams, his voice laced with worry as Swallow and Renee watch on. A soft, almost ethereal smile graces her face, a stark contrast to the fear that just gripped her. She reaches for Byrne, her hand gently clasping his, the glowing orb still held tight, a powerful name, Larabasilis Erihart, echoing in her thoughts. Byrne, ever practical, asks if she's going back to sleep, but she's already swinging her feet to the floor, ready for action. She stands by the window, a new resolve in her voice, declaring she's going home, and reveals the shocking truth, she's been the king for days now. From a towering balcony, she stares down at the city, a stark reminder of her family's desperate flight with their riches, leaving Harston in ruins. But the day of the siege, that memory burns bright, a constant echo in her thoughts. Her gaze sharpens, a fierce resolve taking hold as she understands there's only one way out of this mess. A powerful conviction settles over her as she vows. Then, from the shadows of a desolate room, a voice booms, demanding to know about the salvation she once guaranteed. Perched on her imposing throne, she hears the accusation. The voice pressing on, demanding answers about her pledge of protection. Her face unyielding, the voice finishes its indictment, challenging her to uphold her promise to defend their lands. A mysterious figure lurks in the shadows, their face completely obscured by a dark, hooded cloak. But Lara, looking out a window, is furious, demanding answers about the desolate Harston she was promised. Her eyes fall, a quiet admission escaping her that she hasn't gone back on her promise. The cloaked figure, however, offers a chillingly vague reassurance, claiming all of Harston's problems will soon be fixed, telling her not to worry. Lara's mind races, a silent plea echoing through her thoughts, a desperate wish for a hidden resignation to be undone, a past decision to be reversed. But back in the castle, a guard steps up to a shadowy cloaked figure, demanding answers, only to be met with a chillingly calm refusal, leaving the air thick with mystery. Reports are in, a massive harpy attack just went down, and the cloaked figure stands before a massive door, seemingly unfazed, processing the grim news. Lara's face tightens with worry, her mind racing, who is this lone knight, and whose side are they really on? The cloaked figure just gives a cryptic, well, while the north gate guard presses for answers, but the knight remains absolutely silent. Then, with eyes blazing red and a terrifying aura erupting, the figure makes a chilling declaration, they'll give him his own castle, they'll give him Harston. Lara's anxiety spikes, her inner voice screaming for prudence, begging for a second thought, because the fate of the entire empire is on the line. But then, a conflicting thought emerges, just because this figure is shady, it doesn't erase their vital role in Harston's comeback. Lara's face sets with grim determination, realizing that a true lord must acknowledge success, no matter how it's achieved. A heavy, armored boot slams down, and a voice cuts through the air. The knight, his helmet gleaming, makes his grand entrance, addressing the Lord of Harston directly. He admits the journey was brutal, leaving him completely drained. But just being in the presence of the noble lord, he feels all his hard work has paid off. Dropping to one knee before Lara on her throne, Byrne delivers a heartfelt thanks for all of Harston. Lara accepts his words, but her youthful looks make her seem like an unlikely ruler, more like a princess or a stand-in. She then asks, about his family's name. A tense silence fills the room, until Sir Swald, lurking behind Byrne, finally speaks up. His face shrouded in shadow, he demands the knight's name, cryptically stating his own existence is just for convenience. Lara, the young lord of Harston, was internally sizing up the knight before her, wondering if he'd keep droning on about boring stuff, and if he was seriously going to play along with her offer so casually. She even thought about her own looks, muttering to herself that her face, with half her skin cut off, was just disgusting. From inside his shining armor, Byrne's voice boomed, declaring that if it was okay with her, he'd totally accept her command. Lara's internal monologue kept going, thinking, forget it. If he shows his face just to be considerate, I won't push it. Then, she spoke up, offering, look, I can't give you a ton, but I'll give you everything I possibly can. So, what do you want? Byrne's reply was instant, stating that the absolute most important thing to him right now was. Lara, still watching him closely, thought that how he acted would tell her everything about the castle situation, before finally saying, gladly. The knight gave a slight bow, thanking her for her generosity. He then dropped the bombshell, clarifying that his top priority was making sure there was plenty of food in the castle. He can't shake the thought, how did these monsters appear so fast, catching them completely off guard? And worse, he feels utterly weak. But far away, a mysterious cloaked figure lurks in a shadowy forest, watching everything unfold. Lara, the lord, feels an undeniable, strange connection to this knight. Facing him directly, she asks, your lordship, just one question. Deep down, something has been gnawing at her since the very beginning. His eyes lock onto hers, and he demands, tell me. Back in the shadows, the cloaked figure's eyes blaze, and a voice echoes, who and what are you? High above the city, a mysterious cloaked figure was watching, a silent observer in the urban sprawl. Dust motes shimmered in the air, a silent testament to the chaos that had just unfolded. The city's towering structures loomed, a concrete jungle of secrets and shadows. And in a hidden alley, Sir Swald wrapped up his intense debriefing, declaring, all right, that pretty much sums it up. He pressed on, detailing his run-in with the Lord of Harston, who had totally underestimated him as too weak, so, the Lord of Harston tried to ditch me, calling me too weak. I just told her I was swamped, and since Sir Swald brought me, I couldn't just ditch her. The armored guard, clearly amused, pressed him, didn't you tell her about your beast of burden? But seriously, you couldn't shake her, could you, sir? Exactly. I had to literally fight her off to get her to leave. Elsewhere, Swallow, cloaked and intense, delved into the dark secrets of necromancers, revealing it's not a one-size-fits-all deal. Look, it's complicated, but some necromancers literally rip out the guts of the undead. And even some black magic users, depending on how far gone their insides are. His eyes flared with a sinister red glow as he dropped the chilling punchline, have completely rotted away. A vein pulsed in his forehead, pure frustration etched on his face as he grumbled, seriously, when are you going to think before you speak? If I could have just clobbered him right then and there. An armored guard is absolutely fuming, muttering about a resignation letter Patrick's been hiding, a letter he got right after being handed a sword. The unseen person meekly apologizes, but the guard just keeps going, asking if they even heard him, then abruptly switching gears to mention how everyone thinks the villagers are cursed with magic. Elsewhere, his eyes burning with an intense red glow, Swallow can't wrap his head around why the villagers who actually figured things out were the ones starving, all because they tried to eat the grain. He flashes back to a memory, musing about that thief, Elizabeth, who just kept running, making their game of tag impossible. In that flashback, Elizabeth is totally caught off guard as Swallow grumbles that he should have at least learned some necromancy, and seriously wishes he'd brought Agnes along. Snapping back to reality, Swallow fumes, demanding to know why she'd say something like that after dragging him there against his will. Then, he starts complaining about being starving, announcing they had no choice and demanding food for himself. Renee, the maid, then asks if he's seriously saying they should just eat first and worry about everything else later, and he just shuts her down with a simple, no. Cutting back to the other scene, the armored guard dramatically declares they're about to win some serious honor. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence, grabbing the attention of a red-haired girl sprawled in the debris. Her eyes snap open, a mix of shock and defiance as she demands, what could possibly be so surprising? Just as she tries to get up, Swallow looms over her, his shadow falling across her form. Then, he extends a hand, not to threaten, but to offer a piece of bread, a simple invitation to share. Finch's eyes lock onto the bread, a raw, desperate hunger flashing within them. This wasn't just any bread, it was the sacred bread given out by the bishop himself. Finch absolutely tears into the bread, devouring it with a ferocity that shows just how starved she is, all while Swallow observes. He stares at her, a single thought echoing in his mind, did the bishop actually give this to her? He clutches a golden coin, a silent murmur escaping his lips as he thinks about Patrick, the one he trusted enough to give a sword, the one he expected to shred any resignation letter. If that was the case, then he was Patrick's only trusted person, a realization that made him stutter, well. Deep in the dungeon, they kept moving, their footsteps echoing through the dark, silent depths. He thought to himself, relieved no one else was listening, besides him and Patrick, of course, finding it hilarious how they were all just a bunch of idiots. But Finch was on a whole other wavelength, muttering about how belief, once you nail it, just gets stronger the more you're attached. She shot him a worried glance, asking if he was even okay, but he just gave a thoughtful hum, totally zoned out in his own head. They finally made it. He announced their arrival, but a weird feeling hit him, like he'd been there before. Finch peered into the abyss below, telling him to watch his step. Suddenly, the world twists. We're plunged into a dark, chaotic dungeon, fire and magic exploding as figures battle, and a single, chilling, shriek cuts through the noise. But wait, the truth hits hard. The disaster that wiped out Harston. It wasn't random. It was a direct order, a brutal punishment for their wicked actions. And the mastermind behind it all, the one who pulled the strings. It was the one who caused it, a being destined for omnipotence, able to crush every obstacle and exorcise any threat, especially those who dared to believe in him. These weren't just random followers, they were the honorable, the chosen, a truth that someone desperately agrees with. In this terrifying vision, Finch is clinging to Swallow, her voice shaking as she screams for salvation, begging him, her Sir Knight, to save her, Her Excellency. Finch is down, but her loyalty is unbreakable, her voice still pleading as Swallow's eyes blaze with a terrifying red glow, and the dark drama continues. He makes a chilling vow, declaring he'll shatter the very sword he was given, a promise he knows is absolutely guaranteed. A sinister grin twists his lips as Swallow stands over the fallen Finch, a sword now in his grasp, and a dark, knowing chuckle escapes him. He stands before Finch, who flashes a warm smile, her vibrant red hair flowing, declaring they've arrived at the perfect moment for communion. He just asks, "What's that?" his eyes locked on a small, glowing castle projection, as she keeps praising his excellence, the altar bread, and the castle itself. The projection reveals a magnificent, ornate castle, the very one destroyed earlier, and Finch can't help but wonder how he managed to save it. He whispers, "Sir Knight," but Finch quickly clarifies she's just teasing him. He then whispers, when he saves Harston, his mind racing to the thought that only through faith can eternal happiness be found. Finch, her face softening, agrees they've grown closer, then asks if he didn't promise an even more virtuous agreement. She holds a small, glowing heart-shaped object, pondering, what does a sacrificial heart truly mean? He confesses he doesn't know the specifics, but Finch adds that some claim they get meat instead of bread, and even the bishop showed up. Finch then exclaims, "Your Excellency," as she brings up Rosalina. Rosalina is all thanks, promising to handle things with care, and Swallow just gives a cool nod. He just hums, muttering that this is a first for her to actually help out. Then he drops a line about hoping she keeps helping out, but totally ruins it with a super casual, "if I feel like it," at the end. His face just goes dark as he keeps talking, spitting out something about a fellow believer's betrayal and calling someone a bastard out of nowhere. His eyes start blazing with a fierce yellow glow, and he snaps, "What are you doing?" A dark, menacing aura just explodes from him, his stare absolutely chilling. Rosalina totally flinches, grabbing her head in agony, a desperate groan tearing from her. He glares down, totally calling her out as full of crap, because even if a human can't see the mana, he absolutely can. He just slightly turns his head, dropping a chilling "I don't care what you do to humans, but," leaving a massive threat hanging in the air. He locks eyes with her, his gaze like a laser, seeing right through her facade. With a chilling murmur, he lays down the law, a stark warning echoing in the air. Rosalina gasps, reeling from his words, her mind racing as she stammers, "You bastard, you knew it? I'm quite foresightful, you know." She tries to play it cool, her face hardening with a desperate defiance, claiming, "But I'm rewarded, you know. I'm quite foresightful, But Swallow cuts her off, his voice dripping with dismissal, just saying, "Nothing much. I just told you I was looking for a fellow believer. Let's go." And with a final, dismissive wave, "Oh, bye-bye." He just walks away, leaving her in the dust, thinking to himself, "I'm so fine in my being. I almost don't need any luggage." Later, in some forgotten town, he sees the twisted truth, a fake religion, all for some bastard lord that even monsters are terrified of, a lord who isn't even a monster himself. The irony isn't lost on him, even this all-powerful lord has to hide his true identity, a secret that absolutely cannot get out. Slumped over a table, he lets out a low murmur, thinking about the sword he gave Patrick, and how he wished that resignation letter would just vanish. But elsewhere, a powerful figure in dark finery lets out a massive cry, her magic exploding around her. She keeps going, her voice dripping with disappointment, admitting that things just didn't pan out. Her eyes narrow, demanding answers, because something incredible just showed up. She remembers hearing about all the destruction, and knew it was going to be a huge problem. The world around her changes, showing a town lit by streetlights, a stunning view all on its own. She thinks about the Ancient One, and wonders what's really going on. She declares with absolute certainty, the undead are going to attack Harston, all because of the Ancient. She's still reeling from the shocker at Crate Castle, where something insane went down, and now the undead are making a beeline for Harston. But wait, there's more. She's already got a prime suspect for who's behind this whole mess. It's none other than Garibos. Back at the ranch, a totally wiped out Swallow figures this is the most likely outcome, but he's not ready to call it a done deal just yet. Elizabeth, now glowing with a subtle purple energy, has been doing some serious brain-bending, trying to figure out the undead's weird tactics when they go after a slayer. Normally, they'd go all out with overwhelming force, she figures, especially since they're not exactly peak performance at the moment. With purple power crackling around her hand, she's baffled why they'd intentionally hold back. Her whole body is now practically exploding with a vibrant purple aura, hands blazing with raw power, as she dramatically declares, if what I'm thinking is. The energy explodes into a swirling, crackling sphere between her hands, proving her theory, they're totally manipulating the mana flow. With the mana detection system screaming, Elizabeth Bathory's eyes blazed crimson, a raw, electric pink and purple aura exploding around her as she locked in on her target. Her power surged, unleashing crackling energy that ripped through the sky, a definitive, undeniable confirmation that her prediction about the undead's mana control was spot on. A single crow screams into the void, its chilling call ripping through the dead air of this desolate, barren landscape. As a blood-red sky hangs heavy over skeletal trees and more of those dark birds circle ominously. But into this grim expanse, a dark, hooded figure fearlessly strides forward. His face now revealed, those intense yellow eyes burning with an otherworldly glow. And as he moves, tendrils of dark purple energy begin to coil menacingly around his hands. His expression hardening into a mask of fierce determination. A system message flashes, confirming his arrival, he's just stepped into the forgotten graveyard. With a heavy thud, Swallow pushes deeper into the ominous, silent expanse, ready for whatever lies ahead. A colossal, shadowy entity with glowing blue eyes speaks, its voice echoing with ancient power as it greets its subordinate. This is none other than Lord Erebos, the absolute Lord of all dead, a name that strikes fear into the hearts of all who hear it. Before him, a pale-faced figure with long black hair kneels, delivering a crucial final report to his supreme master. Erebos, the Lord of all dead, listens with chilling intensity, vowing to remember every sacrifice made for his dark cause. The Magus, unwavering, declares his loyalty, insisting his every move is for a grander, brighter future, a future he believes in with every fiber of his being. But then, the report takes a shocking twist, unveiling a completely unexpected factor that could change everything. He details the final report's reception, then presses, demanding to know if their agent followed orders, or if a rogue element emerged. The Magus reveals the agent stayed in the forgotten graveyard, cut off by the sheer power of the dead, yet undeniably linked to an ancient, profound darkness. Erebos' glowing eyes narrow at the mention of this profound darkness, as the Magus confesses he has no clue who this enigmatic, powerful figure could be. He declares the world won't stay quiet, and no matter what chaos erupts, their master plan to seize the relic is a go. His electric blue eyes blaze, a terrifying declaration that he owns this domain, and no one, absolutely no one, can stand against his power. A shadowy hand crackles with raw purple power, as Magus bows, declaring his absolute gratitude for the monumental task entrusted to him. Erebos, flanked by his shadowy army, processes the intel, while Magus suggests calling in backup for the underground kingdom's entrance, asking if they need more power to crush the intruder. Magus, his red eyes burning with dark intent, declares no reinforcements are needed just yet, promising to give the word when it's time to strike. The shadowy figures around them thrum with dark energy, as Erebos gives Magus the green light to call the shots. With a fierce look and a burst of purple power around his hand, Magus pledges his absolute loyalty to Erebos' every command. The ruined, desolate land stretches endlessly beneath a blood-red sky, a chilling monument to the sheer power of these dark entities. A massive purple aura explodes around Magus, his eyes blazing with fierce determination, as he vows that no matter who dares to interfere, nothing will stop their relentless advance. Magus' determination is absolute. He's thinking, doesn't matter who it is, if there's a monster here, they're going down. But wait, another voice cuts in, demanding, seriously, can I even track down the caster of this insane magic? The scene shifts to an epic, dark fortress, absolutely pulsating with electric purple energy, a massive magical shield shimmering around its every edge. The mysterious voice continues its assessment, stating, finding the caster is a no-go, but for the right price, I can totally pinpoint the magic itself. Magus, taking it all in, just lets out a low, contemplative, his face giving nothing away. High above on the shimmering fortress, Magus ponders that no other monster can breach this place, making it impossible to use as a base, which could be why they can't track him, or maybe they're just masters at concealing their mana. The mysterious voice keeps digging, admitting it's just a hunch, but theorizing about a medium powerful enough to fuel magic that could envelop the entire Karenin. A crystal pulses with raw power, as the voice dramatically declares, that's definitely an absolutely colossal amount of mana, right? He's analyzing the situation, realizing that if these intruders weren't planning a fight, they wouldn't have dumped this much mana into the barrier around Karenin. The Lord's magic, he thinks, is super suspicious. But he's quick to add that it's all just speculation, so they can't be 100% sure. But then, a chilling voice cuts through, a warning not to even think about it. While Magus keeps talking to Patrick, saying he's overreacting. Their eyes lock onto the distant castle. Meanwhile, that menacing voice from earlier gets even clearer, it's about something way deeper. Just to get back those evil intentions anyway. Beneath a chilling full moon, an ancient, ornate structure looms, a dark silhouette against the night. Its imposing form hinting at the dark secrets it holds. As someone scrutinizes the building's intricate details, a voice declares, as expected, this place is the most suspicious. Deep inside its shadowy halls, the very air is thick with malevolence, sparking the realization, the smell of bottomless corruption, it's stronger than last time. The overwhelming aura of evil solidifies the initial assessment, this smell is absolutely suspicious. As a torch dances, painting shadows on ancient stone, a new development emerges, leaving one to wonder if it's a twist of fate or a cunning trap. A hooded figure, torch blazing, plunges deeper into the gloom, taking in the grim surroundings and muttering, such a dungeon. He halts with his companion in a vast chamber, where colossal, dark structures loom like silent guardians, the air heavy with an ominous presence. Then, a brutal impact rips through the quiet, splattering crimson across the unseen space. A massive, green-skinned monster with blazing yellow eyes looms in the shadows, its very presence radiating the foul corruption that permeates the air. As he takes in the gruesome sight, Swallow remarks, it's been ages since he's seen a cleaner in action. But then, an armored warrior bursts onto the scene, cutting off the monster's thoughts, politely apologizing for the interruption before calling it, my lord. The monster's glowing eyes lock onto the night, and it roars, who is your master? A vicious snarl twists its monstrous face, the yellow glow in its eyes flaring with raw power. But before the monster can even blink, the night strikes with lightning speed, a blinding white flash erupting from the force of the blow. The attack doesn't let up, a surge of blue energy exploding with another crushing hit, ripping through the very air itself. The monster crashes to the ground, utterly defeated, as the knight coolly plants a foot on its head, game over. The hulking monster lets out a guttural growl, admitting the previous attack was legit. But it's like, nah, bro, this ain't over. It's talking to some lord with pure defiance. It's like, I ain't dying here. But then, a dark, armored hand just reaches out from below, ready to end it. The armored figure just drops a brutal hit, blood everywhere, and casually says, okay, that was a decent hit. You seriously think you're a threat? Then, with a disgusting rip, the figure shoves a hand right into the monster's screaming mouth and just hears something out. And just like that, the monster dissolves into dark dust, as the armored figure coldly tells it, now, get lost. The ground is just trashed with blood and corrupted goo. And the armored figure, hand literally glowing purple, is like, ugh, now I'm dirty, and just wipes it off. Then, a sharp, purple glow just ignites in their eye. A mysterious dark orb drops, hitting the ground with an almost imperceptible thud. Our armored protagonist, ever vigilant, glances down, a flicker of surprise crossing their mind at what they see. Suddenly, a terrifying skeletal head with glowing eyes bursts forth, but our hero just scoffs, casually acknowledging the arrival of a Durahan. But before they can even react, the armored figure explodes with a blinding purple aura, leaving a pile of utterly demolished Durahans in their wake. With the threat utterly annihilated, the figure's voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know what grand scheme is truly unfolding. A massive, hulking beast, crackling with dark purple energy, explodes forward with a terrifying roar. A skeletal knight, armored to the teeth, stands defiant in the desolate ruins, demanding to know who dares trespass. The knight braces, a faint purple glow already sparking from its armored hand. The monstrous creature brings a colossal claw crashing down, utterly crushing the skeletal defender beneath its immense weight. From the shadows, Byrne watches the brutal display, his eyes narrowing at the creature's raw power. Before the monster can even react, Byrne strikes, his glowing blade tearing through its defenses. He analyzes the impact, noting that the creature's own weapon seems to be turning against it. He stares down the monstrous entity, its form crackling with dark purple energy, realizing this thing is seriously strong. But even with its raw power, he's not letting this thing get away to hurt anyone else. The monster's purple aura explodes with violent energy. But Byrne is already on the move, his blade a blur as he thinks, this thing's weird composition makes it a seriously intriguing, and dangerous, foe. The monster's skeletal head snaps back from the hit, crack spiderwebbing across its bone-like face. With a surge of power, the knight winds up for the finishing blow, this is it, game over. He launches himself, a blinding blue aura erupting around him as his sword absolutely obliterates the monster's form. shattering it into a million fragments of light and bone, which then rain down as nothing but dust and debris. He keeps up the pressure, his sword ripping through the monster's guard with a brutal krak and a powerful whoosh. Then, with a blinding flash, he lands a critical, weakness sword hit. And without missing a beat, a mighty slice tears right through it. But the monster, still defiant, snarls, uttering that its foe isn't even worth its time. Burn, completely unfazed, shoots back, suggesting they wrap this up and he'll get straight to the point. Then, with a thunderous slash, he lands another crushing hit. He glances at his weapon, thinking aloud that he's using his new sword, and it's definitely not ordinary. The monster's skull starts to crackle and glow with dark energy, a sickening krak signaling its imminent demise. Its heavily armored body explodes into fragments, vanishing into swirling purple mist. Burn absolutely unleashes the Great Divider, his new blade tearing through everything with insane power. But then, the scene shifts dramatically to a dark room, where a sudden rustle shatters the peace. A woman with flowing light hair shoots up in bed, her face a mask of pure shock. Then, a chilling voice cuts through the air, dropping a casual, "Did you sleep well?" Out of the gloom, a pair of intense, glowing purple eyes locks onto her, and she can only stammer out a disbelieving, "How dash?" Clutching her blanket like a shield, she desperately tries to understand how he got in. Her indignation boiling over, she screams at him, "How dare you just waltz in here in the dead of night without a single word?" Patrick, in full battle plate, makes his intentions crystal clear, declaring his presence is for a reason that should be obvious. With a hand firmly on his sword's hilt, he presses on, just begging for 5 minutes to explain everything to Lord LL. But a commanding voice abruptly cuts him short, ordering him to summon the other man. Later, Patrick is seen standing before a relaxed Swallow, profusely apologizing for the late-night summons. Elsewhere, the woman from before jolts awake in her bed, still reeling from Swallow's absurd, "just on a walk" excuse. Back with the duo, Swallow eyes the object Patrick's holding, demanding to know what it is, only for Patrick to retort, "You seriously don't know?" Then, the shocking reveal, it's the helmet of a Dullahan. Kneeling before his lord, he silently pleads, but a chilling voice from above cuts through the tension, demanding, "Lord, no. Leave me here, Patrick." Swallow's voice, sharp as a blade, then cuts deeper, "Why are you colluding with the undead?" His eyes narrow, the accusation burning, "What are you talking about, undead?" The Lord sits, an unreadable expression on his face, pressing the attack, "You disappoint me. Will you feign ignorance until the very end?" A hint of exasperation colors his tone, "If this isn't an act, then did you not even notice the deal you've made?" From behind, the cloaked lord's words drip with disdain, "I suppose you're just incompetent. Proving you don't even know what's happening in your own territory." Patrick finally speaks, his voice laced with confusion, looking up, "My lord, is this about your territory?" A low murmur escapes the lord. Before he clarifies with chilling finality, "Sorry. The underground dungeon is riddled with corpses." His grip tightens on the sword, Swallow's voice cutting through the tension as he doubles down, claiming the man before him is an undead conspirator. The blade hisses free from its scabbard, a chilling declaration of war. But from within the opulent chamber, a woman's furious cry shatters the air, utterly rejecting such absurd claims amidst the chaos. Swallow stands his ground, proclaiming Patrick's broken promise to save Harston, only to now threaten its peace by framing him. The woman lets out a raw, guttural scream, her face twisted in pure agony. Patrick, his glowing blue eyes locked onto Swallow, fires back, challenging if he dare utter such words knowing the true threat's location. Her expression hardens, a volatile mix of fury and terror etched onto her features. Just as the tension reaches its peak, Sir Swald steps in, desperately trying to de-escalate the volatile confrontation. Slumped over his desk, Swallow can't help but murmur, fixated on the sword he gave Patrick and that damn resignation letter still hidden deep within the Death Knight's ribcage. He just can't shake the feeling that Patrick is hiding something huge. Dullahans, these insane monsters, weren't born like us, they literally hatched from eggs, and their fighting style? Totally wild. And that armor? Forget it being just some gear, it was like part of their very soul, making them absolute tanks. But here's the kicker, inside that armor, there was a hidden anti-control mechanism, a total game-changer. And their true name, once so important, was usually scratched out, a sign of their forgotten past. This particular Dullahan, the one we know as Patrick, was no joke, he was the vice-commander of the Marnak Knights, a total powerhouse. 30 years ago, his mission was clear, wipe out the monsters terrorizing human villages. He was a legendary knight, but then tragedy struck, he was killed and lost all his memories, only to come back as a Dullahan. Byrne wastes no time, his voice cutting through the silence as he demands answers, "Who is this vicious undead you're trying to take down?" His hand clenches around his sword's hilt, a clear sign he means business. He tries a different approach, his voice laced with impatience, demanding a straight answer. Suddenly, a burst of shimmering particles explodes. But Burn doesn't flinch, his eyes burning as he pushes harder, shouting, "Where is the vicious undead Erebos? The undead Hydra?"